locations being eliminated because of sales performance or reduced in size, such as the Shiprock store location. The next one shows our accounts receivable turnover rate. This one is our collections that we have on revenue based on the credit sales. Now our Artisan Craft Enterprise has a credit line system set up where a majority of our revenue is made. It's about 95% of our revenue is streamlined through the accounts receivable section. So therefore, the turnover rate for this area is in regards to where we are at with net sales, as well as the turnover rate for days from 2021, which have been audited. And I'm happy to also report that in line with the audit. There was a request to get our audits in line, and we did submit the 21 and 22 audit. We're on track to finish 23 and 24 currently. In line with this shows our key performance indicators in regards to our AR sales, our net sales, as well as our turnover rates. We were at 66 turnover rate days. We're currently at 170, and that was at the beginning. Many factors of this included are in relation to these folks who have been charging with now arts and crafts, is most of them retired. We have credit concerns on behalf of customers, financial constraints that have led us to work with our consumers to be able to continue to pay their accounts receivable accounts with us, as well as also maintaining a customer relationship with many of the folks that use now arts and craft as a resource for their purchases. Our projection of sales, as you see from 2020 to 27, are shown below. Again, these are in the millions. Our gross sales from 2020, which are audited at 4.5 million. 2021, 22 also audited at 10.5 and 12.1 million. 23 unaudited at 12.3. 2024 to current dates, all unaudited at 6 million, 6 million, 7.9 and 9.5 projections for the next years moving forward for the enterprise. There was a request for a bubble chart, and we did provide this on the next page, which shows our profit performances by NACE store location. This again shows each of our stores, the number of employees, the number of sales, as well as the gross profit shared among all store locations. As you can see, based off of the bubble chart, our Winter Rock store location being the main location is the highest performing location. Again, because of the central area that's located, the square footage of size, as well as the preference for most of our consumer shopping that takes place throughout the reservation. Our next highest performance locations were the Chinle, Kayenta, and then from there to the city, Shiprock, Gallup, and Crown Point, as you can see based off the bubble chart by performance indicators for our store locations. We also included sales tax information, where we are at with sales tax to the Navajo Nation since 2014 to current, as well as insurance premiums that we made to the Navajo Nation for each of our liabilities, risk management, workers' compensation for each of our locations throughout the enterprise. And again, the last page shows our payroll deduction program. In line with the payroll deduction program, our biggest consumer, of course, is the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation payroll deduction program is set up with the entity since it's been in its establishment since the 60s. It has been put in place and reformatted every so often so that it worked for both the enterprise and the Navajo Nation. There has been a 5% withholding fee that was put in place by the Navajo Nation. And that shows from 2020 to current the number of amounts that the Navajo Nation keeps per payroll deduction from its customers. So that averages about $689,000. The next section within this last page is our current board of directors. All of our directors right now have been on an expired term, and we do also have a vacancy for the Resource and Development Committee member for this section. The last part shows the status of our financial audits. 2020 is complete, 21 has been complete, 22 has been complete. All these have been certified with RDW. We also have a financial team that's on board assisting us in these processes, and that's Noonan Associates. We anticipate to be completing our 2023 audit by the end of this week. And again, immediately when we finish that audit will allow us to move forward with our current quarter and working on the 2024 audits. Those are some highlights from today's update. We did provide also all the updated audit reports to the Office of the Controller. And we do have copies of those for members of the Oversight Committee. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you very much.
Is that your conclude your report?
Oh,
Okay. Do we have the chairman? Any of the board members?
just yet. Just our board chair did confirm to attend.
Okay.
He's in the area.
Yeah, still got about 9 minutes, so that concludes it. Colleagues, do you have any questions regarding this report? Chairman Ness?
Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Honorable Claw?
Yes, Vice Chair. So the purpose of the report would also include to hear from the board member. Is there an estimated time of arrival for the board member? If it's the president, can we just reserve their 9 minutes so that we can hear from their board president as well?
Yeah, we can do that. Honorable Claw. They should be here any minute now.
Okay, and I'm approaching Fort Defiance and I'll be there shortly as well.
Okay, drive safe. Chairman Ness?
Thank you, Vice Chair, for facilitating the committee meeting here this morning, and Mr. Woolley, could all update report on NACE. Through the years,
Okay.
it appears that Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise, it just appeared on the surface that they were doing okay. Now that you showed us the bubble chart here, the evidence is clear that they weren't doing so well. I don't know why it was like that, but it only places at Window Rock. And I know a lot of our Navajo artisans, whether they're jewelers, you know, I don't know if it's really affected some of these artists. But I know a lot of them sell at the flea markets and other locations like Four Corners or even out near Cameron. Do those artists from out there travel to Window Rock just to sell their products to NACE? That would be my first question. And then my other question is, did you say that all the Navajo Arts and Crafts Board of Directors time has expired? And I don't know who the other RDC was that was on there. And so is there a vacancy for RDC to be on the board? That'll be my question, Vice Chair. Thank you.
We thank Chairman Ness, Honorable Simpson.
Jeff, okay.
The floor back over to Mr. Woolley for response.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't thank you for your question, Chairman Nez. As I had mentioned, the vendors, we do have artists that do travel to Window Rock to sell to us. But what we have seen through our analysis of the market is that we've seen a lot of artists take the initiatives to sell for themselves. So pretty much since COVID, a lot of individuals have gone to social media to open up their own platforms to sell. And I think I could be the blame for that too, because I worked for a division of economic development at the time, and we've had push initiatives for artists to stay safe at home. And during that time, through the COVID relief funds, we had put up those platforms for all 7,000 plus artists to create individual platforms to self-sustain themselves without having to go to markets to sell. And so now being on this side of the dialogue, there has been a significant decrease of individuals who come to sell to the enterprise, and that has been since COVID. We also see a decline in individuals who only make one of a kind pieces. So meaning that it's just one bracelet, one ring, as compared to before COVID, you've seen individuals produce various lines of jewelry for us to sell, whether it's 10 bracelets, 20 bracelets. With the price of raw materials too, that has also changed for us. We've adapted programs to where we've been able to put together raw materials for individuals to purchase through time, allowing individuals to purchase silver or purchase their raw material stones through us and put it on a payment plan program so that they're able to continue to afford to buy these products from us. There was a time that the enterprise wasn't carrying silver as well because of the cost for it to come to the nation. But because of the need to get that product to areas such as Chile, Kianta, we have brought that silver back to our store locations, but of course had to add fees in order to carry those products again. And the other part to the question was the vacancy. Majority of our board members were appointed from President Russell Begay. And there was no reappointments have taken place since. And there is a vacancy on the board for an RDC member. The former RDC board member was Delegate Wilson Stewart. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for your response. Chairman Ness?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Ms. Simpson, do you have any questions? Mr. Willie, is your chairman here yet?
Mr. Vice Chair, I do apologize. Yes, he was in the area of making it to this location. He had drove to a different in that location. I'm not sure where that's at, but he just had text that he's in San Benito right now. And that was about at 10:35. And I do also would like to mention, we're able to, again, gather a lot more of our policies and procedures to put together. So we are in the process of finalizing those things as well and bringing those to the board. And I think during our last meeting, we have brought the plan of operation, but that has been expired for some time. I came into this role back in late 2022. And those policies and procedures, as well as the plan of operation, were not put in place. So we have a current plan of operation that was operated under the former committee, which was known as the Economic Development Committee. So based off of the performance audit that we're going through now, it's one of our goals is to get everything put in place so that we're able to work with the oversight committee to update all of those procedures moving forward. Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. William. Can you expound on the dividends paid to the Navajo Nation?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Currently, Numbers and Craft Enterprise does not pay in its identified form back to the Navajo Nation, other than the 5% that's kept from the Office of the Controller, which is listed on the last page of the report. Mr. Vice Chair.
And I don't know, Mr. Willie, can you go ahead and state, for the record, state the NACE board of directors?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Our NACE board of directors, our board chairman is Mr. Jerome Sosi. Our secretary is Eugene Begay. Our artisan board member is Ray Tracy. And our general board member is Tosha Laffey.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for stating that for the record. What's what's your plan for the board membership on the expired terms? Are you currently seeking new membership, and is that being advertised?
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for the question. We did submit the letter of interest to the Office of the President based off of our plan of operation. And I think that's where we need to work with our legal on the processes for reappointment because of the current outdated plan of operation. Given that the policies and the rules and procedures identifies a whole different process with the oversight of the Economic Development Committee as compared to the Resources and Development Committee process. So therefore, based off of the performance audit, we're looking to make that one of the priorities, and we did start since January on those modifications for the plan of operation and provide those to oversight committee, and I think that goes into a work session process to finalize and get everything in line for the entity. Mr. Vice Chair.
What's your current timeline for revising your plan of operations?
We are going into our second, Mr. Vice Chair, I do apologize. We are going into our second phase next week. We do have a work session set up with our oversight, with our board of directors. And we also have our management team who is participating with our legal and our finance team. And then from there, we should look to have a solidified draft by the end of our third quarter, which will be September 2025. Mr. Vice Chair, just for the record, we have our board chair joining us, Mr. Sosi.
Good morning, Mr. Sosi.
Good morning.
At this time, CEO JT Woolley went ahead and reported and saved you 9 minutes. So we're gonna go ahead and turn the floor over to you. Just go ahead and state your name and your title, and then start your report from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I did. Good morning. Honorable board and committee. Good morning. My name is Jerome Sosi. I'm the board chair for Artisan Craft Enterprise. Come on, son de famille Maurice Chin, et Chin as a Chin, et Chin national, and side of our day is nation. So thank you for inviting us and us giving a report. So any questions?
Thank you, already see many members, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess we really can't direct. Really can't direct Mr. Lilly what needs to be done or what to address some of these issues that have come before RDC and the council. And that the board chairs here. It should question. I'm just looking at the stores. One being closed. Yes, stores being closed. And I look at into that. And compared to Windrock Rent Store. And Kienka, when I go up there, I mean, there's a lot of tourism. That place should be making money. When you put people, you see a lot of Orientals, you see a lot of people that have money compared to Windrock. And it was just kind of mind-boggling to where, you know, where tourists go to, where these communities have strong tourism. We're not taking advantage of that. I think Kienka should be the top store. Because then somewhere on the total takes place, but we're all still high there, so at least open money for the enterprise. It goes back to Shibagi and Shibag, because we're still in the same shop, still in the shopping center at a different location within the shopping center. I mean, it's probably 1/4 size of the other place that used to be at within the shopping center. Place is dead. Every time you go in there, one customer. Compared to other locations in the shopping center, you used to see that maybe at least 10, 12, 15 people in there when you walk in there. Today, first of all, inventory is very low. I don't know why, I see a lot of, I know we're talking about people that, when that foundation employees or enterprise employees go there and you get their, buy their like jewelry or also when clothing was available, I ship off the credits. And it's just, I don't know why. I'm kind of just thinking about what we see here today for the last 2, 3 years. Stores, even here in Winter Walk. Winter Walk, customers on there. I think I'll use the example, my daughter wanted to go there. And I think we went there about 4 weeks ago. First of all, she's excited. But she'll say, last time she was here, probably about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And the inventory was high. So she's excited to come down here to look at it, get some, see if she can get some jewelry, some Elton Lincolns and all that. And when she went there, that what happened here. Basically said the inventory is very small. Then goes back to the staff. Staff, we have to wait almost an hour and a half. It's not the staff's fault. Staff were already helping. We meet the 3, 4 customers in there, and one customer, she was looking, she wanted to do it. No problem with that. But with staff, when you bring them out staff and then, we just to get help, it took almost an hour and a half. It was frustrating. Very frustrating. So when you go to these stores now, you see very low inventory, limited staff. And the same thing happened at Ship Up too. One staff, I think there was only 2 staff there, this is right before Christmas. There was only 2 staff there. One staff was in the back, one staff was helping out for the grandma. Which, that's what that's supposed to be, help out your customer. You can, honestly, yeah, we would have to wait almost an hour just to get help. So just imagine the customers, I mean, I think I saw 2 or 3 customers just walk out because they're trying to wait. And I think they just quick, I'm just using because this is coming from my personal experience. And it's just something I see, what I'm hearing out there, it's true. Very small, inventory is very low. Staff, not enough staff to help the customer, which they have to wait a long time. And when you look at some of these prime areas, I think we're not taking advantage of these prime areas to where the arts and crafts at and key into it. I mean, kids should be a top. Money making store branch. And I see that we're not marketing that store. You take advantage of all the tourism that's there. And you guys know that. I mean, I think you went to Burger King, a year ago. That place is packed. So Burger King can take advantage of those tourists. How come we can't market our store? Those are the people that should be going there with a lot of inventory. Then you go, you bring back during the COVID period. You're at the Division of Economic Development School, and how they can market their own product or jewelry or everything like that through social media and all that stuff. And that's what we want. Maybe now with that, when you bring it up, maybe that's why there's low inventory. And then we're not getting enough customers because the low inventory store and what you brought on. There's teaching our naval silversmith, doing silversmith all that on arts and craft. Do we need to keep the navigation arts and craft enterprise going? Because now people are using social media, just like you stated, to sell the products. They probably get paid more for their products than when you sell it to NACE. Maybe when they said, social media is powerful. And this is probably there's some that products overseas. I know one of our colleagues on council, which is anonymous. Because he sells his products overseas. He doesn't sell his products here. He sells it overseas and makes a tremendous amount of money. And his he does good work. So I guess with all the stuff we're seeing right now, the numbers, sometimes basically say, okay, maybe it's time not to have the same price. Maybe it's not, they say they need that staff, our employees under a NACE, driving decrease. And I won't be a problem, talk as a customer. I'm gonna talk as a customer, not as a delegate, as a customer. What I've seen today at, what I've seen today at the Shiprock branch, Payroll branch. You had problems sitting there for a long time till something, I don't wanna say, I don't wanna say, because I think how our people, or how our people can promote their products, sell their products on through social media. Maybe that's the discourse that that we had discussion today. So I think we really thought that we need to continue with NACE. Because right now with the technology that's available today, and people can solve their problems. What technology is available today? To me, sometimes we have to change. We have to change. And maybe it's time to maybe look into just again, I said it about 3 or 4 times. Do we want to continue with these 60, 70, 80, 90, early 2000 was very successful. The social media was on that part was strong yet, especially in 2000, but now people know LCD proxy. So again, I commend you for teaching our people to sell the products through social media and how they go about it during COVID period. It's good. Which is good. Because I know they sell those products for more dollars. But again, I think as a board member, you might have to really take a look into. And somebody, the other part don't want to hear it. But do we really need, is there time for to look into, does NACE need to continue or need to turn off? No, no, question, Mr. Willie and Mr. Sosi. Yeah.
All right, thank you all. Honorable Simpson, at this time, I'll turn the floor over to you all. Mr. William, Mr. Sosi. Response? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Simpson. Well, recently, the downsizing, Mr. Mayor probably went through the report about the downsizing, so especially Shiprock, the size of that old place where what is that? Ace Hardware is now. So
Okay, hold on. We've got quorum now, so we're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. Just hold your response. We do have quorum now. At 10:58. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Sure, Vice Chair. I'm a Vice Chair and RDC committee members. Roll call for the Resources and Development Committee of the 25th Navigation Council regular meeting, June 30th, 2025. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna N. Claw. Present. Thank you. Honorable Shauna N. Claw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So. Yes, thank you. Honorable Otto So is excused. Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson, we have 4 members present upon roll call and 2 members excused. Honorable Vice Chair. Johnson.
Thank you, Ramona. We're gonna take a invocation. Colleagues.
Goshi, achieving citizen dole. A genre like question system fashion like in the but other yet a back one in J citizen dole. A number of dole other code. Yamana has done a job on C case code other code a sort of phone the street or not the a sort a but certain in dole. A code in that job by year for the bubble one. Pandemic to code na prochita haloniki ada code jono nan saiki to code HGA this tahiki so when the A so ability to this out of hala a the hidden a job yet on C case out of a one has aniki to code yet a bit out code a begin eat on this hala a code a ada as tweedo sani a ada bananish a bedate the corner the Madam Chair Jesus the corner Dr. Andy Nez a topic on the shade up as one other list yet a corner on each issue the hits an every day heat of it yet a heat corner much a benigni the corner needing that a large at a cadence at the corner for the speaker curly so a highest hit of the a Hana shift of a yet a heat so a job needs an other arts much a poking on the spade so other cool not so a does it so a so a coding on this other for the RDC committee though couldn't have the she so a it didn't eat all this other yet a heat out coding on this coding and a man son a good call a by yes here other coding and talk to coding this check arts much a yat a shine lad other arts much a cool a job but I need some do cool yat a git other arts much a cool in one had adi do cool that eto arts much a can on the shuffle other yes a lot so a dot finish do coding yat a git cool a chin and delicate is though a arts much a cool shayat and a sort of a begin legal this a good age it's what isn't dole. Journalistically, journalistically.
Yeah, thank you. Number 5 for providing invocation this morning at this time. Number 2, recognizing guests and officials. I'm we're going to move on to number 3, review and adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee. This is your proposed agenda for June 30, 2025. It's a regular meeting and it's via teleconference. Also presiding is the Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, Vice Chairman. Place NDOT Senator John Pinto, Boardroom, San Benito, Navajo Nation, New Mexico. 1, call the meeting to order. The roll call the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. There are none. 5, receive reports. A, follow up report on the financial operations of the Navajo Arts and Crafts NACE Enterprise. Presenter is Jerome Sosi, Chairman, Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise Board with NACE CEO JT Willie and others. The first bullet is staff turnover rate. The second is accounts receivable turnover rate.
The third is projection for sales. The fourth is bubble chart for sales for the past 2 years. The fifth is dividends paid to the Navajo Nation since its establishment. And then the final bullet is board members' information, term expiration dates and vacancies. B is illegal dumping concerns. Presenters are Stephen at City Director, NEPA, and with Warren Roan, NEPA, and Frederick Sherman and Roger DeHosie, Fort Defiance grazing officials. 6 old business none, 7 new business. A, legislation number 0067-25, B, legislation number 0152-25. And then 8, close of this session, written announcements, adjournment. The next meeting is July 7th, 2025. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for reading that into the record. Peggy, at this time, colleagues, can I get a motion? A motion by Honorable Simpson, a second.
Second.
Got a second by Honorable Claude. This time, colleagues, are there any amendments to this agenda? There will be an amendment, Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, committee members. If I'm in order, I'd like to make a motion that we have an amendment 1 to the agenda to create a consent agenda for the 2 legislations that are on the agenda. I believe that the first one, 0067-2125, goes to Budget and Finance Committee for final approval. And the next one, we do have final approval, 0152-25, if that's okay. Thank you. That'll be my motion, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. At this time, we have a second to this motion. It was second by Honorable Simpson. Okay. Any questions?
So both of these are.
Any question?
No. Other ones.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, there is no questions regarding this motion. I'd like to go to take this to a roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Shawna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shawna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative. They're opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention from Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ramona. Going back up to the main motion. We do have a motion by Honorable Simpson, second by Honorable Claw. Are there any additional questions regarding this agenda, colleagues? Chairman Ness?
Perhaps I should have had in there as well, but I'll go ahead and motion for amendment 2 to move new business up before reports so we can take care of the consent agenda. That'll be my motion.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. At this time, is there a second to amendment number 2?
Second.
That was second by Honorable Claw. Any questions regarding this amendment? There's no questions, colleagues. We'll go to take it to a roll call vote for amendment number 2.
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on amendment number 2. Honorable Shawna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shawna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 member, Vice Chair's abstain, and that is the vote. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. At this time, colleagues, the motion does carry for amendment number 2. At this time, going back up to the main motion, we do have a motion and a second. There'll be any questions regarding this agenda? There is no questions at this time. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Mona?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on the main motion, Arnold Schwartz, how do you vote? Three, thank you, Arnold Schwartz, votes three. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Danny Simpson votes three. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez votes three. Vice Chair will have three members voting in the affirmative, they're opposing, two members views, and one abstaining from Vice Chair. That is the vote of Vice Chair. Is that nothing?
Thank you, Ramona. The motion does carry. We do have an agenda, an approved agenda for today. At this time. Moving on to number 4, review and adopt the journal. There's none. Moving on to number 5, which is new business. And we're gonna go to a consent agenda for number 5.
I need to read these.
And we'll go ahead and have our RDC advisor, can you read that into the record?
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution, 25th Navigation Council, 3rd year, 2025. Budget and Finance has final authority, introduced by Rick Nez. Tracking number 0067-25, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the internal audit of the gone chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. And it has all of that reference attachments to it. So the second legislation is Resources and Development Committee has final authority. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 25th Navigation Council, 3rd year, 2025, introduced by Speaker Curley and co-sponsored by Brenda Jesus, and also further co-sponsored by Danny Simpson. Council delegates, tracking number 0152-25, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee confirming the appointment of Ms. Patricia Slim to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission as Fort Defiance Agency Commissioner pursuant to Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission Plan of Operation be it enacted. Section 1 authority, A, the Resources and Development Committees, a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 and see section 500A. B, the Resources and Development Committee has final authority to confirm appointments of members to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission in NWRC 2 and C section 501B9 and resolution C GSC AP 07-04 article 5B section 2 findings. A, according to the plan of operation for the NNWRC, the Speaker of the Navajo Nation has authority to appoint 2 members to the NNWRC resolution GSC AP 07-04 article 5A. B, the Speaker of the Navajo Nation is authorized to appoint 1 commission member from the Navajo Nation Fort Defiance Agency to the NNWRC GSC AP 07-04 article 5C. C, each NNWRC member shall serve for a 4-year term pursuant to the NNWRC plan of operation pursuant to GSC AP 07-04 article 4C. D, Ms. Patricia Slim fulfills the requirements to be appointed as the Fort Defiance Agency Commissioner of the NNWRC. Ms. Slim's letter of interest to be appointed to the NNWRC and her resume, which demonstrates that she fulfills the requirements for her appointment, are attached as Exhibit A. B, the Speaker of the Navajo Nation has appointed Ms. Patricia Slim as the Fort Defiance Agency Commissioner of the NNWRC. Speaker Crystalline Curley's NNWRC appointment letter for Ms. Slim is attached as Exhibit B. Section 3 appointment. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby confirms Speaker Crystal Lynn Curley's appointment of Ms. Patricia Slim in accordance with Exhibit B to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission for a four-year term as the Fort Defiance Agency Commissioner pursuant to the NNWRC Plan of Operation. So all of the attachments that are referenced in the legislation are attached. Vice Chair, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Peggy, for reading that into the record. At this time, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and take a roll call vote on the consent agenda. A motion,
Motion.
Second.
and a second by Honorable Simpson. So we have a motion by Honorable Paul, second by Honorable Simpson. At this time, colleagues, we're gonna go ahead and take it to a roll call vote. Mona?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on the made motion. Honorable Shawna Antoine, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shawna Antoine votes green. Honorable Dane Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Dane Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Go get Rick Nez, vote green.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair with three members voting in the affirmative. Zero opposing, two members excused, and one abstention. Vice Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Ramona. The motion does carry for the consent agenda. Okay, moving on to number 7 or number 6. Old business, there is none. Moving on to number 7, which is receive reports. We are in the middle of the report for Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise. They have about 9 minutes left. And there was a question from Honorable Simpson. And they're gonna go ahead and continue the response. So we'll take the motions. Got a motion by Honorable Nez, second. Second by Honorable Simpson. So we're in the middle of a response, so we'll go ahead and resume the response from the nice CEO and the board chair. So you have the floor, the response.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. Honorable Simpson. So, I will defer my question to Mr. Glady fully answer that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Honorable Simpson for the question. Honorable Cloud for the prayer. Opening of our meeting this morning. As had mentioned earlier, going off of Chairman Sosi's comment about the shipbox store location. At the time, our shipbox store was in its current facility. However, the lease was not renewed for us, so we had to move to a new location, which is just around the corner there. And you are correct. There is no traffic at that particular location. And that's one of the initiatives that we are working on. I do appreciate your comment about the status of the enterprise. Does this continue? And I want to elaborate on that. And I appreciate the insight to the longevity of this enterprise. 1941, the enterprise was established, but it was a guild. The guild at the time was created to flourish Navajo-made jewelry, to promote and to house Navajo-made products. This was made in Wingate, New Mexico, in line with, at the time, the BIA program had students going through there learning how to make jewelry. And the concepts of Navajo bracelets, Navajo concha belts, stamping, dyeing, all those necessities that you see right now in the techniques of Navajo jewelry making. And from that, 1962, the enterprise became what it is. It formally was established as an enterprise of the Navajo Nation since 1962. And then it ran through the decades with different guidance from the government, as well as an oversight the entity did close at one point during the seventies and eighties. And during that time, the director, Mr. Smith, Raymond Smith, had revamped the entity. And the entity was reborn again into the eighties, nineties, into the 2000s. And going off of the comment of the longevity of this entity, the way the entity operates, it operates in that mindset that it still needs to be the channel for Navajo jewelry. And it is, and it should always be. But being an artist myself and also listening to Shamantai, Chairman Nez's comment earlier in the lobby is that he's gonna go back to the Herd Museum this year. That's what our entity should be supporting, is our artisans at that level, competing with other tribes, competing with other countries. Cause you can't find Navajo in no other place than Navajo. Navajo is popular no matter where you go. Navajo brand, Navajo name, the Nebuchadnezzar, everything about it, and you are correct. Our priority should be in Canton. It should be a welcoming location because of the traffic of tourists that come through that area. And so going back to the comment of where do we move the enterprise here forward? And being an artist of over 30 years, I wouldn't be at the point where I'm at if I didn't have such support systems as what used to be known as the IACA, the Indian Arts and Craft Association. They groomed me as an artist. Nowhere on Navajo was I groomed other than the workshops that my Che taught me how to make what I do. No other place taught me to weave rugs like how my mother wove rugs. No place in Window was able to do those things for me. You really opened up a whole new channel of thinking for me now, because taking it back to where the guild was established to do what it does. And Miss Ramona Nelson participated in one of our workshops recently over the spring on how to make a 5-stone turquoise bracelet, and she was featured in the Navajo Times. So she's a renowned artist now. And we also taught 40 other people how to do such things. So do we look at profitability continuously and look to pay back the nation by dividends? Or do we change the mission of the enterprise to be that guild once again, to cater Navajo art moving forward? Because the IACA was created to do such. The Indian Arts and Craft Association, it dissolved, unfortunately. It dissolved before COVID because people became more mainstreamed. They became more social media fluent. They dissolved back in 2018. And I was one of their artists of the years, and it was the best award to ever receive as an artist because of that. And no other individual after me have the opportunity, young artists. But NACE should be that one to do such for our own Navajos. We're currently offering a scholarship for Navajo artists who are going to the Indian market because it costs to be there. So we put out a notice that we want to reimburse your booth fee if you're going to Santa Fe. That's where our money should be going. Our money should be going into such programs. The Indian market is called SWIA, Santa Fe American Indian Arts Association. They're also nonprofit. The Herd is a nonprofit entity in Phoenix. It's a museum, it's a guild, and they do the same thing. But our own tribe doesn't have that. The mission of the enterprise has become more profitability over its quality. And that answers the question of the antique shelves. We want quality product over mass quantities. We're able to do such if we're able to educate and promote the technique moving forward. And I think this is where we started. I think with the support of the oversight committee of gearing this enterprise into that, I don't know if you would call it a nonprofit, but back to a guild mindset to do what it does to house, because I see each one of our locations being such things, being a place, a hub similar to Change Labs, And I've worked with them in the past where people come in to learn to become entrepreneurs. And that's exactly what we did this past spring. And that was one of the concerns from the oversight from RDC was, how are you teaching people how to do business with you? So we had the workshops, we're still conducting the workshops. We should be doing such, and so we have the art markets. But, thinking in a business mindset, why would you have an art market when you sell jewelry already? You don't want them competing with you. And it is true, our numbers decline when we have art markets, but to see a vendor sell out at our art market, that was worth every investment that we could do to bring those 40 vendors each time we have a host to market at our store locations. So as we move forward, we're going to continue to do such. So we manage our financial responsibility to both the entity and to how we put money aside to promote such things as the workshops, because it costs to buy the products for the material, and how to reinvest that money back into young artists. And as we move forward, we have a workshop that we're gonna do next week with all of our team members, and we're gonna talk about how we gear towards, and this is something that I'm exactly gonna bring up, because how do we move back to that mindset of it being a guild to promote Navajo art? So thank you for that, Honorable Simpson. Mr. Vice Chair, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for your response, and I'd like to right off the coattail of Honorable Simpson's question. Thank you for your response. I come from a small, beautiful God's country community of Cameron, Western Navajo. 4.7 million visitors a year. 2022, 4.7, 2023, 4.7 million, 12,966,000 visitors a day. So why would you take Mace from Cameron to Tuba City? I want Mace back in Cameron. I want our own, just like you said, our own jewelry back, and it's more, I don't know, more than a prime location, right there, 6489. And 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 that contribution of that tourism to the local economy was $768 million. And supporting over 10,000 jobs, creating a cumulative economic impact of $1 billion. It's probably like the most prime location. But we need to create the infrastructure, we need to create that welcoming environment, where that building is and where that little Parks and Rec Hogan is, and just create building new structure, something that that will capture all that, and create something that that will support the enterprise as well as the local vendors, the community, or the tourism, the tour guides. There's just so much opportunity there, that I've been reminding DED, that there's the potential there. So, but I just wanted to hear your future plans for that location, and also if you could provide me the business side lease. Is it current? Is it expired? I want to get a better understanding of the site control that your enterprise has there. And also, I really do appreciate the art markets that you host here in Wonder Rock, and that's something that I like to visit the local vendors, and it really does help them as well, and puts food on the table and pays for their bills and stuff like that, and I do commend your team for hosting those venues. So I look forward to more venues in the future. So if you could just respond to that. And then one last thing too. We are, I did get to meet the Navajo Gaming Enterprise, the people that take care of all the gift shops, all their the casinos and stuff like that, and they asked me and Chair Seuss about where can we find vendors to, I'm just like, here's our card. And I'm just like, okay, I think I'll just pass this over to Mr. JT Billy and they can work on that. So I just wanted to put that out there. So if you could go ahead and get a response, Mr. Wood, thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chair, for your questions. Current plans for Cameron. Our Cameron location had closed before COVID. The CEO at the time had looked to relocate that location, and there is still concerns for infrastructure support.
Mhm.
The water line currently runs off a water well, and the goal for that location is to get it upgraded and up to par for it to be. It's also a location where we look to host the Navajo brand appeal there and at the Key Ancestor location. That's been part of our visual plans for this year. And for the particular Tuba City location, that venue opened up as a pop-up location. It opened up as a pop-up location pending on sales. But over the past few years after 2020, those sales have since declined, which resulted in its closure. And of course, with the lack of workforce needed to support that particular location because it was located off the main tourist corridor for Navajo Arts and Crafts. So it is a goal for us to get back to Cameron as soon as possible. The business site lease is a whole BIA lease that's issued to the entity. We can provide documentation for that location plus Tinley, Pianta, and Wonder Rock. In addition to the gaming, and I'm glad you brought this up. Now, we have reached out continuously to all entities of Navajo to collaborate. Being the oversight committee, I do believe you know very well that sometimes enterprises don't collaborate too well.
Mhm.
And given that can provide handmade product, that's always been our goal, is that the Eagle Club members that earn the TNR rewards at Fire Rock should be Navajo Arts and Crafts.
Mhm.
Where that happens and who controls that conversation on that end, we have yet to discover that. But that really should be NACE. The showcases, the gift shops, we're ready to provide. We were at one point where we solidified an appointment for a wholesale purchase that fell through. We never had the individual show up to make their purchases for the resort at Twin Arrows. We reached out constantly to several folks to collaborate together. We're currently in our board chair. Zoe's on the road with his personal job, but has been working with the hotels that are coming up over there in Shanto, as well as the Danahoto location shopping center. There's an empty location there. We've reached out to the individuals to collaborate again. However, we haven't heard back on initiatives moving forward, setting up appointments to want to provide. Because Navajo Arts and Craft does produce its own line of products that we're able to use through a wholesale collaboration. We've also tried to do such with other entities to carry the products. Before, we used to carry nappy products back in the early 2000s. We used to carry the blue corn meal products, and we used to carry other products that came from nappy through an awards program that we had during the time. We currently do carry such products, but they're done with a Navajo entrepreneur, Blue Nadon Sweets. We do carry their products throughout our stores. As I mentioned, I do appreciate the comment about the Denver market. We're looking to expand to Chinle next, and then move over to Kianta into the summer months, and then around the Shiprock, and then back to the Woodrock store location. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Vice Chair.
Goldings. That's the Navajo Nation owned property. Do you guys have your jewelry there?
Mr. Vice Chair, we, at the time when the Goulding's project was being finalized, we did talk to Mr. Sapp. I'm unaware of his current status of employment right now, the entity, but we did let them know that we are ready to provide. Under the previous owners, we were in the final processes of providing them wholesale products. However, after the purchase of Goulding's, that has since changed for us. Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Willie, for your response. At this time, colleagues, any other questions regarding this honorable call?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you to RDC members and also to Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise for presenting the report here today. And then also, thank you to Mr. Willie and then Mr. Sosi for being here in attendance on behalf of the NACE group. So I want to go ahead and just confirm that we have on this sheet that was provided here that we have Prom Point Store, Gallup Store, and Tuba City Store that is closed. So based on these numbers, if they are closed, then that number of the employees that were, I guess, terminated, or did they go RIF? Did they go to other locations? Because I think your number for 5/17/25, the turnover rate, is actually higher if you did terminate individuals or if they were given the opportunity. So if you could just clarify on that section there. And then in regards to the net sales, I think that RDC, we did issue a directive to have the audit complete. And in here it states that it would be done September 2025. So with that, if you can just go ahead and explain your unaudited May 2025. You have your average, the net sales, the turnover, and then the turnover days. And your turnover days are slightly higher than the audited 2021 and 2022. So how does that turnover day affect your sales? If you could explain that as well. And then also seeing on your gross sales, the unaudited, what month did your 2025? What month did that end? Because that's at 6,661. So should we anticipate that to be a little bit higher? And how are those numbers calculated? And then when you go to the bubble chart that it says our gross profit per location. And then as I'm looking at this, your actual sales per location, it looks like Winderock, Chinle, Kienta, and Crom Point, they had above 50% or at 50%. And if you look at Winderock, although that's their highest grossing, you have the largest number of employees there. Whereas, and then I would correct Chinle, Chinle. So just for your future reference. And Chinle only had 5 employees, but they were at 53%. Kienta has 2 at 53%. And then Prom Point has 0 at 51%. So to me, I don't know if this was an accurate projection, Or are the statistics skewed on that part? So if you could explain that as well, so that I have a better understanding. And then as far as sales tax that were paid, I think in 2025, you have $28,303.73. So this is from a consolidated from all locations that was paid to the Navajo Nation. Is that correct? That would just be my question for that portion. And then the insurance payments made to the Navajo Nation. I see that we have risk management that's paid. You have auto policies. And I've never seen a marked vehicle with the NACE emblem. So are you driving in vehicles that are marked with the Navajo Nation seal? Or do you have your own logo that's put on these vehicles? So that would be another question. And then we have the manual, it says manual checks, okay. Or are these, okay, I see what it is. So auto generated and manual checks. Okay, so if you have a consistent payment for insurance, then can you explain why you're generating manual checks versus auto checks? Automatic generated checks, because in here it differentiates, and what would be the cause for that differentiation? So that would be my next question. And then going to the payroll deductions remitted to the Navajo Nation. So the Navajo Nation keeps a 5% fee. And so I think there was a question that was asked regarding the dividend. And your statement was that NACE does pay 5% back to the office of the controller. However, if I remember correctly from your previous presentation, that 5% that is paid to the Navajo Nation is because you have an account with the Navajo Nation. So it's not necessarily, it's within your contract with the Navajo Nation. So in a way, you can't count that as your dividend payment. And so those are the questions that I have. If you could clarify that. And then once I get those answers, then I will have follow-ups. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clow. To the floor to our presenters, Mr. Louis, Mr. Salter. Response.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chair. Otto, thank you, Honorable Clark, for the questions. To confirm, Gallup, Crown Point, and to the city, yes, those are current closed locations. Go back to the number of employees per location. I can take you to the chart that indicates the number of employees per area. All of these particular locations that did close, the employees were offered relocation. They were offered a different work site, and given that we follow the Navajo NLR requirements for such. So therefore, we did have folks move to other locations, such as at the time when Crown Point did close, they moved to Gallup, and when Gallup did close, they moved to Window Rock or the Shiprock location. So therefore, you see that in the staff turnover rate as well as in relation to the bubble chart. The quantities of employees for the Crown Point location, the Gallup and the Tuba City location had folks that were no longer located at those locations. Through the quarters of the operation of the entity, there were a time when employment recruiting was not successful for the enterprise. So therefore, we did have folks relocate from the other store locations to work at those particular locations during those times. So at the time of closure for FY 2024, they did not identify an employee working full-time at those particular sites. I do apologize for the misspelling of the Cheney location. And in line with the bubble chart question again, Navajo Arts and Crafts for the Winter Rock store location does have 16 employees in relation to its 50% sales. Of course, partial of that contributes to the number of sales for that location. However, we also have other staff members that work at this location in line with sales associates. So the sales associates, we have an estimate average about 8 to 10 that cover the floor. And then the rest, 4 to 6 cover what we call the accounts receivable location. The accounts receivable are the representatives that usually maintain the customer accounts, the supervisor. At the time for 2024, we also had staffing located at the Winter Rock location that were administrative assistants, as well as other folks who operated the phones for the particular Winter Rock location, as well as the other locations throughout the enterprise. Our accounts receivable turnover rate. As you can see, going back to the audited areas in line with the audit, and to answer the question about audit as well, we did have the directive to complete the audits for 2021 and 22. We have completed those and submitted them to the Office of the Controller. At the time, we were in the process of finalizing an agreement with a financial firm to assist the enterprise. That is Noonan Associates, as well as our EDW. We did issue out a call for audit, and the call for audit the selection was made to RDW to work with the enterprise on completing its audits. So therefore, we have been diligently working on finalizing the 22 audit, which has been complete. We couldn't move forward with the 23 audit until we had successfully completed the 22 audit. So therefore, we're anticipated to complete the 23 audit by the end of this week, which will then allow us to start. And we did have the opening conference for the 2024 audit, and we're looking to have that complete within our current quarter. Our second quarter ends today, and we move to our third quarter. So by the end of 23, by the end of September of 2025, we should have the 2024 audit complete. That also falls in line with the performance audit that we're working on with TAP International. They have been diligent working with us on providing them the financials as well as other needed necessities for the final audit expectations. That coincides with their timeline. Their timeline for completion is estimated at about September of 2025 as well. And that audit firm was selected by the Office of the Auditor General, and that's who we're currently working with. And our accounts receivable turnover, as well as our sales projections for May unaudited, these are currently working towards by May. So we have these by the end of May of 2025. I do apologize that we didn't label that correctly, but we do have projections up to those points. What I can do to also solidify the responses to provide the balance sheets as well as the current finances for the entity from our audit firm, who are also joining us on the line. So Noonan Associates, Joaquin Noon and his team can finalize a draft together to provide for the oversight committee. And if we could get that out currently as I speak, that would be great. So I do have my Marcus, our government liaison, working with us as well to document anything that we do need to provide for the oversight committee. As we move to the sales tax, to answer the question about sales tax paid, the ending total there is the 28,000 is based off of all entities, jurisdictions that we pay sales tax to. So in this case, the estimated is for the Navajo Nation, which is 20,000, and then for the Kayenta location is $8,303. Given that Kayenta has its own tax jurisdiction, our Kayenta sales tax does go to the township located there in Kayenta. The same goes for each one of our years reported on which jurisdiction that we were paying taxes to, and the total rate at the end of the year of what those grand totals are for each of those particulars made there. In line with the insurance payments, The manual and auto is basically based off of which accounts we are using. Depending, we do house accounts with Native American Bank and we do have accounts with Wells Fargo. So depending on where we're at with payments to the nation, our auto payments are those that are put already automated, generated to the Office of the Controller on behalf of risk management. And the manual payments are those made for transfers from one account to the next and then paid out to the entity based off of the insurance. And there are different types that we do pay premiums on, which are the liabilities, the workman's comp, and of course, based off of the current infrastructure facilities located throughout the nation, our warehouse, our production facilities. We also have cybersecurity. We also pay insurance into facility management for each area. I do apologize. All of our vehicles are identified with the NACE logo. Our maintenance vehicle, our warehouse vehicles, our delivery vehicles, each one of those does have a logo placed on each one of them, with the exceptions of one vehicle that does do pickups off reservation. We tend to keep the logo off for safety of personnel. Given that it says Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise and where this vehicle goes to pick up Hamilton products for us, drop off deliveries. Also jewelry pickups from artist vendors that we purchase from outside of the reservation. We do have a unit that's not marked for those pickups for the safety of staff. But we do have the magnetic stick-ons that do go onto the vehicles if we need to place those back on. The 5%, that is the administrative fee that is applied to the payroll deduction program. That is located on the last page. This, and I do apologize for misspeaking, is not a dividend payment to the Navajo Nation. This is, and you are correct, an agreement between the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise to manage its payroll deduction program. This 5% is withheld every bi-weekly when it comes to the enterprise on behalf of the nation. How that 5% administers on the nation side was outlined under the previous controller. We were in agreements of wanting to eliminate the 5%, so we eliminate the finance charge for the consumer altogether. We did create a new program. The new program looks to eliminate the 5% altogether and do a direct to customer entity payment plan, similar to Afterpay, similar to Klarna, all those other Afterpay programs that are used throughout different retail companies. Our program is called the PCA, Personal Customer Accounts. If I missed the question, I do apologize. Delegate Claw, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley, for your response. At this time, forward to Honorable Paul for follow-ups.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Willie. I'm gonna go back to the sales tax paid for 2025. So again, you differentiated all of the stores at Total Navajo Nation, TNN. And then you have Kienta, which is separated at $8,303.73. So based on my calculation here, it looks like 6% would be that your total sales is around 350,000. And if you break that up into how many stores you have, that's very concerning because that's a low sale rate. And I think when we came together at Pinon, we received a similar report. And that report, we had asked for a better projection of what is paid
I'm interested to see what the salary is for a CEO. I'm also interested in knowing about the board stipend. I'm also interested in understanding why there was no communication made to the Resources and Development Committee on why the position was never filled. There was no advocacy from NACE to fill that position. We have 4 members here present. I'm sure that any one of my colleagues would have been interested to sit on the board. However, there was no attempt made to communicate this vacancy. In addition to that, I do see no information on the net profit. And that will help us understand what you're paying for your administration costs. And just as you mentioned, the insurance and all of that. So we're only given a segment portion of the financials here, and I think that just speaking for myself, I am concerned about this. And so I have issued a directive, and I know our legislative council is working on that. So if you could just respond to that, those questions that I had asked on why there was no communication made. And then also your plans moving forward. There's been concern from some of the employees that they've not had any increases in their pay as far as maybe, I know Navajo Nation, they have step increases, they have merit bonus, they have just a general wage increase. So when was the last time employees of NACE received an increase in their salary or a raise? And are there any discussion at the board level on some of those incentives for our employees? In addition to that, I am also concerned about leases for the existing locations. And I can speak for Chinle, since that is in my area. I know that there was a proposal from another business owner to engage in development in that particular area. However, came to my attention that the lease has not been addressed. So as a board member and president, Mr. Sosi, how do you plan on addressing the leases for these locations all across the Navajo Nation? And in your financial report, we would see what you're paying for your lease totals. I don't know if anything has been received from the Navajo Nation as far as the lease payments, but even that is missing from this report. Another concern is that, and this is usually the case, but as a delegate, you get information. And I think a lot of times we rely on the CEO to give us the facts of it. But even to the point where your own employees were also concerned that they were not allowed to have discounts anymore. And if you could go into detail about that, whose decision was it to take the discounts away? And was that because of your sales factor? Or whose decision was that? Again, the board would have had to concur. So if we could hear from our president as well, how you were part of this decision making in stopping these discounts. So those are my questions, and I'll go ahead and do a follow-up, but if I could get those answered, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll call for your questions and your comments. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to our presenters. Mr. Wolf, response? Mr. Stossy?
Thank you, Honorable Law and Vice President, or Vice Chairman Johnson. To address your question about the board, about the stipends, not stipend, but discounts. It was a sales related decision. So looking at how much discounts are offered for employees and nationwide, that number was extremely high. So and that just kind of goes back to us trying to make nice profit again. So, and this is why a lot of stores we had to close because it was mainly just a financial decision. Because, and we are finding out the point where we are making money again and profitable. So, but I will address some of your concerns to the board at our next work session, which is next week. So, and if you do request a follow, we'd be happy to give a follow on that. And I'll refer to Mr. Willie regarding all the other issues.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chair, and also thank you, Mr. Sosi, for the response. In regards to the net sales, the audited portions, as well as the information that's being requested, I have put that request into our finance team, who is also on the line, and will provide a comprehensive review. I'm hoping by the end of the day today, or within the hour. I did ask at the time it was being requested of by Honorable Claw for the comprehensive current updated budget, as well as also the financials for current unaudited balance sheets for the members of the RDC committee. Also to talk about the communication with the oversight. At the time I came in at the end of 2022. And at the time, I do apologize, but I wasn't too fluent in the processes for how this works, working with the oversight committee, working with my board. I do want to say that before I did come on board, before I accepted the position, I'm not one to put blame or put any sort of bad representation on predecessors or previous oversights management. But that process was never carried through. And I think that happens a lot when it comes to tribally run entities, organizations, Navajo Nation, what have you. And it's no fault to my board too on how that process worked, because even before my tenure being at the enterprise, our board had been pretty much of its operations and its status. And of course, now being very forefront and transparent with my board, providing all these updates and necessary things. I mean, even to speak about when I last brought up to the oversight committee was the need for correct policies and procedure. The need for a correct plan of operation. And that was one of the things that you had tasked me with, was to get a accurate plan of operation, because you got a copy of the outdated plan of operation that recognizes Economic Development Committee as an oversight as compared to resources and developments. So therefore, we have been modifying and updating and innovating the plan of operation to reflect changes that would require intense overview with the oversight committee to work on the modifications and acceptance of the new plan of operation for the entity. And that also results in our current board statuses as well under appointment processes for how it works, because on the current process for how it works, the notice does go to the president, and the president issues a notice to the EDC, and then the EDC chair is the one that's the final approval. That's an outdated process. And of course, that modification does need to come for oversight or approval and change. In addition to that, the last time we did a COLA was 2024. It was a COLA increase that was approved by the board at the beginning of the year. Even though the enterprise had slower sales, we did approve a COLA increase, and this was only for employees that worked on the sales floor. So if anyone who had the position title of sales associate or store manager, store assistant manager, district manager, were the ones for oversight who received the COLA increase at the time. Anyone administrative, administrative assistants, anybody else, they did not have the COLA increase awarded to them. In addition to that, the discount, we do have a district manager. So since we brought on our financial team, that's been one of our areas of improvement, as Mr. Sosi had mentioned on financial projections, financial overviews, financial management of the entity is the number of discounts that are issued and how those discounts are issued. And so therefore, what was happening most of the time when we did our marketing is that we did a marketing for new jewelry on social media. But by the time consumers would come into our stores, employees were buying those pieces before customers were able to buy those pieces. So we received a lot of backlash for that, and our opportunity for higher sales, the consumer, rather than receiving an employee discount, outnumbered us many times. And so therefore, that was one of the corrective actions, was to eliminate the employee discount over a 14-day window, not eliminating an employee discount altogether. So the employee does receive the incentive for an employee discount, after which it's been sitting on the rotation shelves for 14 days to be allowed for an opportunity of sale for higher revenue projections rather than it going out the same day. And we were having issues where we had employees hiding products and not being able to make it to the sales floor, and or hiding it for family members or friends. And then using the discount, we had issues where we've had individuals buying product on the employee discount, reselling it on social media at the retail price. So all these things would come back to us in high numbers, and we had folks coming to some employees who were put through the disciplinary process and buying product through them at the higher discounts. And when our finance team did a review of those numbers, noticed that there were higher sales for employee discounts during travel paydays as compared to when our paydays would come around. And so those were areas of red flags for us that led to corrective action to bring it to a 14-day window to allow opportunity for open sales as compared to allowing it forefront like how it used to be. There is another area of concern that is a result of dignitary discounts. However, that's currently going before us at this time. That concludes my report from Mr. West. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, and Mr. Sosi, for your response. On what quality got a poll?
Yes. So thank you, regarding your comment for the dignitary discounts that's going before disciplinary. If you could just, probably when we come back, we'll probably have an executive session when we look at the financials. So during that time, we'll ask questions regarding that, but I just took note of that. And so the other question I have is, does NACE have assets such as houses that are purchased on behalf of the enterprise? And the reason is that there have been reports of disorderly conduct in a housing area where NACE does have a home. So I don't know if that's true, but I just need to know if NACE does have assets as far as like homes that they have purchased. And then also, as you spoke about the manufacturing site, I know for myself, in Pinyon, I made a recommendation that orders for repairs could be entertained. I know at one point they were, but I didn't hear a follow-up report on that, so if you could also address that, if that's going to be something that NACE is going to do again. If not, then if you could just put that on the. In addition to that, there have been also observations of employees. I don't know if you have a wellness program or if that's in your plan of operation, but there've been reports of employees playing volleyball throughout the day. I don't know where this site is at, but you know, our Navajo people, they're really keen on observations. Wado akat the seed a koebit bahazan ishni benafo. They're asking these questions. And so that's another question that I have. And again, you know, I don't know the answers, but those are just some of the things that I think about is if there's employee wellness. But then I think that would only apply to a select few because I know our sales associates, they can't just abandon their coast to go up to St. Michael's to go play volleyball. And so that's been a question, is there some sort of program in place or are the only select individuals that get to participate in that? And actually the other delegates, those other lady delegates and I, we were like, we'll just stop there and we'll play volleyball with them too. And see what it's about, but we don't know. So if you could just also address that issue. And then also, I think another part that did come up is, I don't know if the board sees it as a conflict of interest for employees to also be vendors when they're able to access supplies from NACE. And so there have been reports as well that employees are purchasing supplies from NACE and then they're selling it as their, I guess, their own entrepreneurship. And that probably goes back to what you spoke about regarding employees. But I think the same goes to as far as these complaints have also gone to this administration and at the level of a CEO. So those have been the reverse complaints from employees. And I think that those, if we're gonna apply that to everyone, then I think how are we applying that to the board and maybe the CEO? And then also just very disappointing that we don't have any of the other board members here, which validates the need to remove board members. And that is also within my directive that this committee take action. And whether or not the appointment comes from President Nygren, we will make that recommendation to him. So those are my follow-up questions, and then I also want to see if Mrs. Khan, if you have the directive ready. So Vice Chair, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Just like to thank the presenters, Mr. Willie, for going over the staff turnover rate, the accounts receivable turnover rate, projection for sales, bubble chart, dividends, and board member information. And it seems like we're going off the scope of why we are here, colleagues. And we're asking a lot of questions outside the what's on the report. So I'm gonna leave it up to you, Mr. Willie and Mr. Stolze, if you want to answer those questions that are beyond the scope of this report. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, honorable council. And honorable Ron. So we will probably reconvene at a different time as to maybe a follow meeting or something like that. But I would want maybe one of your the community members to come to the board meeting board meetings that we have in the future. So I hope that will up to you. So come observe, join us. And show how to, show what our meetings are about in the enterprise. Thank you. And, yeah. Okay, hand it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chairman.
Does that conclude your response?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, we'll, put everything else into review, but, I do appreciate all of the, insights. Keep an open mind. As always, I worked in these capacities for a number of years, and so, pretty much well aware as to what I need to improve on, work on, as well as also collaborate all of our efforts towards. And then of course taking well enough notes to generate what we need to do and collaborate, work together. So thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ariana, is that ready to go? Colleagues, we did receive the directive to Naval Arts and Craft Enterprise.
Want me to read it into the record?
Peggy, could you please read that into the record?
Yes. Okay, it says Title II citation, 2 and C section 189B, committee directives shall be limited to matters under such committees' direct oversight and shall be approved by a simple majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and the affected division director within 3 calendar days of committee approval. Directed to the Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise, the Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the CEO of the Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise, NACE, to update the NACE plan of operation. The updated plan of operations shall include a provision for a dividend payment to the Navajo Nation. This task is to be completed in 60 days. That's the reading of the directive.
Thank you, thank you for reading that into the record, and I'm looking at this directive. As I recall earlier, Honorable Simpson stated that we are not able to give a directive to the CEO, only to the board. So should that language include the board?
That's why I left it journal.
Ariana?
Just going back to my.
Can
you
use your mic?
Please. Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. We reference to just having the directive to the Board of Directors is, and also perhaps to the CEO. I am looking at the provision in the code, Title V, section 1503,
And it says the business and affairs of NACE shall be conducted by a board of directors. Then it proceeds to name, I explained who the board of the directors are to me. And so you are right in wanting to insert the term board of NACE board of directors into that directive. And I do think that that is a good idea. Thank you for catching that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Marion. So at this time, our colleagues will go ahead and have Mariana include that into the amendment to update that amendment to have that language inputted. The NACE Board of Directors.
And it has to be sent by email. Okay.
Good. Thank you, Mariana, for that revision of the directive. And we'll go ahead and have Peggy go ahead and reread the directive into the record.
Okay, directive to the Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise. The Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the Board of Directors of the Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise NACE to update the NACE plan of operation. The updated plan of operation shall include a provision for a dividend payment to the Navajo Nation. This task is to be completed in 60 days.
Roll call.
Yep. I make the motion.
Okay, we got a motion for the directive by Honorable Claw. Can we get a second? Second. A second by Honorable Simpson. Any questions regarding this directive? Honorable Simpson, any questions? Honorable Claw, nothing? Let's go ahead and take it to a roll call vote. RDC Committee. Mona?
Yes, Vice Chair will call vote on the directive. Honorable Shauna and Paul, how do you vote? I vote green. Thank you. Honorable Shauna and Paul votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative or opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention from Vice Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ramona, for reading the vote into the record. The motion does carry for the directive. At this time, our committee members, are there any other questions? There's no questions. We can go ahead and go to a roll call vote, accepting the report.
Yes, Vice Chair will call vote on the accepting the report. Honorable Shauna and Claw, how do you vote? Red. Thank you. Honorable Shauna and Claw votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, 2 members excused, Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair?
All right, thank you, Ramona. No, motion does carry to accept the report. Motion does carry, and thank you to the presenters, CEO, JT Willie, and, Chair Board, Mr. Sosi. Thank you. Your excuse. Okay, moving on to item B, receiving reports, illegal dumping concerns. Let's go to the meeting. You have a card? At this time, see the presenters, Navajo PDA Director, Stephen at City, Mr. Warren Brown, Navajo EPA, and Frederick Sherman, and Roger the whole you. For defiance crazy officials. Sure. So who's out here?
There's just myself and Frederick Sherman. Available, and also Tanya Johnson is not listed on the agenda.
She's with, now.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody, and we do have the presenters of nomination EPA here, Mr. Warren Roan, to report on the legal dumping concerns. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, I see that. This question we're going to Mr. Rowan. Do we need executive session on this? What are you going to report on?
Thank you, for the question, Honorable Simpson. We met with, Honorable, Chair, woman Brenda Jesus a couple of weeks ago, and she did mention that this particular topic, should go to executive session due to, potential, enforcement, actions, and EPA on the, responsible party.
Make a motion?
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for that information, Mr. Rowan. And I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session and it'll be for 30 minutes. Motion, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Is there a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Rowan, who will be in executive session? I know there'll be committee members and staff and our attorney. Where do you want the executive session?
Yes, thank you for that, Honorable Simpson. The, representatives from NMPA will be myself, Department Manager, Frederick Sherman, Senior Environmental Specialist with the RCRP program, and Tanya Razi, Environmental Program Supervisor of the Storage Tank Program. The other, two that are listed on the agenda, Director Stephen City, is not here. He's, addressing matters related to, the Oak Ridge fire. And, Robert, the, busy official is, not present. So, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rowan. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you mentioned the individuals that will. He's recommended in executive session, so stay with those names that he mentioned.
Okay. All right, so thank you, Honorable Simpson, and thank you, Mr. Brown. At this time, there is a motion and a second for executive session for 30 minutes. So we'll have the RDC staff as well as our legislative council. We'll go ahead and go with Mr. Warren Roan, Mr. Frederick Sherman, and Anya Yazi. Okay. And we'll be present for this executive session, and so okay, we'll go ahead and have everybody else excused themselves. We're gonna go into executive session.
Go in that room, can we?
You guys want to go into that conference room? Okay, colleagues, we'll go into the conference room next door.
Vote to go into executive session.
Gonna go ahead and take it to a roll call vote. Mona?
Yes, Vice Chair will call vote on the executive session. Honorable Shawna Ann, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shawna Ann, votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative or opposing, 2 members excused and 1 abstention. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ramona. Motion carries to go to executive session. Okay, colleagues, we'll go ahead and go into executive session at 12:37 PM. Good afternoon, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and exit out of executive session at 1:15 PM. Can we get a motion?
Motion.
Second,
Second.
I'm gonna put it to a roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on the accepting of the report. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough, votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
I'm sorry, exiting out of the executive session. Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. At this time, we are out of executive session. Motion does carry. This time, colleagues, do we get a motion to accept the report?
Motion.
And a motion by Honorable Claus, second.
Second.
Second by Honorable Simpson. Are there any questions, colleagues? If there is none, we'll take it to a roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. Motion does carry to accept the report. At this time, colleagues, we are number 8, close of session. Any announcements and adjournments? There is no announcements at this time. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
A motion, Honorable Nez, second by Honorable Simpson. Ramona?
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. Motion does carry, close of session. At adjournment is at 1:18 PM. I'd like to thank those that are here in the conference room with us and also those that are online. Thank you for joining us today. Have a great rest of your evening.
Take a break or you can continue.
Ready to go along to the next one?
legal dumping were observed, such as waste type and proximity to roads, home and waterways. While no cleanup occurred during this period, the collect data will inform future strategies, including the remediation, policy development, and community education to prevent further legal dumping, yeah. And then the semi-annual score is 2. And under the 2, it indicates acceptable. And then under OED's concept, the plan of operation number is there, RDCP 4322. Okay, and then the next page, the table of content B. FY 25 second quarter plans of operation status report. And it lists all the 6 programs. And underneath, the year that the plan of operation had been adopted for all the program is in 2022. And it has that statutory reference number. And at the bottom, under the resource development committee resolution, the number approving amendments to the plan of operation of the division of community development says. Okay, and then they have a notation at the bottom. It says gray color shaded means outdated plan of operation older than 2012. And then the next page, table of content, fiscal year 2025 condition of appropriation and legislative concern report. And the first one, Division of Community Development Administration. Second quarter, they did respond by indicating that check warrant. And then the same way with the second one. Did you guys want me to read it? Okay, the first one, it indicates that the Director of Division of Community Development shall present a written report to the DSP by the end of the third quarter of fiscal year 2025, detailing DC plan for addressing the division, department, and program goal expenditure rate for nomination funds. The report should also identify all laws, regulations, policies, etc. that are hindering a higher expenditure rate, any sanction imposed for the failure to comply with it. COA shall be approved by BSC pursuant to 12 NC section 820R. So the third quarter, the second quarter response, check warrant and ongoing. Number 2, Division of Community Development Administration, the Director of Division of Community Development shall present a written report to DSC by the end of the third quarter of FY 25, detailing PCD plan for addressing how the division and its department and programs are more efficiently and expeditiously spend it ARPA F or F funds. The report shall also identify all laws, regulation, policies, etc. are hindering a higher expenditure rate, any sanction imposed for the failure to comply with it. POA shall be approved by BSC pursuant to 12 in section 820R. And then the third quarter, the second quarter response is checked off and it's ongoing. The third number, the Director of the Division of Community Development shall present a written report to the BFC by the end of the third quarter of FY 25, explaining DCP use of FMIS electronic processes and including the number of item transaction that DCD has used FMIS for, whether FMIS was used by DCD as soon as the need to purchase was identified, and whether DCD has encountered difficulty using FMIS. Any sanction imposed for the failure to comply with this COA shall be approved by the Cleaning Act pursuant to 12 in the UCD section R. And the second quarter is checked off and it's ongoing. And then the last page is, the records, all the divisions. All branches, division, departments and programs, all programs are. Provide reports at the end of every quarter, beginning with the third quarter, the number of employees that receives, the increases. Bonuses and the number of performance evaluation completed in the prior. As well as how the GWA funding was allocated and how the funding is spent. And if there is any employee that is not compensation increases as a result of the program being efficient in performance evaluation. In the second quarter, they're all checked off and it indicate its ongoing status. This completes my report from OEs.
Thank you for your report from OMB. This time. The college, are there any questions regarding this? Yeah, at this time you have 7 minutes to report. Yeah, the floor.
Right.
That's one.
It's only the third time.
Let me reset that. Okay, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Chairman, this.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. We have legislation 0134-25 before us, which is approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. We do have this notebook before us with all the numbers included. So I'll give time over to the Executive Director from DCD, Ms. Yasi.
Hello, everybody. Candace Yazzie here, Executive Director for Division of Community Development. It's nice to see you here. Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, and thank you to our co-sponsor, Delegate Riquinez, and to all my peers here. I do have the DCD staff managers along with me. The green binder that we provided will have some amendments, and we provided the copies of amendments. There are going to be 6 of them. I will go through each exhibit A through B and then we can talk afterwards. So let me go to your summary tab. And you will notice that there's also an admin, SWMD, CHID, ASC, CPMD, NAAD, Navajo chapters tab. You will also notice at the very end our unmet needs, and there is a chapters tab and a CHID tab. The colored papers that we provided will replace what we've already provided. So I'll let you know as we move forward. So go to the summary tab. And I'm just gonna run through each account or is there?
A point of order, Veronica McCall.
Yes, can we get the documents that you're referring to, the updated? Those should be provided to the committee prior to your presentation.
I apologize for that, Delegate Shawna. Ms. Jeff handed out the canary colors for the amendments.
Okay.
So looking at exhibit A, I'm gonna move this closer to me. Looking at exhibit A for DCD administration. One of the first things I did is I looked at what we had in fiscal year 25, and I noticed that for business unit 10 10-8-0-0-1, which is the administration. For fiscal year 26, we received 195,751 more. These costs are expected to cover vacancies in the ECD administration. We have 2 vacancies right now for administration, a senior accountant and the deputy director. The expenditure rate as of today is at 62.37. And I believe in the all report was through March, and Mrs. Nez showed an expenditure rate of 51.74. So I am aware, and so is the staff, of the expenditure rate. Going to business unit 10-8-0-0-3, solid waste. For fiscal year 26, the solid waste program is getting 80,375 more. And these costs are to cover vacant positions. Office specialist is the position. Then we are planning to cover waste disposal services for the chapters. The expenditure rate through June 24th is at 57.98. Whereas OMB through March 31st shows an expenditure rate of 52.13. So that there is progress there. I do want to note that we have advertised the positions and are currently in the interview process for the office specialist on solid waste. Invoices that have been encumbered are awaiting payment. So we have bins out of the chapters right now. Going on to business unit 10-8-0-0-4, that's the community housing and infrastructure department. CHID is actually getting less 765,360 than fiscal year 25. That obviously was a concern of mine, and what this will decrease will be public assistance and some contractual services that Mr. Delgado would utilize at some chapter communities. He has 2 programs, the HIP and the CDBG. The expenditure rate through June 24th is 53.28, whereas Ms. Nez with OMP has an expenditure rate of 41.94. So obviously there. Point of order.
We got a point of order by Honorable Kwan.
Point of order is if we could receive the information that Ms. Yazzie is reading off of. So the report that we have, the official report that was given to the Resources and Development is what was given by Ms. Nez. And so if there's an updated OMB report, then we would need that before us as well. And it would have to be signed from the OMB, Mr. Bial. So that's my point of order. If we could get that copy, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kwan. This time we would like to get an updated OMB report.
I can dash back to the office and fix those out. Get that news gonna come back.
So my point of order would be that if we do not have an updated report, that we just utilize what is being provided here. So we could just stick to what was reported here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Kwan. Sorry.
Sure. I apologize, Delia. I will continue. Business unit 10-8125, Administrative Services Department. The ASC department is getting 100,021,893 less than fiscal year 25. They abolished 1 vacant position with the Administrative Services Center and an administrative assistant. And actually, since the budgets were prepared a couple months ago, we were able to hire 1 administrative service assistant. So right now, our expenditure rate is 63.83. Moving to business unit 108127, the Capital Project Management Department, or CPMD. We're submitting, let's see, it was 260,379 more than last year. So the added dollars we're planning to put to personnel and contractual services. There are existing vacant positions. We have 2 project managers, a registered architect, an engineering technician, and a senior engineering technician. And I know according to my internal reports or my staff, we were at 55.78 as far as our expenditures. Going on to business unit 108128. That's the Navajo Addressing Authority Department. When I looked at that, we had 67,518 less than last year. This reduction is significant to sustain the 3 positions, to avoid any layoffs and maintain services. The rural addressing GIS technician was transferred to DCB's admin budget under business unit 108001 for fiscal year 26. This strategic alignment reassignment, ensures the essential program services continue to support the nation while aligning with available financial resources. The current expenditure rate for the rural addressing is 52.16. Moving to chapters, that's business unit 108014 through 108123. The chapters we are submitting, the comparison was drastic. It was 2,781,999 less than fiscal year 25. This dollar amount is requested in an unmet need. The dollar figures affect personnel salaries and their fringe benefits. So if you go to the unmet needs, under the chapter, Appendix J was revised. And I'll just read what we wrote in Appendix J for the 2.7 million in unmet needs for the chapters. We are submitting this request for supplemental funding to support 49 critical personnel positions necessary for the continued operation of local governance across the 110 chapters. These positions include 15 chapter managers, 15 administrative assistants, and 19 account maintenance specialists. Each of these roles is essential to ensuring the day-to-day functionality, financial accountability, and administrative support of chapter operations. The current funding allocation for fiscal year 26 is insufficient to fully fund these positions, placing essential local government services at risk. To avoid service disruptions and maintain effective chapter operations, the department urgently requests supplemental funding. This support will ensure continuity in local governments and uphold delivery of critical services to our community. So that is for the Navajo Nation chapters. And I do want to point out there is also a tab labeled chapters, and we'll go into that now here. The next business unit number 108014 through 108123 is the Navajo Nation chapter's non-administrative cost. And that one actually got 124,775 more than the previous year. And these costs are anticipated to cover operating, PEP, and funds beyond Object Code 5000. Moving to chapter official, chapter official stipend, which is an account, we're getting the same amount as last year. That, I believe that one is self-explanatory. Going to business unit for summer youth, account number 108014 through 108123. That's the summer youth employment, and that's actually new from last year. $1 million is being distributed to the 110 chapters. I didn't see this in last year's budget. You will notice the distribution in the tab labeled chapters. So if you go to column N, you'll have to pull, it's an 11 by 17 paper, so you'll have to pull it out and open it. And then you'll see the 50-50 distribution in column N. You will also see, going back to the summary page, so if you leave that open, you will, in the special revenue land claims, there was an extra $109, 376 under land claims. And that is shown in column Q on the chapter side using the 50-50 formula as well. Column S under the Navajo Nation chapters shows 363,819 in the chapter spreadsheet that we provided in that section. For a total this year to DCD 37,982,520. Now I'd like to go to exhibit B, which is the next page in the summary. And I believe, let's see, this one, general fund comparative summary, that gets filled out later. I want to go to exhibit C. This is the recommended changes to general fund budget. And that's for our oversight. Exhibit D is a brief narrative, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Exhibit E, which was handed to you in the canary. We revised it last week, and that's where we have the Navajo Nation chapters, and actually the number is different than what's here. 2,782,006 is the unmet need requested. And for ASC under business unit 108125, I'm just gonna read what's written here. ASC is requesting for funding to cover 2 essential personnel positions, an administrative services officer and an office specialist, as well as to maintain 5 vehicles currently in use through the Navajo Nation Fleet Management Department. These resources are vital to sustaining our current operational capacity. The administrative positions are critical to ensuring the efficient coordination and support of departmental functions, while continued access to the fleet vehicles enabled field operations, outreach, and interdepartmental logistics. Without this supplemental funding, we anticipate a reduction in service levels, operational delays, and diminished departmental effectiveness. We urge support for this request to avoid interruption in service and ensure continuity in delivering essential programs to the community. The third unmet need is for CHID, the Community Housing and Infrastructure. CHID is requesting $785,360. The additional unmet needs funding will cover the operations of the department to assist applicants with their housing assistance needs through the Navajo Nation. The budget will cover the direct services, which is the construction section personnel. These funds will also cover supplies and operating equipment for the new office building the administration and construction staff will utilize to operate. Exhibit F is also a revision and is provided in the canary color where we summarized the external funds we're anticipating. So you'll see 4 columns. Column A is the program title. Column B is the amount of fiscal year 25 external funds. Column C is the amount of expected 26 external funds. Column D is our notes. So I'll run through quickly the first program. It's the U.S. Treasury ARPA. Amount of fiscal year 2025 external funds was 112,938,855. Fiscal amount, column C, amount of expected fiscal year 2026 external funds, 41,633,858. This was long-term housing security and home construction and project management. Community development block grant, amount of fiscal year 25 external funds, 3,450,000. Amount of fiscal year 26 external funds, 131,348. Community development block grant for fiscal year 1920, the amount of fiscal year 25 external funds, 7 million. Amount of expected fiscal year 26 external funds, 4 million, 4,498,256. For the community development block grant fiscal year 2018, the amount of fiscal year 25 external funds, 990,775. Amount of fiscal year 26 external funds, 687,340. HIP for fiscal year 2019, amount of fiscal year 2025 external funds, 1,009,177. Amount of fiscal year 26 external funds, 982,058. For HIP fiscal year 2020, amount of fiscal year 25 external funds, 1,554,517. Amount of expected fiscal year 26 external funds, 1,539,915. HIP fiscal year 2021, amount of fiscal year 2025 external funds, 1,547,576. Amount of expected fiscal year 2026 external funds, 1,537,24. Fiscal year 21 ARPA. Amount of fiscal year 25 external funds, 9,916,686. Amount expected fiscal year 26 external funds, 9,710,801.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. At this time, that concludes your 20 minutes. How much more time did you need,
Another 5 minutes would be great.
colleagues? 5 minutes, okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain just a couple things. As I was listening to other budget hearings to RDC, I noticed a few things that I wanted to share that I think is known to everybody, and I just wanted to bring it out on the table. Though Division of Community Development struggles, everybody in DC is doing their best. What I noticed the most was our structure in hosting records management and making sure that we centralize and manage our records, making sure they're secure and so forth. The software that we're using, although it's useful, there are more efficient tools that we could use, and we're currently in the works of learning how other companies what they use so we can better help DCD. And also, as I was learning the staff, there became a lot of questions of the staff to request training. And so we've been focusing internally on a lot of training. The other thing I learned was, as traveling to different chapters, was their request to advocate on behalf of the chapters and request and discuss. And I think everybody, I'm making a big assumption here, but knowing that the continuing resolution really hurt a lot of us, meaning the chapters. So the request of chapter officials, as I have been traveling, was to not have any more. So, and I just wanted to make sure I would let you know on behalf of the chapter officials that I had talked to within the last 6 months since I've been in this position. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Terminus. Okay. Okay, that concludes your presentation of your budget. At this time, colleagues, we do have a question, comment, Honorable Cole?
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. And thank you to, Honorable Ms. for sponsoring the legislation for the Division of Community Development. And then thank you, Ms. Yazzie, for the presentation here today. So I will go ahead and begin with my questions. First of all, I think that just looking at the budget here, one of the things that we see that will remain is, of course, the chapter official stipend. And then also the chapter's non-administrative costs. And then there is a shortfall for our Navajo Nation chapters. And so that's a significant unmet need of 2.78 million. So it's going to go back to the question of how are we preparing our chapters to be more self-sufficient? And throughout the year, I've been working with my chapter and we've been experiencing a lot of the shortcomings based on our own internal policies and procedures. And so going to our Administrative Service Center department under Business Unit 108125, you did mention that there was a expenditure rate of 63.83%. And I'm gonna go ahead and look at their tab here. In here, I see that you have the personnel budget. And you did mention that there is a shortfall. And that would be for one vacant position in office specialists. So within their performance measurements, I'm looking at what they are supposed to be assisting with the chapters. And in here it says to assist 110 chapters with the 5 management system policies and procedures. Each ASC office will be assisting their assigned chapters on updating and implementing their FMS policy and procedure, including internal policies and procedures. And then assisting chapters with corrective action plans. Also providing technical assistance to audited chapters with corrective action plans. And then also assisting officials with trainings. So a big part of this, you do have chapters that are affected with the external funds. And in here, you have $41,633,858. That's under ARPA. So I am not sure on how ASC is working with the chapters to ensure that these funds are being expedited and spent. We have an approaching date of the June 30th, 2026, although it's been encumbered. There are some certified chapters that have those ARPA or otherwise known as FRF funds in their chapter bank accounts. Some of the restrictions are also based on those internal policies. I know for a fact that I have written to ASC several times through emails to try to seek some sort of assistance for chapters, and I've been approached by other various community chapters as well to gain some guidance on some of these policies. One is that you do have within the budget here, there's funding for insurance premiums. So one of the things that I recently brought up was that our chapters, if they're gonna go into their own construction, I have a chapter that's going to be doing their own housing project. But they are told from Navajo Nation Risk Management that DCD has to start the process to obtain the general liability for chapters. I would hope that, with these premiums that are being paid, that ASC would be able to assist with obtaining these the certificates of accord for the chapters. So that's one of my concerns. And so
looking on here, I think ASC does have the largest workforce. You do have a department manager, administrative service officers, administrative assistants, office assistants, senior program project specialists. And then you have a attorney candidate. And so each area agency, they do have their own here. And that workforce total does come up to $1,336,803. So for a significant workforce that carries a $1 million mark, I would hope that we would provide efficiency to our chapters, that we would not become obstructionists to our chapters as they are tasked to draw down these ARPA funds as well as their own general funds. And so when I look on here, I do see travel expense for ASC, and this is for their premiums for their vehicles. I see the amount, and it looks like there is 44,000, 24,000, 16,000. And then office supplies. So one of the things that I will implement is a conditions of appropriations, because I know that these ASC centers, they do need a lot of rehab, in my opinion. I know that, there have been decisions that we needed to come from the administration regarding the usage of funds. And one of them being the CHID program, which I will address later. But we did ask for assistance on a lot of these services. In addition to that, the payment system is also something that I'm very concerned about. So when some of our chapter officials have not received their stipend. Particularly for my chapter, although their money was drawn down, they've not received payment since March. And so if you can put yourself in the shoes of these individuals where they have not received payment, I'm sure you would be knocking at whoever's door if you've not received the payment since March. So to me, that's, a red flag of whether or not ASC is indeed an effective program. And especially with RDC tasked to look at the different modules of government, I think one of the things is that ASC does need to be revamped. Prior to that, I think council did do an evaluation. At one point, they were called the LGSC. And so even that was ineffective. And then it moved over to ASC. And now we're looking at ASC and wondering if that's even an effective program in itself. So I will be issuing a condition of appropriation. Just want to make that known. And so I'll be submitting that to Mrs. Pond. But I wanted to put that on the record so that chapters are aware that this committee does understand their obstacles, that this committee also understands there are challenges, and that the chapter itself, although they are regulated to be certified or even non-certified, that there are challenges that present itself, and we really do need the Administrative Service Center to assist our chapters, especially when it comes to the processing of payment, especially when it comes to the audit of these chapters. And so even in here, I think that ASC is not aware that if a chapter, a certified chapter, it has an SRA, how is ASC preparing these chapters to subtract 2% from their SRA? And I want to know what the plan is from ASC. And that's going to be a conditions of appropriation, is that ASC will be tasked to help the chapters to set aside funding for their audits. Because right now, speaking for my chapter, we've already been audited
And we didn't even have any of those audit funds set aside. Also thinking about the MIP system, which is really outdated and adversely affects our chapters because it's held at the discretion of the MIP owners who are off the reservation. And Ms. Yazzie talked about efficient programs that are existing out there. If you could just address to this committee which program you're looking at, what would be interactive for our chapters? Because in order to get an additional person to sign on to MIP, they pay over $1,000, maybe about $1,400. Where is the chapter going to get money for that? Especially when they're in an audit. In addition to that, what about the modules? So some of these chapters are in the predicament where they commingle funds because they don't have a module differentiation between external and Navajo Nation accounts. And we have asked for ASC to come to our chapter to help us differentiate those types of accounts. And all the response we got was it falls back on your chapter AA. And although I do see training opportunity here, this is only for the administration. What about training opportunity for the AAs at the chapter level? So I think the unmet needs would probably increase because even at the chapter level, they too will need training. But I don't see that included here in the budget. So these are some of the concerns that I have regarding our ASC program. And so I'll go ahead and turn over the time to Vice Chair, and if I could get some of those questions addressed, thank you.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Honorable Claude, and along the same lines of that, I had my own chapter pay for her own training, FMIS training, which I didn't agree with. And I like to really interested in hearing this response here. So I'll turn the floor back over to you, Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, Delegate Fa and Vice Chair Johnson. Those are all great points, and I understand and I hear and feel the need for urgency. The chapter ASC staff are doing their best with what they have. There's a high turnaround rate, I must admit, within our staffing. I noticed within Navajo Nation when I came here is the jumping around of employees, right? If someone's here, they see a different opportunity that interests them and they come over here. So continuous training of our staff needs to happen. It definitely needs to happen. The communication between DCD, CPMD, the different teams that are working on the different funding pots is crucial. And we've been doing our best to make sure that happens. The administrative staff who support or have knowledge of current ARPA projects don't necessarily work on them. They are directed to focus their questions to the appropriate person. So for example, if a CSC is being questioned about bathroom additions or the CHIP housing, they need to funnel it to the correct person, because as we know, the different funding pots vary. I mean, you have bathroom additions from the state of New Mexico, you have it within the citizen, and you have it with section 11. So knowing which funding pot is going to help us direct the questions correctly. So there's behind the scenes, it might not appear as we're coordinating or talking to each other, but we're doing our best to make sure everybody knows. I understand the need for training, within DCD, we did need training. The CPMD staff requested training, so we offered training. It was a 2-day training in Farmington. And luckily for OOC and OMB, the staff was able to come out and provide that training to our city staff. And that is gonna continue with our ASC staff. So slowly the wheels are turning to get our organization so that we're helping and assisting the way we should. So I'll take the responsibility right now as we are doing our best to make that happen. I'm looking at my notes here. As for the stipends, I have to pull my notes and remember at what percentage we are. Last I remember 67 out of the 110 chapters have received all of their allocations. And that might have been a week and a half ago. So Mr. Turner was expecting, and let me look behind me to see if he's here. Oh, Mr. Charlie's here. Vice Chair, if you would allow Mr. Charlie to speak, I'd like him to speak on behalf of the stipends.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Mr. Charlie?
Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Charlin, the ASC Department Manager at ARDC Committee. Good to see you all here today. So due to some of my notes, as Honorable Claw was mentioning, we'll go ahead and just start from the top. Preparing chapters for self-sufficiency. A lot of that does start with their caps and audits and ensuring that we do assist, and ASC does assist them with their step-by-step to their audits as well as cap reviews, all the way down to their exiting of their chapters. So I do know actively right now, there's about 30 to 40 corrective action plans as well as audits being conducted around that nation. By ASC, we are assisting with all of those. And then another thing that was mentioned was trainings. I have advised my staff that yes, the trainings are open to all the administration. Administrative assistants or the 2 chapter staff are welcome to all the trainings as well as the officials. The officials are welcome to the training as well. We don't close it off to them if they wish to attend. But a lot of it does take place between 8 to 5, and some officials do have other commitments or may have full-time jobs at the time, but it is open to them. So I do want to make that clear that it is available to them as well. As far as ASC's plan of operation, we do a lot of monitoring and reviews only with the finances at the chapter level. So that is one of our operations that we do complete. I mentioned there was a little mention about obstruction of payments from the chapters. I'm not too sure how we obstruction. We do monitor for compliance. That is a big factor for ASC is compliance with whatever the legislation or whatever the BIM recommends. So that is what we follow. So at times, yes, we do have to deny a chapter's budget or one of their expenditures due to it being in non-compliance. And I do advise my staff that if you issue one of those, then it must be followed up with the reasoning. So it's usually a compliance issue. And for the 2% set aside for SRAs, we have to get assistance with DED in terms of trying to get that set aside. And as certified chapters, there are 14 SRAs currently out there. And when they signed off, they were all aware that they would have to make sure that 2% did get put aside at the time they signed off for those. The MIP module, it is geared toward the way navigation and the chapters operate. So that's the module that we usually train them on and they're usually using. In terms of the amount paid for users, I will follow up on that. Stipends, so stipends are a fixed cost, so chapters should have the fund there. If there is a delay in it, you just do that, the amount is not in there. And you do understand that sometimes the stipends, though they may have funds in there, they have to be allocated for a proper amount of regular meetings, chapter meetings, planning meetings, agency meetings, and if they have any other meetings allocated, such like special meetings. So it has to be an appropriate number of meetings for that stipend. Let's see. And for the increased for the training that we do provide for the chapters. As Honorable Paul mentioned, we would need a higher unmet need. That is what the travel is, because a lot of chapters do request in-person trainings. They're not very much, they are very much opposed, a majority, let me say majority. Majority of chapters are opposed to virtual and online training that are provided. They much so prefer it in person as well as for the officials. And Honorable Johnson mentioned FMIS training should be paid for. That's offered by an affirmation. I'm not sure why they would have to pay for it unless it's the MIP training you're referring to. MIP training talks about we don't send staff, which are usually your AMSs and your AAs. We don't send them until after they complete their 90-day probationary period. Once that is completed, then we can approve them to go to MIP training, because that is a significant investment. And we see it as an investment for the community by the chapter. So that's kind of why the funds come out of their account for that training. That is all I have for now.
Thank you for your response. Yeah, I believe that, my question regarding that training is, this individual, the chapter manager, has been there for several years, so it's well past 90 days. So if we could follow up on that. Honorable Clerk? Any follow-up? We'll go to Honorable Simpson first, and we'll come back to Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and see. Thank you, Sazi, over here, lovely municipal. Presenting the budget for division community development. It's a quick question here, maybe a couple. Looking at the spreadsheet for chapters. And on your spreadsheet, some chapters will be only allocated 44,000. Some will be okay, 75, these 45 chapters will be allocated 95,000. That's just really, that's just the wages right there. This excluding the fringe benefits next to it. So my understanding comes from our SA council, all positions supposed to be calculated to 2,080 hours. That's what Voice from Finance is looking at right now. I know some of those legislation that we for Voice from Finance were tabled.
Mr. Charlie, turn off your mic.
Go back to relook at their budget, make sure their budget for their personnel, they're at 2,088 hours. Well, with this, and it's a, I understand, it needs to see that. It needs to ask for $2.7 million. And I hate it for you to go, you just pass it the way it is, go to budget and finance, and you kick back. So let me go back one step here. Chelsea, okay, you're the one cites its costs and some of you go in chapter. You decide how much it goes to chapters. Proposed amount of $14 million and the proposed amount of $9,090,090. And it goes back to DC administration, it's all this, all the parts of the division. I know you and your staff look at it, how much we allocate, I'm talking about general funds. General funds, how much we allocated. And it goes back to the chapters. I mean, the way and base amount is allocated to executive branch, let's say branch, judicial branch. I know everyone has problems with it. different lines of the policies, but. I mean, we had a problem with 125 with the continuing resolution. Now, the and basic amount is given to executive branch, let's say branch and district branch, who has a policy. And there's not enough to cover what they're asking for in the budget, instruction manual. And all these positions can be calculated to utilizing 288 hours. So with that, I'm gonna recommend that you go back and calculate, make sure that these are all the positions. Now, there's gonna be unmet needs. There's gonna be unmet needs. Now you go to operation costs, that's what they're gonna ask for. Operation costs and operation expenses. But I guarantee you, when it goes to budget planning, you don't correct it now, resource development committee. That's what's gonna happen, they're gonna kick it back. So with the amount of money that you receive, all your positions should be calculated using the 2,088 hours. So, Ms. Vice Chairman, or if you allow me, I want to ask Mrs. Khan again one time, since we had, division director for economic development, we also had division director for community development. I want Mrs. Khan again to clarify that on the 2,080 hours that I'm talking about. And I want that to be conveyed to the division of economic development and division of economic development, all the comments and questions on me, so I shared it, that's okay.
Well, thank you, Honorable Simpson. At this time, I'd like to defer to our RDC Legislative Council, Mariana Khan.
Okay, that, the provision in the budget instructions manual, fiscal year 2026, which with regard to section 8, personnel budgeting. Personnel budgeting is on page 16. On page 16, section D, personnel budgets by object code, and number 1, regular personnel. A, filled occupied positions. It specifically states in this fiscal year 2026 budget instructions manual. A, filled / occupied positions. Quote, proposed budget amount shall be calculated by multiplying the incumbent's current pay rate by 2,088 hours. And that is the state that is within on page 16 of the budget instructions manual. And it is my understanding that is pretty much 40-hour week full-time position. It does say again, filled / occupied positions, and that is the instructions in the budget instructions manual that the budget are to be calculated in the of course, that goes hand in hand with the fringe benefits. Page 17, paragraph 6, fringe benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, so RC had, thank you, Mr. Khan, for the clarification. So, Mr. Yazzie, so this is filled position, occupied position, so those positions that say, some say 44,000, those are vacant positions, right? If you look at your spreadsheet, first column, you got some, at 44,000, you want this, like news, calculate at $44,000. So are those the vacant positions? Fill positions?
Mr.
Jazzy?
Charlie's right here, so let him answer the question, please.
Charlie?
Alright, thank you. So according to the spreadsheet, we break it down really quick. So those that are at $44,099, those are your non-certified chapters, and the budgeted amount right there is for the CSC position. The one that shows 95,000, those are gonna be your certified chapters, and that's including the AA as well as the chapter manager positions. The 75,000 amount, that's gonna be non-certified, that's including the CSC and the AMS positions.
Honorable Simpson?
Okay, I think Mr. Vice Chair, members already see, let's go back to the Alamo chapter. You got $44,099. For what position is that?
Community service coordinator.
Okay. But their AMS, it's vacant, right?
Yes.
Okay.
At the time I'm sorry, sir.
Wait.
Okay, sorry. At the time we compiled the sheet, the positions that, we listed on the 19th, if you go to, I believe it's the next, it's under chapters for unmet need. It's gonna show that there's 19 AMS positions. At the time we completed this, those were all vacant. Some have been hired since then, but 19 was what when we first compiled this document, it was 19 vacant positions, so we use it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Now going back to, Ms. Vice Chair, I'd like to ask a question to Ms. Khan again. Okay, Ms. Khan, she read out the budget instruction now in reference to calculating these fill or occupied positions, utilizing the hours of 2088. Now going back to a vacant position, what is it supposed to be calculated at? Is it be calculated in a certain amount of hours?
Mariana?
Delegate Simpson and members of the Resources and Development Committee, that particular provision is a lot more wordy. But I will read it to you again on page 16 of the budget instruction manuals. Paragraph E, unfunded positions. Oh dear, I don't have the right. The vacant positions, excuse me. After the filled occupied positions, that's number, paragraph A, paragraph B says vacant positions. Proposed budget amount should be calculated by multiplying the entry level pay rate or step A of the assigned pay grade by 1,044 hours. Prior to filling a vacant position, the position shall have sufficient funds to cover the employee's salary to the end of the program's fiscal year. Again, that is 1,044 hours as step A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Mrs. Khan. And members already see, thank you for that clarification. So I'm trying to get this verified. Now, Ms. Khan, do you have that, for the chapter, do you have that spreadsheet for you? Okay, as Mr. Charlie stated, I'm using Alamo chapter because this is up the. Okay, Ms. Khan. The reason I'm asking this because you're an attorney here. So again, we'll look at the spreadsheet and I'm using Alamo chapter. And we're gonna be allocated for check personnel is $44,099. In accordance with the charting, that's for the chapter coordinator. But there's also another position that's needed. And it's the account maintenance specialist. It's vacant. So they're supposed to put that in their budget. Utilizing the hours of, well, is it 1,044?
Yes.
So that's supposed to be in there. So I believe. The way I'm looking at it right now is that their budget has been. That utilize the 188 for the vacant position, I'm using the account meeting specialist. Utilize the hours of 1,044, that needs to be in your budget. I know you have that on unmet needs. But according to the budget instruction manual. Budget finance will catch that. And what I'm asking for, they're gonna ask for that too. So that's what we're trying to get that correction done here. We're trying to increase the credit benefits too. So again, it goes back to. You guys have to look money. You gotta probably take most of the money for your operating costs, but that can come as your unmet needs. Your operating expenses. I know it's a lot of work, but. I'm trying to get that, where we fix it here in RDC. So Mrs. Khan, I'm not sure you understand what I'm talking about, but am I correct on that? Vice Chair.
Mariana?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Delegate Simpson. As I have read, I am reading from the budget instruction manual, which was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee with regards to compiling this year's fiscal year 2026 budget. And it does provide that particular, what has been summarized by Delegate Simpson, that the filled positions are to be budgeted at a certain amount, and then the unfilled, the vacant position, which sounds like about half the amounts that of hours supposed to be funded out, and that is supposed to be in the budget. And I would suggest asking the Office of Management and Budget. We are the ones who handle this particular situation. I am reading just from the budget instruction manual that is supposed to be used to for compiling this year's budget. And members of the resources and the.
Thank you, Mariana. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, artisan such has a lot of questions, but I'm trying to certify the number in the last piece of clarification, so I'm trying to put in on this. So I'm not sure who's gonna answer this. What our attorney stated on the budget instruction manual, is that correct? I know our last meeting, there was, I guess there was an agreement that OB basically stated that what our attorney is stating is not correct. So we need clarification on that.
Honorable Simpson, is that?
Yeah.
This is on B, right? On B?
Good afternoon, Yate, the RDC committee members. For the record, my name is Alba Artom, and I'm the budget officer with the Office of Management and Budget. And in reviewing the FY 2026 BIM, the instructions that were approved by the Budget and Finance Committee is correct. Our goal is to make sure that all the positions are proposed at 2088. And those are vacant are half of that, so it'll be 1044. So in looking at the DCD numbers here, we see that they did do the 2088 for the positions, yeah.
Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of RC. Mrs. Tom, if you look at their spreadsheet, not all their field positions are at 288. But their vacant position are not in 0 hours. So that's why nobody's let's go at Thomas, go look at Elmo chapter. So you look at the first column, that $44,099, that's for the CSC. And you got your fringe benefit next to it. But nothing was calculated for the AMS. So according to the budget instruction manual, that's supposed to be the vacant position supposed to be calculated utilizing 1,044 hours. So that's what I'm trying to, but over here on the needs, they're asking for money for those personnel. But they're supposed to put their personnel first.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, OMB.
Thank you for the questions. So in reviewing, yes, you're correct. I was looking at the spreadsheet. Those that are fill positions are at 2088 and the vacants are at, some are 0. So when we got instructions from the president's office, there's a memo that came out, and it did outline to make sure we take care of all of our employees first. Make sure we take care of their positions, their fringe, and then so forth. But when it came down to a lot of the programs, because of the decrease in their budget, a lot of them, a lot of the programs that we saw right now are budgeting only for the positions that are on board right now. And if they don't have the funding for their vacant positions, they're putting it under their unmet needs. And just for example, for us at OMB, that's what we ran into. The amount of money that we got this year is not enough to cover all of our permanent positions. So we understand the instruction does say that the vacant positions should be filled at 1044, but I really am not sure how DCD outlined their budget, and then they should put, if they're looking at filling those positions, the AMS positions, they should have budgeted for that. But and then zero out all of their operating costs so that they cover their fringe and their personnel and their vacancy. But like I said, I'm not familiar with the Eileen's our point of contact for DCD, but I am here to help as much as I can. Yeah.
I'd like to, Mr. Charlie, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. So I know the confusion wouldn't cover the budget right now, but the reason I structured it this way was because of the that's what I was given planning allocation from the executive branch for chapter personnel. I was given this amount of 9.8 million, and when that we voiced that, we got the response of put it in an unmet need. So that was the response that we had received for chapter personnel. And so that is why I had to, the way it's structured, the way it's numbered, it is to fit that amount, the planning allocation. And the amount we had received in the planning allocation was $9,853,998. And that's including the chapter personnel and their fringe rate. So that was the way I came up with that number. And that's why some of these are not structured the way they're supposed to be in the bill. And I'm hearing operating costs of that. I'm hearing that from the chapters, operating costs of that. That how you're saying, mention that. So that's separate from CD, the chapter budget.
All right, thank
Thank
you,
you, sir. But that just wanted a clarification.
thank you, Mr. Charlie, for that, RDC budget. Mr. Charlie, what will be your shortfall for your unmet need, for your personnel?
Shortfall for the unmet need for the chapter is the one that's written to 2.7 million. With that, we will be able to fund all 110 chapter positions. Just also a yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Charlie, thank you. I understand that, I really do. But again, I said. The plan-based amount given to each branch. You know, it was just not able to cover the personnel and also with certain departments, personnel and operating expenses. They say that. Again, the decision that came from budget and finance. This will run into these problems now. Because the plan-based amount. We ran into was continued resolution, now we run into not adequately funding the branches. But I'm trying for you to comply with, I'm trying to have Mr. Yazzie comply with the budget instruction manual. Again, one thing I recommend is to find money to cover what's stated in the budget instruction manual, cover all the occupied, dual position and the vacant positions at the chapter level. But I think you guys have to look at doing way we consider not the operating expenses budget. But we can, that would be good to put it in, put in the amenities. The mineral say the same thing. She put all her budget into personnel, I mean, the funds that she received from mineral office. But now she has no operating expenses, but she put that in unmet needs. She put that unmet needs on that. So with that, it kind of just, how the budget is right now, kind of throws everything off. Because I know budget plans, some questions that we don't do here. So I guess look at Michelle's leadership and starting leadership, how do we, I can table this. And I can just say fix it. Bring it back for budget.
Or you can do it.
What do you think? So my little sister has a good recommendation here. And she'll write that for you, but my little sister can write a recommendation for you guys. So that's all I'll bring up. We can table it or vote for those. I like her recommendation. What she's going, how she wants us to address, so, but I can table it and tell you guys, fix it and find money somewhere else to get those vacant position budgeted, utilizing the hours of 1,044 hours. So that's it. So I'm not sure how you guys wrote out, but what my little sister's going to bring up, I will support that. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the RCO.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, and I do see several of those other chapters are in the same. Have the same amount as well. So at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Shana. Honorable Simpson. I think you did a good job in explaining the requirement for the base budget allocations. So regardless if you were given an amount from the executive branch, I think what should have been the guidelines is the BIM, because that's standardized all across the departments, all over the Navajo Nation. And so just the example that I want to share is that even though the executive branch, possibly the chief of staff gave a number to a certain division, that division, they go by the BIM and they did exceed what was allocated to them by the executive branch. And when they came before the committee, we found that they were in compliance because they went off of the requirement where a position that is filled should be budgeted at 2,088 hours. Now, where Shana is talking about is you have several vacant positions, not just in the chapter area, but also we'll look at, I believe this is capital projects management. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions. So in the case of those positions, those should be funded at 1,044 hours with their fringe benefits. But if you know that it's gonna be filled within, let's say 2 weeks, for example, then you would fund them at the 2,088 hours. So in essence, this entire budget that you presented to the committee is out of order. And that's what he's trying to express here, is that when your budget moves forward to budget and finance, that's the first thing they're gonna look at, because that's the BIM requirement. And so if these positions are not budgeted for those allocated hours per employee, then they will table your budget, regardless if it moves forward from this committee. So that would be the legislative concern. We feel that DCD, you have that capability to make those changes before moving to budget and finance. So as he asked you, are you capable of making those changes as outlined in the BIM? And before we move forward, but if you're not able to do that, then he has recommended that we table the budget here. And that you go back to the drawing board, you bring all of those vacated positions at the allocated numbers set forth in the BIM. Those that are filled, you would bring those back. And so when you're looking at, again, I'm looking at capital projects management, and if you look at how many vacant positions there are, and then you look at the overall personnel expense, and if you look at your operating budget, so let's take, for example, let's say this wasn't enough sufficient budget to cover it. What you would do is you would zero out your operation expense to cover those positions. And so that would be how your budget would come back, and that's how it should look. So in essence, the unmet need should not cover personnel. It should cover your operating expense. And that's what your unmet need at the tail end should reflect. So you would actually have to go back through all of this, your administration, the sanitation, CHID, ASC, CPMD, and then the Navajo addressing, and even the Navajo chapters. And you'd zero all those positions, make sure they're all covered. And then whatever is left, you're operating, if they have zero for travel, they have zero for travel. Then they come back as an unmet need. So I don't know how confident you feel, Shana, in moving them forward, or if we need more thorough explanation or a training. We can provide a free training right here if we need to. But my recommendation is, I don't know when budget and finance will be meeting, but I did do the legislative concern on behalf of Shana as he was talking. I just wrote it out here. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this to Mariana, but I'll leave it to the committee to see if they feel confident to move it forward to budget and finance with those adjustments. If not, then the recommendation would be just a table. So we'll leave that for discussion here. July 7th. Okay, so I was informed that budget and finance will be meeting starting July 7th. So if we were to fast track it and have you do your adjustments, you would present to them that week. But if we table it here, then it would be to the availability of RDC members here. And that's pretty hard to come by, especially with the holiday approaching. And we would be running simultaneously with budget and finance. So that would just be my recommendation. So I don't know if we can hear from committee members how they feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Call. Mariana?
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee. I bring to your attention that this is a budget meeting, and with any meeting, the Resources and Development Committee would follow the standing committee rules. With regard to any tabling for which a committee is not final authority, the tabling of a legislation means the legislation goes forward to the committee, the committee or that has final authority. The other, rather than, you could table it and it would go forward, or you could vote on it and it would go forward. However, you could put in as a recommendation that the, and a directive, or a directive that the Division of Community Development adjust its budget such that all the filled positions and vacant positions are funded at the level in which the budget instruction manual the budget instruction manual requires, and that the unmet needs reflect whatever expenses will be monetary amounts that will be needed for other needs of that particular department and division. That's all I have for at this point.
Thank you, Mariana. Roll call.
Thank you, Mariana. So I did put that in there, but I put it as a legislative concern. If we need to change that to a directive, then we can do so. So since it does move forward to Budget and Finance Committee, then we'll go ahead and add that in, and I did draft that out. So we're ready to continue with questions. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. So committee members, are there any questions regarding this presentation? Chief, okay.
You're done.
Honorable Claw.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So I'm gonna go ahead and move along to CHIP. And this is Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Not necessarily on the general fund CHIP program. I'm not gonna be really asking any questions, except that I do see 4 vacant positions again. So those vacant positions would be budgeted at probably the 1,044, because if they've been vacant for over 6 months, then there's probably a low probability of it being filled within this budget period. So just make note of that. And then in addition to that, I do see in every budget here that they have wireless communication that's budgeted in every department. And so what I'm gonna request is that our Division of Community Development provide a listing of all those that have phones that are being paid for by the Navajo Nation, so that we can supply that information to our chapters and community. And the reason that I'm making that request is even we as delegates, we're told that our phone numbers are public information. And so even for myself, my phone number is posted on the chapter as well as my council delegate Facebook page, and people do call. So there should be really no excuse when we have constituents or chapter officials or even administration when they need to get in contact with our employees. And so that would be my request to our division director, if we could have a listing so that we could disseminate that information. And then also for CHID, I know there's the HIP program and also CBBG, I think it was CBBG. And also we have the ARPA SHID program. So I know that part of the eligibility criteria from the regular general funds was mimicked and it was incorporated to our CHID ARPA program. I also want to find out more information on how, if any consideration has been made to amend those eligibility criteria, because it does affect the K account or the external funds here. And in here, we do have, it looks like community development block grant. We have $4 million. And then we have 131,345. And so those are expected for 2026. So if I could have Mr. Delguy explain how these external funds are anticipated to rolling back over into Navajo Nation. Is that an indication of the performance measurements not being met? And so if you could explain that, and then also if you have 6 vacancies in that component, how do you plan on fulfilling these funds on being expended? So that would be my question on the CHID, the HIP,
and then the CDBG. So if I could get that clarified, and that's it for CHID. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. This time I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Yazzie and Delga.
Thank you, Delegate, Vice Chair Johnson. CHID program is Mr. Dalgai, and he's sitting right here. So he's going to answer your questions for you.
Yeah, they, Vice Chair, although the members of RDC, I know sponsored delegate Nancy and so straight to the questions, as far as CHID general funds, we do have currently 3 vacant positions. And those positions, we continuously make an effort to establish those positions in the DPM. So at the time, I believe there was a lot of requests going in for JVA announcements. And so right now we have these positions created, and they're in the process of being or set up for interviews for these 3 positions, which are housing specialists and 2 carpenter positions. And so right now, and then moving on to question on the wireless, my staff, I have 2 staff in my office that carry wireless devices for my department, which is myself and also senior carpenter. And so we can provide information on those individuals, and we do share some of it through my email. But through our directory, we just have our main line on our website. Next question is to both the federal programs under my department, Housing Improvement Program and the CDBG program, Community Development Block Grant. They are federally funded 100%, and they both do, but these are non-FRF ARPA funds. So in the case of CDBG, we have ARPA for, it was earmarked for cistern and septic system projects. So the partnership would be 2-way. But we decided to go move forward and reallocate those CDBG ARPA dollars to other infrastructure projects. And that's in the process right now for approval through our grantor, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And for Housing Improvement Program, they've also received ARPA through the Interior BIA. And so right now their funds are being expended through the housing process also, which is included in the IDIQ, DCD, CHID, and IDIQ contracts. So their money was also input into domestic contracts for housing. So as far as those federal programs roll over into amalgamation, that's not allowed to have those federal dollars move into general accounts. We just have timelines to meet to spend these dollars, and so they have congressional lifespans on a regular ARPA dollars, or not ARPA dollars, but regular operational dollars. So we are in the process right now of requesting to extend the CDBG ARPA to include or to fund infrastructure projects throughout the nation. And so that's primarily the operation CDBG is funding infrastructure projects. And with the mimic of as mentioned from the policy or criteria, the ARPA criteria was developed in general. We utilize part of housing improvement programs criteria, but As far as some of the other criterias, we didn't move that over to the ARPA CHID housing. So all we requested for the criteria for CHID ARPA housing, of course, was on-site lease residential lease, CID, chapter water registration, photo ID, government issue, any doctor referrals or statements. So those are the initial supporting documents that we requested in the criteria, and then in addition to the income requirement. So those are what we had in the criteria. Due to the timeline and the need for housing, this is how the criteria was set up for CHIP to meet the needs of the neediest throughout the nation. Next question. And the vacancies, there are vacancies right now with the CDBG program, one vacancy. We actually do interviews, last interview to make this morning, and so we look to fill that position by within the mid July for start of this individual or the applicant. And for housing improvement program, we do have I think possibly one or two vacant positions there for carpenter positions. So these positions sometimes employees tend to leave, and it's the process to go ahead and advertise again and try to get additional personnel to fill those positions. But nonetheless, we continue to keep these positions filled as quickly as possible. So that way our projects do not hold and we get them done within time. So that's it right now. Vice Chair, thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Delgay. Roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Delgay. So a few interesting things that I heard here now is that you did explain the HIP program and then also CDBG and how those funds will be used for other infrastructure programs. So first question is, when are you planning to communicate that information to your oversight committee? And why must we hear it on the floor of a budget hearing here? Those are my questions. And the reason why I ask is that we need to ensure that we are using those funds for its intended use. And although these are external grants that are given from the federal government, I think that we as RDC should be familiar with some of those grant compliances. And so I would like to research the particular funds that you are going to amend to use for infrastructure. The other part that I want to caution is that if you are going to be using these funds to complete the CHID ARPA, that's another communication that we would need from you as the department manager and also as the division director. In addition to that, I believe we will need a report on the CHID ARPA work order number 4. There has been some discussion on that. And so I would request that to be done at a later time for the Resources and Development Committee based on what I've heard here today. So other than that, I think that you did answer those questions. So if I could just ask for the compliance requirements to be forwarded to the committee, as well as any documentation of your intent to move those funds, and then which projects those will cover. And then also if you could provide a timeline on when those funds will be expended. And then again, just a report on work order number 4 for CHID ARPA. So that would be my question, just my comments for that. And then I will go ahead and move on to the next portion of my questioning, which would be Capital Projects Management Department. We do have in here, again, there's vacancies that I see, which is a project manager, registered architect, engineering tech, senior engineering tech, project manager, and the project manager. So I understand that we do have some individuals that were recently brought into the division. And I just want to find out if they will be utilizing the funds from these particular accounts. Or is that under the consulting portion? And when we're talking about project managers, I think we as the oversight committee do have to understand which projects these individuals are assigned to. So that we alleviate the confusion. And then just going back to what has happened recently with the council. So just fairly recently, we approved from CSN funding for the senior centers across the Navajo Nation. We've heard a report, and at that time, Ms. Yazzie, I remember that you did, also recommend maybe a moratorium so that these projects could be shot up from years before. So I know that with the senior centers, we do have to educate the public as well as Daltex on how these centers will be constructed. And again, project managers, it would be good to have a listing of who's assigned to certain projects. We also have New Mexico capital outlay projects that we've heard a great deal about from budget and finance and how those are also backlogged. And then we also have our regular general funds, which may be through the chapters for chapter houses and so on and so forth. And so a big part of that also includes the compliance portion. And I know that you're doing your best to catch up, but I think that for us as a committee, we do need to understand the dynamics of the organization. So that would be just something that I would also make a request that you provide the committee with a listing of project managers and who they oversee as well as which projects they have. In addition to that, I also see in here that we have special transactions. And within the special transactions, we do have items such as catering and refreshments for meetings, special events with a total of 4,700. So I don't know where CPMD has these special events, so if we could elaborate on that. And then also your print advertising at 9,500, and I'm sure this probably won't matter because as we said, within your budget, you're gonna have to fund your positions first, but I think that's important. What type of advertising does CPM do? And then also the training. I understand that there's been an increase in the request for training, but I hope that your training is inclusive of all staff and not just for the administration. And that's what we always see as council, that it's very top heavy and only the administrators are attending trainings. And then the people that are left behind in the offices are those that are actually ensuring that their 164 goes through or the procurement goes through. And then when they come back from their trainings, there's all these grand ideas of how a department should run. But then we left out, the nuts and bolts of the organization that's actually moving the organization. So just thinking about that. And then also, if we're using our consultants, one of the things that I think we do need to stress is that they deliver reports to the division as well as the oversight committee. Because most times we see the consultants at, elaborate amounts, and we don't see anything that's being shared with our chapters or the departments. Like even now, I know there's a lot of pressure on delegates. Saying, where are these senior centers? When are you guys gonna get us our senior centers? But there's a lack of education where, I don't know who that falls on, maybe ASC. And also a part of it on CPMD, but they need to tell chapters are you shovel ready? Who does those assessments? Who does the feasibility studies? And so those are some of the questions that I have here. And I see that in here, there's a hefty amount for travel in CPMD. And it's probably for the tribal vehicles, but it's at 193,141. So again, just to be aware that that could be zeroed out. And then the same for personnel travel at 58,700. And so that might also cover a position. But again, if you could just explain how you're keeping our contractors accountable to the Navajo Nation, as well as just an explanation of how some of your operating costs will assure that you're meeting your performance measurements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clark. This time I'll give the floor back over to Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, RDC committee and Delegate Claw. Those are all great points that you brought up. And since I've been with the Navajo Nation now in this position for 6 months, I've recognized all of those things that you brought up. There's so much structural, internal issues that DCD faces right now. With the recent hiring though, with Department Manager Michelle Peterson, she'll go into detail about what she's been working on, but what I noticed first, before all of the questions that you brought up, what we need to do is learn where all of our documents are at. We need to speak with one another and talk about how are we communicating with each other. That's the first thing. And how are we communicating to others? But where are those documents at? So right now, Michelle will go into what she's doing with our documents, but there is a lot. There is a lot. Our project managers are to capacity. And recently I got some feedback internally about the amount of stress that the DC staff are under. And it's being, their bodies are reacting to it. So when I was first here in the joint RDC BNF meeting, I had mentioned a moratorium. And I wanted to iterate that it's inherent in DCD. They can only do so much. And it's one thing that we're trying to get our grasp on is what are you working on? And you'll see it if you go to the DCD website. I've asked the staff to pull up and issue our reports, and you all should have got a link on it within the last couple weeks. But the agency reports is the location of how I notice, I know what we're working on. When I first got here, just so you know, I was able to pull together lists from everybody because we hear and talk about performance and criteria. So we've started that, and there's a long way to go. There's definitely a long way to go, but let me give the time to Department Manager Michelle Peterson so she can answer the remainder of your questions.
Good afternoon, my name is Michelle Peterson. I have been the manager at CPMD since April 21st. We have been working on our project assignments. We're doing clusters. We have a series of clusters such as all the cemeteries go to this PM. I can give you that list. It's pretty extensive. And then we have lost 3 PMs that were working on some major projects. And we were able to switch that over to another PM who was completing those projects. The other project assignments we're having is there's just volumes and volumes of funding from CSN just by itself, which we're trying to make sure we allocate, get it in, get budgets, and then move the project forward. We are also working on New Mexico capital outlay. We have one, I cannot remember the particular project chapter. They had 9 projects and well over 3 million when you combine it all together. So we're trying to get the training out there and project and information out to the chapters to really pick 1 to 2 projects and put their full chapter behind those 2 projects. And then making sure that the new chapter officials know their project, so that project listings have been going out. I've had the honor to work with a couple of delegates coming in, and we make sure we go over their projects with them. Both by chapter or by delegate district. Yes, we do have a backlog in the New Mexico capital outlay. Trying to get a handle on that. Today is the deadline for, I believe, F or E. And we're moving forward to make a plan to get everything done for the ones that are reverting in 2026. June. So we're having that information and getting it started, so we're not sitting here I'm answering the same questions too. So we're making a plan for that too, and definitely can share that with you. The 4,000 for the catering, we do meet with the, and we provide trainings to the chapters. We do provide information to them. We want to get them as much as possible to give them information. We are most successful face to face, obviously, and so we try to get that catering issued to them. Nothing exorbitant. Printing advertisements, we are required to do an RFP, so we do have that too. If we do have to cut that, we have alternates too. Yes, we feel the same pressure for Adultex, and we are creating a plan. We'll be rolling that out to the senior center probably in about 60 days. Thank you.
What about any complaints?
Hey, thank you for your response. I believe Honorable Paul did have some questions regarding the compliance. And if she needs to restate those questions. Honorable Paul. You have those?
Please,
Honorable Paul?
sorry.
So one of the questions I did ask is in regards to the compliance portion. Since you came in April, how familiar are you with compliance? I know you have I think I saw a compliance officer, yes, contract compliance officer here. And just being in this legislative capacity, this is one of our Achilles heels for the Navajo Nation, is that people do not follow their contracts. They either don't read it, or they don't monitor it, or they overexpend what is allocated. Those are the main 3 things that always happen. And so I see that there's only one compliance officer, and then there's also a contract analyst that does some of that work. And so I think, they probably have a big task as well, as they have to go through just what you mentioned, their capital outlay. They have to go through the CSN projects, they go through the chapters, they go through
these divisions, but I wanna know from your standpoint, what you've seen as far as coming in from April to now. Are you on task with the compliance? And how can we improve that as far as the oversight committee? Is there anything that we can assist to help with that portion? So that we don't revert any funds or there's no payment back to any of our external contracts, so. And the reason is that Navajo Nation, if they're not in compliance, they lose opportunity to apply for grants. They lose opportunity to apply for, different funding sources. And just take one example, we had an NTIA grant, which was for broadband, no compliance there. And now the whole Navajo Nation could be deemed as not being able to apply for any other telecommunication grants because of non-compliance. So that's the portion I just need a reassurance from CPMD. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, and I really appreciate this question. And it struck a nerve. My new Cameron Chapter House is still sitting on the desk of your compliance officer, and it has not moved on to the BRD yet as of today. Why, is it still sitting there after she stated on record through an email that the review was complete? What's so hard about taking that packet and dropping it off at PRD? These are some of the things, and I just heard you just say regarding the senior center, 60 days. You guys can't even get a packet off your desk several months. So, I'm really interested to hear this, your response. Thank you.
So we have one contract analyst in DCD and a contract compliance officer. The tenure and experience of these two individuals are lengthy, right? They've been within DCD for many, many years. Their workload is heavy. Delegate Johnson, we can go back and get with her and find out about Cameron chapter to see where it's at. What I would like to also mention is the capacity at which every single staff member within DCD is working is, like I said, is affecting their bodies. They're stressed out. And we are all doing our best to push as much work as we can through the system and to a knowledgeable project manager who can really spearhead, organize, and get their ducks in a row with everything that we need with these construction projects. Construction projects are complex in a way because not every project is similar. In fact, they are not similar. So the diligence required and the time required it takes for a project manager to spearhead a project is cumbersome, but DCD is up for the task because they've been doing it. It's just not as fast as everybody would like. I acknowledge that. And I sincerely apologize, and we are doing our best.
Does that include your response to the compliance question from Honorable Clock?
So when you're compliance, you have to make sure that we're tracking the contract and the contractor is completing all of the things that's outlined. If there's anything that deviates, if there's change orders, if there's anything like that, there should be some type of tracking, and then making sure that DOJ, yes, we are competent in making sure that all the contractors are completed and up to what the contract indicates with the construction. Or what other we're buying, or if we're doing surveys or clearances. The other thing that you asked is that we're making sure that our contractors are being paid. That's also tracking. So yes, we're moving forward and making sure that we are in compliance. You might note that we also have to be in compliance with the OOC in New Mexico capital outlay with the audit from OOC. So that's pretty critical too with what we're doing.
That concludes your report. Ms. Peterson? Bonsoir.
So thank you again for that. And again, I just want to reiterate the communication part because I do understand that the compliance portion will become a factor. And I believe RDC will be called to a meeting very soon regarding compliance, and that's within the Division of Community Development. So what you expressed here today is that you understand compliance and that you know that a lot of our federal dollars fall in this compliance section. And that our fear is that Navajo Nation will not pay back any of these funds. So that was why I asked that question. And then as far as the Navajo Addressing Authority Department, one of the questions I do have for them is what projects do they have that they're currently working on? And the reason why I'm asking this is that for chapters, they should be tied into this particular department. But I really don't know what projects they have planned as far as working with the projects. In addition to that, there is ARPA funding under the E911 program. Understand that the individual that is spearheading that did leave. That is also under the oversight of the Law and Order Committee. However, that E911 should be tied to our chapters as well. Because some of the chapters will have to do part of the work in identifying how these signs will be posted at the roads and how they'll be implemented as far as the manpower. So with that, I did see Navajo Addressing Authority Department. So if you could just give us a brief overview. Your funding amount is really not too much. Only see that's $195,303, which is probably just the positions. But if you could just clarify that as well. And then also, just the same question for Solid Waste Management Department, which would be, what types of programs do they assist the chapters with? Because on here, I did say, it does say solid waste disposal. But oftentimes our chapters are running into red for sanitation. And so how are we able to increase that amount for our chapters? And then what types of plans does our solid waste management department have as far as the Navajo Nation? So I'll go ahead and allow for our sponsor to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, Delegate Johnson and Delegate Plow. Our department manager for rural addressing, Mr. MC Baldwin, is going to speak to those questions.
Yeah, adjournment, members of the RDC. Jay Yaha, GIS Rural Addressing Coordinator, that's the title they gave me. To start this off with, section 3 is the regional chapter projects. That's where $8,802,340 went to each of the delegates under CJN 29-22A vouchers. Under that same legislation, section 4 DPS on the alcohol. The previous administration, we met with DPS, Mr. Leonard Redhorse, legal alcohol. We told them part of your section 4 funding, which is 40 million, but 5 million went to cyber security alcohol. They got $35 million alcohol. Half of that should be the rural addressing for the rural addressing activities that DCD oversees. But all need they acknowledge that. Yeah, the new administration, they artisan on that's so it's as if we lost control or we were never involved in the section 4 funding under DCD. They hired their own contractors. Now they're driving around with the 2 vehicles that says Navajo Nation Rural Addressing. Chapters are calling me about that, but there's really not much coordination there because now the Red Horse left. And so I'm trying to find out who the next person is who's spearheading the project management. So that's section 4, just for the explanation. Section 3 at DCD, that's the one I am overseeing. Alcohol. We get down to the ground level. We tell LRAC, the local rural addressing committee, that's the name we give them to the chapters. That assures that we work closely with the chapters, alcohol, but not all chapters participate. They are responsible for meeting us halfway by appointing LRAC members. So sometimes they have to rely on PEP funding to do this alcohol. This all started back in FY10. The standards were set forth and approved by by TCDC. Alcohol. That speaks to the way we work with the chapters. Alcohol, but they said there's gonna be LRAC that will help with the rural addressing tasks. But there was no funding attached to it. So to this day, one of my biggest challenges to get the chapters involved. But they still have to defend for themselves to get involved, and there's limited funding there. Alcohol, and on top of that, I'm really the only one that's working with the chapters. Alcohol, we have other staff, but they stay in the office to take care of the proof of residency documents or requesting parties that come in every day. Alcohol. And that's something we acquire, that's an additional responsibility we acquired back in November 2016 without additional funding. That was part of the Real ID Act. But just to finish up, we work with the chapters at the ground level, because the rural addressing has to be a prerequisite to the E911 part. That's where we collect address points using the GIS software engine. And then we work closely with the chapters to identify the existing road network so that we know which ones are going to be center lines. So these are roads and streets that we're going to use to generate physical addresses off of a center line. Alcohol. We need to get down to that level. That way we can determine where the intersections are so that we can install intersection signs, and the chapter approves the road and street names for the road and streets that have never been named before. ADG through chapter resolution, they do that, and that gives the chapter the green light to purchase the sign materials.
So under ARPA, section 3 funding, Sawmill is the first one that did this, and the road and street signs are on order. And they'll be delivered probably mid-July. Alcohol, and then there's other chapters that are right behind them, like hot chapters, they approved their road and street signs. Alcohol earlier in the month, they did that, and that will give them the green light to make the order the signs. And once we get the quotations, we give it to DCD ARPA staff and they do the ordering. This is under the ARPA funding. For other chapters who are not ARPA recipients, for example, Shiprock, they used SASN even before ARPA began. So the guidance is there and we work with the designated representatives for chapters. That's why there's over 200 intersection signs in the ground if you drive through a Shiprock call, and then we have to work closely with the owners of the jurisdiction, like BIA, would have to get right-of-way clearance to install these, what they call base posts. We drive them into the ground so that we can install these intersection signs. We need to do that before we can actually generate the physical address numbers. Or police are all said by from me. And so.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. So I will go ahead and research how the funds for ARPA E911 is being used. And we'll go ahead and send a request to Law and Order to give us an update. But thank you for answering that question. And then if I could just get sanitation to give us their final response.
Sanitation.
Thank you, Delegate Claude, and I'm going over to Miss Charlene Jeff.
Real quick, Ms. Yazzie, is your email working? You or Stephanie Baldwin?
My email works, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to pull up Ms. Baldwin's email, but it says no results from. Okay.
Good afternoon, RDC committee, and thank you for the question, Honorable Claw. So I work in different components of DCD, and solid waste department is one of the components. Currently, there's only one staff in that department. He's a senior planner. His name is Lyman Tooley. Him and myself have been going out to the chapters in areas to do assessments for illegal dumping. I am currently in the process of developing a strategic plan for the solid waste program across Navajo. I went to a meeting down in Tucson Region 9 with EPA to request for a grant to assist our program in trying to build transfer stations. I know that landfills were not really a recommendation. So that's what will be entailed in the strategic plan. Currently, we have assessed about half of the Navajo Nation. It's very difficult because even just that one chapter, there's like 17 to 20 illegal dump sites. And we have the assistance of the chapter officials or even their grazing individuals to go out with us into these areas. Lyman Tooley, the senior planner, has developed a mapping tool and has pictures in these areas where the assessments have occurred. So compiling all that information and data, we're like I said, halfway through the assessments for the Navajo Nation. Once we conclude with the 110 chapters, we'll go ahead and put all that data together, the mapping, the pictures, and the plan for solid waste management. Currently, we had bins out during Earth Week at about 15 to 30 chapters to use those, and we paid DCD solid waste department paid for those bins for
these communities to bring their trash. Or any kinds of tires and other disposable items. We have the bins at these locations for a week. Some of them were there for 2 weeks. And they invoiced us, so our invoicing is still coming in to pay for those bins. We also ordered signs for these illegal dumping areas and working efforts together with EPA in regards to the enforcement. We also have a group for bins to be put out in certain regional areas that maybe 3 or 4 chapters can use for disposal. And it can only be purchased at these local, like Navajo Sanitation or Theru transfer station. We can't buy it off of a vendor because these 2 areas won't pick up a Navajo Sanitation bin, or even Theru won't pick it up. So we have to go through them to purchase these bins. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you for your report presentation. Colleagues, is there any questions regarding this report?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to know if our directive is available and then also the conditions of appropriation, and if so, we can offer that at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul. Mariana? Just getting that ready.
Consent. I mean,
She sent it just now. Should have showed it. Yep. Yes, Sylvia.
Okay.
We have advisor, I'll read that into the record. Director.
Amendment number 1 for legislation 0134-25. Amend Exhibit D, condition of appropriation, business unit numbers 108001 and 108125. Business unit numbers 108001 and 108125. Program title Division of Community Development Administration and Administrative Service Centers. Brief narrative of recommended condition of appropriation. The Division of Community Development Administration and Administrative shall 1, assist the chapters with getting into compliance with their FMS policies and procedures, including internal policies and procedures. 2, assist the chapters to implement virtual meeting policies for regular chapter meetings. 3, provide chapters with assistance with the FMIS or work with MIP program to set aside 2% audit expense. 5, assist chapters to get out of SAFEN and or CAP status. And 6, assist certified and non-certified chapters in completing ARPA projects and make ARPA amendments / expenditures a priority. A written and oral report shall be given to the Resources and Development Committee regarding this task by the end of the first quarter. Amend Exhibit D, condition of appropriation, business unit 108001 and 108004. Business unit numbers 108001 and 108004. program title Division of Community Development Administration and Community Housing and Infrastructure Department. Brief narrative of recommended condition of appropriation. The Division of Community Development Administration and Community Housing and Infrastructure Department shall assist all nomination chapters with the use of the CHID ARPA federal funds and to ensure that funds are in compliance with the contracts outlined in ARPA U.S. Department of Treasury. I've written an oral report on this task shall be given to the Resources and Development Committee by the end of the first quarter. Amend Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budget, switch out Exhibit E, switch out Exhibit E with the new Exhibit E. The total at the bottom of the new Exhibit E is $3,742,332. Amend Exhibit F, external funds anticipated. Switch out Exhibit F, switch out Exhibit F with the new Exhibit F. The total at the bottom of the new Exhibit F is $138,407,586 for FY 2025 and $60,720,597 for FY 2026. Renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. Office of Legislative Services and Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits, including calculating totals related to this amendment and its exhibits to implement nomination council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Amendment 1.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that into the record. At this time, are there any questions regarding this amendment? Do we have a motion on Honorable Claude? We got a second for this? Second by Honorable Simpson. Any questions regarding this amendment? This directive? There's no questions. Roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Shauna Anclaw, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shauna Anclaw votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative or opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ramona. Motion carries for the directive
No, that was
or
conditions of appropriation.
conditions of appropriations. And now we're gonna do a reading of the directive.
Hold on.
Okay, directive to the Division of Community Development regarding legislation 0134-25-1. The Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the division director to rework its fiscal year 2026 budget allocations to fund all field/occupied positions at the 2,088 hours and the vacant positions at 1,044 hours as specified in the fiscal year 2026 budget instruction manual at page 16. This may necessitate zeroing out the operation budgets. The amount to fully fund the operating budget should be listed in Exhibit E, and that means this directive should be completed before legislation 0134-25 is brought before the Budget and Finance Committee. 2, the Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the division director to add to the appendix J, supplemental funding proposal summary, Navajo Chapters Business Unit 1080-14 through 1081-23, Community Housing Infrastructure Department Business Unit 1080-04 Administrative Service Centers, Business Unit 108125. This task is to be completed before legislation 0134-25 is presented before the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you for reading the directive into the record. At this time, we do have a motion. On the clock.
Is that no?
You want to modify that directive?
Yeah, I think we're impacted because administration also has some vacancies. Like the division to deputy director.
Take the whole division.
Yeah,
On the clock.
So thank you again. I think that we do need to amend number 2. Because I think there is a vacancy in every business unit from what I have seen. And so Ms. Khan, I don't know if we want to add those in or if we could just include it for the entire division. Because even under the administrative positions, I see opening for deputy division director, attorney candidate. And so, or I'm sorry, just the deputy division director and then the senior accountant. And then I think the only one that was okay is and then even with the office specialist, that one's in solid waste management, that's also vacant. And then I think you had SHID in here. Nope, so SHID would have to be added as well. So CHID has 4 vacancies. I do see that you included ASC, so that's fine. CPMD is also needs to be amended. Because there are 6 positions in there. And then also I think that's it. So yes, those are the ones that need to be amended.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, Liliana. It's like you're already working on it. Give you some time. Anybody hot and overheating in here? Oh, is it? You good? Apologize for the inconvenience of no air conditioning today. Due to the high restriction, they turned off their HVAC since Saturday. So we just gotta sweat it out, I guess. I don't know if Mr. Tom Platero has some extra fans. Mariana?
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, I've sent what I have called an updated directive. I want to bring to your attention that the Appendix J that I was referring to was what was passed out by Mrs. Yazzie. And that was at the end, the yellow pages, and that was why it was limited to those 3 particular departments. But given that the first directive is going to have impact not just on those 3, but all of them, I tried to put in general language to open it up to any changes to be included in Appendix J. Thank you.
Yep, I see. If you just want to read in number 2.
Thank you, Mariana. This time we'll go ahead and have our RDC advisor read number 2 back into the record.
Okay, directive to the division. Excuse me, Mariana, did you just change number 2?
Yes.
Okay, so 2 will read, the Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the division director to add to the appendix J supplemental funding proposal summary any and all supplemental funding requests that come from the directive number 1 stated above.
Okay, motion.
You got a motion?
Second.
A second by Honorable Simpson. Any questions regarding this updated our directive? There's none. Vote roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on the directive. Honorable Shauna Ann Kwan, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Kwan votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, they're opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstention. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. We did have a motion by Honorable Claw, seconded by Honorable Simpson. And the motion does carry on the directive. At this time, colleagues, to accept this, going back to the main motion, we do have a motion and a second for legislation 0134-25. We have a motion by Honorable Simpson and second by Honorable Claw. There's no more questions. We could take this to a roll call vote. Ramona?
Roll call vote for the main motion. Honorable Shauna Ann Kwan, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Kwan votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, they're opposing, 2 members excused, 1 abstention. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona, for reading that into the record. Motion does carry for legislation number 0134-25. Thank you, sponsor Chairman Nez, and also your agents, Siaji. Okay, we're gonna move on to item B, legislation number 0139-25. Peggy.
Okay, this is a proposed standing committee where budget and finance has final authority.
Vice Chair. See the work is now.
Honorable Simpson.
They didn't hear the same thing.
Mr. Vice Chair, first of all, it's hot in here. Very hot.
For fans.
Second, I know we don't, it's frustrating trying to work, it's frustrating trying to work from the close, green room, hot. So, I'd like to make a request to the REC here. Since we're meeting at 1 o'clock Wednesday, the 50th, can we do the economic development? Economic development's the budget Wednesday, July 2nd at 9. And we should be done by noon time. Or recess, the requested recess, or we start the meeting, economic development budget, Wednesday at 9. If there's no AC in here, maybe we can find a different location.
Outside.
Maybe say Michael or something. I make that request to you, members of RC.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. I believe we do got the consensus of the committee. Chairman Ness. Are you,
Oh, he's not here, remember?
he's gonna be here
Will you be
Wednesday
here Wednesday?
morning, Wednesday.
Want me to be here?
The reason why I bring this up too is we finally got their budget, the budget binder today, it's now, so it gives us a chance to review it. At the same time, I'd like to, since Mr. Scalone is here, division director, make sure to review all your budget, make sure all your field positions were calculated utilizing the 280 hours, and your vacant position at 1,044 hours. So make sure that, review your budget and make sure it's done. If not, make those corrections. I mean, there's corrections to be made, please bring it Wednesday when you present before RDC here. Ms. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Do we have our Economic Development Director
Yeah,
here?
they're ready to go.
It's not out there.
They have everything ready. Let's just do it and then.
We'll let him answer the question. But just this right on the left hand.
Patrick. Are you guys ready?
They have. They have.
Directions now?
Positions.
Yeah.
Funded. They're always funded and. They have it.
The staff can inform him.
Five, Peggy, you can go ahead and take it from there.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution 25th nomination council. Third year 2025 budget and finance and final authority introduced by Brenda Jesus and co-sponsored by Ricky Nancy. Tracking number 0139-25 and after relating to Resources and Development Committee and Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Division of Economic Development and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2026 comprehensive budget. All of the reference documents are there that are attached and no comments from the internet public review.
Well, thank you, Peggy. Division of Economic Development team here.
He's here. He's here.
OMB's here.
They're next.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have our OMB.
You want to establish a motion?
OMB, you can go ahead and start your report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the RDC.
Okay. Got a motion here by Honorable Clark.
Second.
Second by Honorable Simpson. Will there be any questions regarding this legislation? There'll be questions at this time. OMB, you got 20 minutes that I'm starting at.
Good afternoon, members of the RDC committee. My name is Darlene Sand, I'm the senior budget analyst with OND. I'm here with Ms. Janet McKay, senior management analyst. Going to the OND report for Division of Economic Development fiscal year 2026 budget hearings. You have your table of contents, letter A through E. Letter A, going straight to letter A is your FY 2026 budget summary by fund type. And for the Division of Economic Development fiscal year 2026, the approved budget was for FY 25, the approved budget. General fund approved budget is $7,102,434. Indirect costs of $344,134. Proposed for FY 2026, general fund, $5,625,231. Indirect cost, $375,418. Proprietary fund, $252,000. Special revenue fund, $3,073,360. For a total of $9,326,009. Next is your FY 2025 second quarter budget status report. For Division of Economic Development, this is as of March 31st, 2025. The original budget grand total, $4,890,678. That was your continuing resolution amount. The revised budget is $11,994,022.02. Actual expenditure, $4,337,448.27. Encumbrance, $2,485,151.17. Budget available, $5,171,422.58. Overall expenditure rate, 56.88%. Janet will cover the remaining.
If moving on to tab C, the performance assessment report. Under the Division of Economic Development, there are 13 business units, and for the second quarter average is 3.03, which is performance of 80 to 89% satisfactory. There are no low performances for this quarter. And moving on to tab D, the plans of operation status. Again, there are 13 business units with the adoption of 2019 for the plans of amendments of the plans of operation for the Division of Economic Development. For tab E, the conditions of appropriations, legislative concerns. The Division of Economic Development has only one that involves all divisions, departments, and programs, which programs shall report at the end of every quarter, beginning the third quarter, the number of employees that received step increases, bonuses, and the number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how the GWA funding was allocated and how the funding was spent. And if there is any employees that did not receive compensation increases as a result of the program being deficient in performance evaluations. Again, business unit for the Division of Economic Development for the third quarter has responded and the status is ongoing. That completes the OMB report. Vice President. Vice Chair, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, members of the RDC committee, going back to the expenditure report. We are going by the second quarter, so overall I indicated it's at 56.88%. And then I updated it to as of today, which was the third quarter, and it hasn't really ended. But BED is now at 76.47%, and I did send a copy to a copy to Peggy, Ramona, and Mary on Vice Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you for your report. OMB. This time we'll go ahead and take it over to our sponsor and the agent division director, Loomis. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. I have with me Mr. Skolonis from the Division of Economic Development as my agent. Legislation 0139-25 is before you, approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Division of Economic Development and related matters to be included in the nominations FY 2026 comprehensive budget. And we all do have a booklet here from DED. So I'll give time over to Mr. Scrolanis, the Executive Director for DED.
Yeah, non-commotion with Mr. Vance. Although members of the Resources and Development Committee, although Chair and delegates, it's an honor to be here with you this afternoon. Although I want to recognize I'm here with all my key staff. I said somewhere we've been really tied up the last couple of days. A lot of our staff have really stepped up with this fire and the need to help out. So today, I know many of our staff here, they cooked since really early this morning to make sure that all the firefighters and the folks that are displaced are fed alcohol. I really want to acknowledge them and that they're still they put on back their division hats, So I'm really proud of them and that they're here. I have a budget message here. We have all our unmet needs. We have all our program budgets. That's before you, yeah. And here's my budget message to you, Shananta. As in times of great challenge, it is the strain of our unity that will guide us forward. As we face the daunting reality of a 600,000 acre fire that still grows and the displacement of many of our people, we are reminded of the wisdom of our elders who call upon us to rise above discord, embrace cohesion. Our ancestors taught us that true leadership lies not in division, but in the harmony of our collective spirit. Today, we stand at a crossroads where the choices we make will shape the future of our nation. Let us honor the legacy of past leaders who insisted on unity, and let us commit to working together hand in hand to overcome the trials before us. This is a moment for hope, a hope that is rooted in our shared vision for a thriving and resilient Navajo nation. Together, we can transform adversity into opportunity, building a future where our children can live in harmony with the land, enriched by the traditions of our people and the promise of new possibilities. As we turn the focus to the financial stewardship of our nation, we acknowledge the challenges posed by our current budget. This year's general fund budget stands at $5,999,434. Obviously, as you look at the overall budget, there's increases for like the tourism program as a result of the hot tax and also the enterprise fund of Kerrigan, the Kerrigan building. That bumps it up to a high number, but I want to keep the focus on the general fund budget. This is a slight decrease from last year's budget of 60 million. The shortfall is primarily due to the increase in indirect costs, rising from 344,000 to 375,000. Despite these financial constraints, our commitment to progress remains unwavering. Our FY 2026 unmet needs budget requests totals 3.76 million, and that information is in your packets. These are essential, as I will describe to addressing the operational gaps that this budget has left us with. Staffing needs and infrastructure improvements that are critical. These funds are not just numbers, they are the lifeline for our nation's futures. Some of the immediate financial support needs include real estate department. With the current budget that's proposed, all we have is money for staff and their benefits, and so there's $140,752 shortfall for operations. The same with another program, Western RPO, which is 101,000 vital project operations. And with the way the budget came down, and we'll describe that. I have all the managers here to help me explain that. Our RBDOs, Fort Defiance RBDO, again has 148
$1,945 unmet need. Chinley has $150,000 unmet need, and a lot of that's for business site cleanup and feasibility studies. And we have a very we're about 55 staff, Shanta, and we're developing a nation with over 25,000 square miles and 110 communities. Eastern A, they have an unmet need, and that's really for roof repairs and technical services of 90,000. Northern, there's a new department that we're proposing as part of Northern, which is Utah office. And we are proposing some staff for that office. We are having an economic planning summit with the 5 chapters up there on July 29th. Just to let you know, and we really have been working with a whole coalition of chapter leaders from Utah. Support service is another one that you guys are all critical are aware of, and one of the things that there's a couple of things. One is like roof. We need a major roof upgrade to something that we feel the buildings under our operations, and we feel the pain when it snows a lot in the winter or we get heavy rains, and we always have leaks. So this is something that we always do like a Band-Aid, but our team is insisting that we do major replacement of that. So another critical need there is financial infrastructure with a loan officer. This is again with the relaunch of the BIDF fund and advanced loan software. That's something that our CFO has been working closely with the Auditor General's office and DOJ on this. So project development, a program that you're very familiar with Mr. Perry and his team. Again, we obviously you guys all know about the 5-year plan that's ongoing. That's something that's ready from our team's eyes, and we just need to pass it with your blessings. But we have a $2 million gap even with that. And Mr. Perry and his team are here to really describe what are some of the needs of contractual work that has to happen, capital projects are critical. And then under admin, one of our biggest needs is again, our economist is here, yeah, Nicole. She has presented to the nation the state of the economy. We really need a full-fledged economic research department. So, and we've been talking about it now for the last 2 years. This is going on year 3. So what I tasked her to do along with our support services department is to come up with a budget for what an economic research department would do, and how it would work, and how much it would cost. So that's just something that's our again, a $339,596 need. And so that's in our unmet need, is something that we really want to give that a shot. We see again, that really describes in detail background of where we're at. We are on task with our spending levels. Another one that I didn't get into in terms of critical need is I did, it's the real estate department. This is one, again, there's an explanation for this because we based the budget on the 2024 budget. This is really coming out of COVID, and I know we had change in management, and there was several positions that were open at the RBU or the real estate department office. So that's where we just so happens this year's budget is based on what the expenditure levels were that year. So that also happened to Western RBDO. And so we had like 2 positions that were open, and as you guys, I'm sure are aware from hearing from other programs, it does take a real effort to fill these positions. So, but I really wanted to give you a full background. I think I've covered most of it. My team is all here to help answer questions. I look forward to a very a good discussion on this, Shinata. So again, it's an honor to present to you today. So.
Thank you, Director. So,
Does that conclude your presentation? You got 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Good.
Back to you.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Chairman Nez. At this time, we do have questions regarding this legislation. I don't know what happened to the fan back there, but I think all my sunblock already came on. So we do have a question with Honorable Clock.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you to Honorable Rick Nez again for presenting this legislation on behalf of the Resources and Development Committee. And then thank you to our Division Director, Mr. Stelanis, for presenting the budget here on behalf of Division of Economic Development. And as I'm looking over your budget here, I would have the same request as the previous division. So there are certain programs that do have their wireless communication. So if we could get a listing of everyone that does have a phone available, so that we can also request for that to be shared with our constituents. And then looking at the RBDO, just want to make a note that on these program performance measurements, this is pretty stagnant across the board. So like Eastern Agency, they only have ensure employee safety building longevity, and that's only once during the second quarter. And then conduct 3 additional service to the following: environmental assessment, feasibility study, and appraisals. That would just be once in the second, third, and fourth quarter. But then if you look at Western and Central, they have performance measurements for all of the quarters. And it goes all the way down from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them are filled in except for that particular one. So I think that, when we're talking about uniformity across, I guess, all the chapters, I think that would be good to outline specific performance measurements. And I'm going to take for an example, and this is going to be one of my conditions of appropriation, is that we as delegates oftentimes are not brought up to date on the leases that exist on the Navajo Nation. And so I did have a meeting with the staff last week, and that was my concern, is that in order to move forward with a 5-year plan, we need to know how many business site leases are in Chinle. How many, well, not just Chinle, but Central Agency. How many are in Western? So that gives us an idea as legislators how to prioritize expired leases, leases that need to be terminated, leases that need to be renegotiated. So we don't have any of that information. And that's going to be my condition of appropriation, is that that information be shared with the legislative. In addition to that, I do see that you do have a majority of your positions that are filled. Good and a bad thing about that. So the good thing is that you don't have to go and adjust your budget because it's already been done for you. And you don't have to make those adjustments through the BIM. The bad thing about it, and I have seen this firsthand, is you have a workforce, and over the years, the horse gets tired. You try to get more work out of that horse, and it doesn't want to do it anymore. we have no new economic development happening on the Navajo Nation. And so a lot of times, again, it's because of our workforce. They are very lax. They don't want to recruit. They're not out there in the community educating. And I'm looking at the performance measurements and it says provide training. I know the staff themselves don't do the training, that's contracted out most times to change labs or other entities as such. So I don't know if those statistics are being captured in your performance measurements, but to me, when you put it on here as a performance measurement, it should be your staff that are accomplishing this. We're not referring to consultants. We're not referring to outside entities. And that's one of the things that, I want to just make sure that you as a division director are ensuring that our programs are in compliance. Now, under DED Northern RVDO, I do see 3 vacant positions. So I think we're gonna come into that situation where we'll do a legislative concern is that these should be budgeted before you put your operating expense. And I think you were sitting here when the committee explained that to DCB. So just to be aware, I did catch that for Northern. I don't know how soon you anticipate on filling those positions, but that would be a question that I have because on budget form number 5, it says trends in. And so I don't know if you are using funding from a different position. Is that why it's vacant or? So if you could just explain that part on the Northern RVDO for DED. So that's the question that I have. And then also looking at our employee salary and fringe benefits. I know one of the questions I asked last year was that there's this inequity of positions that are all deemed the same, like office specialists or senior office specialists. And a big part of that fell back to employee performance evaluations. So I hope that those are being taken care of annually. And I just want reassurance on that because, for many years, a lot of employees weren't able to get their merit bonus or their step increase because these evaluations weren't done by the supervisor. And so when that task is not done, we're hindering employees from not moving forward or not being able to take a step increase in their positions. And we, as an oversight, certainly don't want that to happen because we know how important our Navajo Nation workforce is. I do see also that some of these costs are low. I like for the building maintenance, I see $500. And realistically, we know $500 is not even gonna cover anything, maybe just a door or a window, but that's not to say that we have, we're gonna have a shortfall. And then if you can go ahead and explain the difference in DED Northern RVDO and Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. How are those two separated? And I think that would give a good outlook for our committee to understand the differences in that. And then as far as Western, there's a vacancy for a senior economic development specialist. So that one again will also need to be budgeted at the correct amount before putting your operating in again. And I think that's what we have for Western. And then Fort Defiance. Oh, I don't see any vacancies, so that should be good. So with that, and then I know you do have your indirect costs, and Carrigan Complex is one of them. We did state that the roofing does need to be redone, and so that would be probably the unmet need. And so in order to get an unmet need, you know, I would just recommend that you get your procurement ready so that you have that available in case, as far as our budget and finance. I also want to take some time to recognize our budget and finance committee member, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, who's sitting here with us, and it looks like she's also taking notes, so good to have her here as this will be moving forward. So, Vice Chair, those will be the questions for now, and I'll allow our sponsor to answer.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. Hope you guys all cool down out there. I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor and his agent, Mr. Shabunas.
Shananda, there's two areas I want different folks to help me answer, and one is the question with regard to Northern and Shiprock. Tyrone is a critical part of the budget team, and so he's been working on with both those programs. Yeah, hey, go ahead. Or RDC committee members. Doing that, like they're not go to KDB, they got the coalition, they is not a machine at all. Northern RPDO, as you know, FY 24, there was a legislative concern. At the end of FY 24, he gave the report saying this legislative concern, it goes beyond FY 24. Well, that comes up, it may need to call. So in order to establish this one, on the positions for the division in your budget, there was 7 vacant positions. With that, in the as of now, 4 even they're filled. It's there's one of the position that relates back to the FY 24 legislative concern, the contract compliance officer. So it was budgeted in administration. We did several advertisements for that. We did not have we didn't get any applicants involved. So it's being advertised. What we did is we changed the work site from St. Michael's to Shiprock. So it's being advertised like that. The senior economic development specialist position in Shiprock. One of that will be transferred to Northern. So there's a vacant position with real estate senior appraiser. It's been vacant for the longest time. So that position is gonna be recommended, transfer to Northern. In the, and reclassified as program manager. Okay, in the, as you know, in the Northern RPO budget area, the personnel expenses is very low. So we don't know what, where, uh, are we really gonna go with the Northern RPO, or this position, will be working on a ship. That's the. Quick cycle, so we made a recommendation at the end of FY 24, either these positions work out of a Shiprock video or to be a satellite office at Northern. Or reestablish the Northern RVDO, that was our recommendation from the reason why we did that is because we don't know where the office is going to be located as of today, but so for that reason, we budget these positions at 80 hours. So, yeah. That would be regarding the personnel.
Honorable Paul?
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So I don't know if that legislative concern did come from this committee or did it come from Budget and Finance Committee?
Budget finance.
Okay, so my legislative concern will be regarding how that was implemented from Budget and Finance Committee. When they didn't think out the logistics of where these individuals would be housed. So as you said, there's no location identified and there's no office identified. So, you know, and now we're dealing with that for this budget. And that's not at the fault of RDC. So that would be my legislative concern, and I'll go ahead and add that back in. But what was if you could go back and recap what the Budget and Finance Committee, what was their intent when they wanted a Northern separated from Shiprock? It was to serve the Utah side, or was there a broader scope of work that was supposed to be entailed with that? If you could just answer that.
And with really serve the Utah Navajo. There was 3 positions, so one was for the Western RBU, Senior Economic Development Specialist, and Shiprock, Senior Economic Development Specialist. They all came from a personal last swing.
Thank you. Honorable Paul?
Okay, so thank you. I'll go ahead and complete that legislative concern. So part of that legislative concern is that they withdrew money from, or they created a fund from the overall division. But I don't know, I would need Mariana's input on this question. So if we at RDC pass a base budget amount, it moves forward to Budget and Finance, and then they move numbers there to create a new department. And it comes back here now to our committee. Mariana, what would be the protocol to strike that if there are no positions available, or no one has occupied those positions yet? And without consultation with this committee, what would be the recommended process for this?
Thank you, Honorable Paul. Mariana?
delegate, and using the resources and trying to locate the language for that particular, legislative concern. And that was from, yeah, I don't find anything from last year. It's not in the report. I don't know, it helps, sometimes, but that's how it's, that language. And let me look at the legislative concern. My understanding is, from what you've said, is that, that budget and finance committee made a legislative concern in which they wanted to create a new department within this division to serve a particular community. But that particular, the positions remain vacant and are still vacant. And it is your desire to strike that particular budget and finance committee legislative concern. Is not my understanding, because it, no, okay, I am sorry, I just trying to get a handle on an understanding. Really, I will listen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Honorable Paul?
Okay, so you got it right all the way to the part where you said strike the legislative concern. So the question is, the committee who is considered one of the final approving authorities, they created a new department without consulting the resources and development committee. So without amending a plan of operations, so is this even legally sufficient as far as our budget? So that would be my question, because here at RDC, if we were to create, let's say I want to create my own little small business department for Central, and I want to serve just the Jean region, and I created a budget here, that would be deemed out of order. It would have to come through the committee. So I'm just wondering how that was allowed to happen without consulting this committee. Because we have oversight over our division's budget. And here we are, we're trying to figure out how we're gonna find funding for them when it wasn't even us who consulted and said, yes, let's do this. And I don't know if we are capable of moving this department's budget forward without a legislative action or amendment to the plan of operation. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul. Mariana?
I'll have Ms. Sam explain. She found the language, and I want her to explain how it came into being. And it does not seem to be a legislative concern. But I will let her explain, so I can get a further understanding of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Sam?
Vice Chair and members of the RDC committee. It isn't a legislative concern. Where it's at is in the budget resolution for fiscal year 2024. Council resolution CS 7823. And it's part of the unmet needs when the budget and finance committee was meeting. And it's exhibit G1, the funding source of the personnel acts fund. So if you have your copy of the budget resolution, it's number, exhibit G1 number. Hold on, let me scroll down here.
Exhibit G?
Well, personnel lapse would only cover a position.
It is number 31.
Operating budget.
And actually, I went to, this receipt number, item 0001, you added them for 51,401. And it's states Utah compliance officer. And it was the justification that this allocation will be used to pay the salary of one new contract compliance officer for the Utah area of the navigation. The funds will also cover fringe and insurance costs. Vice Chair.
Look at this. On the for that, roll call.
So I want to go back to the budget map here. Since that number was read into record, if I could get that amount again, 51.
On the, what's that amount again?
51,409.
Honorable call.
Okay, so now that we have that. You are way over expended here. You are at $350,000. So personnel lapse only covers a position. Nowhere does it cover operating, nowhere does it cover supplies, lease and rental, communication utilities. So this budget is out of order. So that's what I want to put on the record here, and that's why I had asked that question. So your only allocation amount, if it's personnel lapse, is 51,409. So you need to redo this whole budget. And that would be my comment. So unless you have Ms. Khan weigh in here, but that would require probably this whole budget form would need to be redone. That would be, if I could have Mariana weigh in on this, thank you.
The county roll call, Mariana.
Delegate all members of the Resources and Development Committee. You have to excuse me, I'm just trying to catch up with regard to what was just said. And my understanding is, one, we have a budget that is before us. And somehow or another, and something I'm just trying to catch up with, the budget that is before us is larger than the amount that it was given. And because it is spending more money than it was given, then if you're saying it is out of order. I don't know. I'm just trying to look for the numbers, what it was given and how much how they are over their amount, and perhaps, again, the Office of Management and Budget can give me a hand in understanding. And it sounds like a very basic idea, but I'm just trying to find where the numbers are and how they don't match up. So please, if I could ask for the assistance of Office of Management and Budget in clarifying the statement that Delegate Paul has made. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Simpson.
I think, thank you, Vice Chairman, so I see, so we'll be going to, Brianna, you know, either this request was made, it wasn't listed concerning, but it's part of the thesis. If it was a listed concern, it's not, but if it was listed concern, that listed concern would be on that. Since this was done during fiscal year 2024, it should have been implemented 2024. After it is not implemented, that this me, you know, that what was to establish this position, utilizing $51,409. using green personal gas fund. Since that was not met in the FY 2024, that basically doesn't go forward to the next fiscal year, so this base is not, I mean. It should, it's, yeah, exactly. Out of order, so it should not. The recommendation or what was came from the council was not complied with. So after the FY 2024 is over, it stopped. And I'm trying to get clarification on that. Vice Chair, members RC, so hopefully Mariana can help me clarify that.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Before I take it over to Mariana, we do have a response from the agent.
Okay, on the general fund portion. That the budget that we have is 8,566 for this, but the 350 is an unmet need.
So regardless, it shouldn't even be included, is what I'm saying, because you have no basis of a budget. And if it reverted, then there's no position. So that whole budget for Northern RBDO is just, it should be either eliminated or amended. I mean, it should just be eliminated, because I don't think there's any money.
What?
So do we go ahead and amend our budget?
That should be part of that.
To put those positions back in this respective business unit.
Mariana?
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, I would like to get the perspective of Office of Management and Budget. Just generally, this is what I know about legislative concerns. A legislative concern is different than a condition of appropriation. A condition of appropriation, if a particular mandate is put in as a legislative concern and it follows, there's a particular process for a condition of appropriation. It has to, there's more that comes than just voting on it through the budget. There's a process that the Budget and Finance Committee goes through. But this one with this thing said was not, was a legislative concern. Legislative concern is an issue that is identified. And with the idea that the program works on a particular issue. There is no, if the program satisfies that issue. There is no, I mean, if they don't satisfy that issue, there is no, they don't get penalized. But however, if they do satisfy the issue, then that would have been something that would have been satisfied. And if the idea was to provide a particular position to serve the Utah area, and got put in, I don't see that particular position is to be wiped out because it was a legislative concern, not implemented by the Resources and Development Committee, because the whole comprehensive budget is voted upon by the whole Navajo Nation Council. Let me have the Office of Management and Budget operating clarification. I'm just going this generally, the difference between condition of appropriation, legislative concern, and if this monetary amount is in the comprehensive budget, the whole council votes on the comprehensive budget. And I would ask, I will be the first to acknowledge that I do not have the background on that particular issue. I was not aware of it. This is the first I'm hearing about it, and I would then, if given the time, I would go and find out from from my colleagues at the Office of Legislative Counsel to give me more information about this issue. In the meantime, I would suggest that you ask the Office of Management and Budget their understanding of this funding issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. I'll take it over to O and B.
Thank you for the question. I want to point out in the BIM, there is the definitions of the conditions of appropriations and the legislative concerns. In addition to that, normally OMB does not carry over these legislative concerns or the conditions of appropriations into the next fiscal year.
Okay, so going back to the plan of operation. We'll have Mr.
So just to add to that, and for Mariana's benefit, in the bin, there's a copy of the appropriation act, that's what, Janet is referring to. The legislative concern is the analysis, and then the COA, that the only one that said it expired. Or whatever, that's not be published. It should be good for that this year.
Mariana?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, it is my understanding that the issue that we are talking about
Gonna go back to Mr. Scalanis and his team. If we could go ahead and bring up your plan of operation and show it directly to the committee that there's an allowance for this RVDO to incorporate a new one without the amendment of the plan of operation. That's your legal basis there, regardless if we're talking about this legislative concern, it goes back to your plan of operation. If there's no allowance for it, then it cannot be done until your plan of operation has been amended. So if we could bring that up for us right now, thank you.
Mr. Scrooge?
Okay, regarding that question, the RPOs. In the plan of the DB plan of operation, they're not identified as single RPOs. They're all identified as RPOs under the small business development. So it's already there.
Can I see a copy of that? That would be my.
I don't have a copy.
On the website, somebody?
You know, provide a copy of that to the committee. Thank you. I take a 5-minute recess break while they locate their documents.
I do have a plan of operation here. And regarding this, I think we called it a legislative concern that was drawing down 51,409. My recommendation is that the Division of Economic Development redo the budget. And since this is a compliance position, that would fall back under our real estate department. And so I believe that's what the division had previously. So that position would just revert back over to the original business unit, and then the DED would strike budget form 1 for DED Northern RBDO, which would take out the budget of 350,000, which is under tab number 6 behind the yellow page. So that's what we have. And then also there was a proposed budget out of general funds for that specific area. And that was business unit 110007, and the amount of 8,566. So even that would have to be removed. As you can see in the positions, they have contract compliance officer and senior appraisers, senior economic development specialists. So that would just be what I would put in our legislative concern. And I'll go ahead and have our sponsor and the agent just give a response if they are in agreement to that legislative concern. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Claw, I'll turn the floor back over to our sponsor and agents.
Shananda, we totally agree with you, your recommendation on. The senior economic development specialist is currently has been filled in the Shiprock RBO. Some of their time will be allocated to Utah, we can work that out, and then we have one in Western too, that just got filled also. And then we have a contract compliance officer, and with your recommendation, we can put that under a real estate, but then assign them Utah projects. And again, we are working really closely with those chapters, and this is something that has come out of many meetings with chapters from Utah, that there's a lot of needs out there, and so this is one where we are having several planning sessions that are coming up, and so we'll understand more of the needs in Utah as we go forward, Chantal.
Thank you for your response. This time, in the process.
Yes. So going on to the next question, this is under project development. If we can get a brief summary of some of the projects that are outlined for that specific area. I know that there were, let me see, let me go back. So in the ARPA, there was a line item veto done by President Nygren. And I believe a few of those projects keep trying to surface. And so one of the ways they surface is through the Division of Economic Development. And these are projects that are specific to certain delegates. And I just want to hear from project development if those are going to be equity based as far as the budget, or are they specific to certain projects? So if I could get that clarification from project development on what the intent will be for those funds that are requested from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. If we could get the project development department. Come on down.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But it won't be legislative, that's not, but I didn't need it. What about if it's like one maybe? If that's gonna be here, but at least the other mission, my word, but like, it's like, it's
Vice Chair, members of the Resource Development League. Delegates. Everyone. Back of me, the audience, a colleague. The question was raised about the equity. As Mr. Squamus mentioned in his presentation, the unmet needs of 2 million is what we're looking at too. Basically follow through on projects that were vetoed by President Langman. And those we were teaming up with I believe oil and gas. One store we were looking at was Blue Gap. The second store was Chimney. And then believe the third one was Shin Spring. And nothing. So like those were the 4 projects. But it'll all happen if we're able to get the unmet needs, which is 2 million. So that's how that project is structured. Thank you.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Perry. So within, those projects that you mentioned, there are feasibility studies that have been completed, am I correct, on those projects? And then the environmental assessment surveys, and then the inspection. All of those have been done, and then they do have existing infrastructure such as the roads, parking, water lines, power lines, gas lines, etc. So if you could just respond, thank you. And land withdrawals, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Tom. These development plans has been all completed. The environmental assessment, the market feasibility studies, and infrastructure assessment. All those have been assessed. And the only project that we are being hampered by is only the Round Rock project is a C-store. We're having problems with the well. We're going to proceed to work with existing well and just rehab that. And that's in progress. But all the other sites, they're all been addressed. Everything's in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Call.
Yeah.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Perry, Mr. Long, Mr. Here, Mr. Nez, thank you. It's very, it's very frustrating. Where we don't hear anything about Eastern agencies. Anything on development. Today, I'm hearing that from you, Mr. Perry. I mean, we just not, I really, when I go to other communities or chapters that have RDC meeting, well, I'm at all. How much development these 4 other agencies have? Maybe I drove to Burnside, towards Pearson. Some of the places that I went to, I just couldn't read their economic development. And it just seems like, Being on, and I see the dash, I see these places, and I'm happy about it. But when it comes to Eastern, I tend to concentrate on, I see, my previous delegates, I said that. I stated that. So in their 5-year plan, I see some politics for Eastern. But really, nothing has been really, I'll give you plans then. Crown Point Hotel. I know there's a issue that we have to address in reference to, make sure we do the lease for the individual. Maybe CISO same situation too. But I really would like to see something done in Eastern within the next 12 months. It should be delegates going to the vision of economic development. Just a function of executive branch. But when nothing is moved forward, we'll call a delegation on, we'll call delegates, we'll call delegate, Jason Johnson. Why are we allocate money and we wait? We wait for something to happen. We're lawmakers. We make laws, we amend laws. This is coming from delegate and the party. We make laws, we amend laws, we vote the money. And once we do that, it gets signed into law, executive branch. That's your job to implement these, what we amended or what we vote the money for. Here we go. We'll call Delegate Simpson, we'll call Delegate Sean Paul to be part of this meeting. We did our job. And going back to Crown Point Hotel, the proposed Crown Point Hotel, the proposed C-store, was supposed to go on along 371. I have participated in so many meetings on these two projects. And it just seems like it's your job going with the project development party. And it just seems like we are the one that delegate had stepped these meetings, push these things forward. Then we criticize for authority. So, Mr. Perry, I'd like to see these two projects ceaseful. The Crown Point, the Crown Point, the proposed project, like the proposed hotel. I want something done in 12 months. Something in place where it's ready to be construction ready. So I just want to bring that up and tell my listeners about that too. It's a positive thing that not an issue. And it's just frustrating because we've been looking at this, okay, this is one part, is how we have the economic development in Eastern. Again, let's go Herflow and easy. US 550. We got Herflow chapter along that US 550. We got Nageezy, we got Chancellor. I know Chancellor is a sister. But Nageezy and the Chocolate Canyon, the park. We have a lot of people that goes that park, and again, we're not concentrating on this we're at the East Wolf Cruise. Have some type of economic development. And I apologize for being said, but this is the time to do that. The frustration is there. That Crown Point Hotel should have been put up maybe a year and a half ago. The Cecil, Sir Thompson is getting frustrated. So they didn't have lines, so this. If you want to respond, that's fine. But my notice gave me some of her time here, so I'll go and get back to her. Thank you, Secretary, and everybody see here.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, for sharing that with the committee and everybody here. And and I do agree and I support Honorable Simpson about those locations that he's sharing with us. And I look at this summary of Round Rock. You know, the traffic, going through there is Sheep Springs, Chibito, Birch Rock. Surprised I don't see Church Rock Manufacturing Building. That's over there. I hope that's not the glove factory. But I'll get some time back over to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Really, there's issues and there's also and what we have done is that we have teamed up. When we're able to team up, meaning that we have the common point or Eastern RVO, we have small business development department, and also project development working together to expedite the process. So that's what we have done on those two projects, teaming up and making sure that the projects will happen. So that's what I want to share with Mr. Simpson and you, Mr. Spinolis. Usually, you did ask us that you guys take the lead and get it done, and we plan to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Honorable Paul.
Thank you for answering those questions, Mr. Perry, especially for Eastern Agency. And I think that was why I asked about equity. I know that some of these projects are important, but at some point, we're gonna have to probably create a priority list from Resources and Development Committee. I think that way it's geared towards our division and where we want to promulgate economic development across the Navajo Nation. And I think that the best way to do it is to identify one project per agency and give equal funding. And those companies that are interested in being a part of the project development, they do have to meet with you, of course, but also they would have to invest some of their own capital. And it would be based on the readiness of the project. And so as you stated, Round Rock has some hiccups to it. So how they remain on the project list, it's very interesting to hear that they still are on the project list. Whereas maybe a business in Western or Eastern might be readily available to begin their paperwork and the drawdown of the funds. So that's one of the questions that I have. And then also, my question is gonna be for real estate. We had a discussion earlier and I finished my paperwork for the budget amendment to move the contract compliance officer from DED Northern RBDO back to real estate department. And then from there, the work site can be addressed through a PAF. So that's how that should have been done, not to create a whole new department for that. But going to real estate, I do see that under real estate, this is the compliance portion. And perhaps the delegate from Utah that was trying to create this department felt like this department was underperforming. That would just be my guess at this point. But in here, it just states that they would review 8 legal descriptions in the land mapping system. Also, environmental review, getting default accounts into compliance through settlement agreements, past due payments, and other violations. And then also completing business site leases So one of my legislative concerns that I also have drafted is that each RBDO and probably real estate department would have to come up with a listing for each agency, and that would be in regards to expired leases, terminated leases, active leases, so that we have a listing. Based on that, that's how you determine your performance measurement. Because once you see that and you have those listings, that's how you create your first quarter goals, second, third, and fourth on your performance measurements. And so in here, it states that there's 12 business site leases, permits, and agreements that would be reviewed. And so how are we as an oversight capable of holding the division accountable if we don't even have a listing? And then also to see the progress of that. So basically, for years and years, committees have taken the word of these divisions, just going by their performance measurements here, but we haven't reevaluated that. But I think with this council, it's changed, and this council has shown that we are geared towards holding departments accountable, and then also gearing towards the efficiency. One of my legislative concern will also be that within each agency RBDO, there should be a creation of one new business site lease. And although that specific business site lease has a slightly different process versus a regular community withdrawal, but I think that we should be capable of doing that. Another part of that falls into the legislation that is still tabled, and that's the 750 buffer zone legislation. Now, I had asked the division for input on that particular legislation because right now we have some businesses like Chinley, for example, there's businesses along the Highway 191 corridor. A lot of them are right now not in compliance, so this is where real estate department comes in, is a compliance issue. And so we really do need to work hand in hand with real estate and RBDO to start the process of how to probably terminate some of these leases that are in non-compliance. I do have legislation that's waiting in my own community where I am gonna be terminating business site leases because they were either abandoned or there's been non-payment on them. And, you know, in order to generate revenue, a lot of that for DED is you rely on the rental and the lease to come back. And so that's one of the things that I had originally proposed with our business regulatory is to create a proprietary fund, expenditure fund. But very sad to report that the staff were not even behind that legislation. And I had to withdraw that legislation because nobody knew how that would work. And so if this division is not prepared to handle proprietary or even a fund management plan, you know, to me, that creates red flags for me. However, I have already stated that I think one good fit would be with the tourism department. We did take a tour fairly recently within the past month to Four Corners Monument. There we heard from some of the vendors, and I think there is an opportunity, but this fund management plan does have to be crafted so that we are regenerating that revenue back into our communities. But at this point, it seems like most of that is only sustaining like the operational costs and also the indirect costs. So that's why I'm looking at this. So for real estate, I think that would just be also my legislative concern is that they would have to work with the RBDO to create a compliance listing and list to the oversight which businesses
the leases need to be put onto a list where we can look at them. Contractual services is always something that I look at as well. Because in here we have consulting fees of $8,000, and then we have consulting fees of $5,000, and this is for real estate department. And if I had to go through each department here, I know every one of these departments has contracting and consulting. So if you could explain to me how you use those funds to help with the economic development portion, because right now I don't see any new businesses that are coming onto the Navajo Nation. My fear is that we are pumping all of this money into consulting and contracting, but we're not getting results. And so that's one thing I want to be very careful of, is that we're not just pushing our revenue off to consultants. Because that has happened in the past, where we did make these awards and then at the end, we didn't have an end product to look at. So if you could answer those questions, Mr. Shawanis, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Turn the floor back over to the presenters, Mr. Willis.
Shit on top. I have asked our real estate director, our program manager, Mark, to come join me over here. And I'm having now answer the questions related to expired leases, terminated leases, and the performance measurements as it's relating to the leases and working with the RVOs. I know he's already on it, and but I'm gonna let him answer that question. And also in terms of contractual services, I can help answer that question.
Good afternoon, Council delegates. Thank you for the time. To answer the questions of compliance, as I take this new role as a department manager, I am working with our IT specialists within the division to develop a new system that will track and give us updates regarding these leases that are out there. The only thing that we do not have access to is BIA leases, those that are still currently active. So that one I cannot answer as to how many are out there, but at this time, I have actively begun to track and get a list of all the active Navajo Nation leases that are available. But there are some concerns with some of these vacant leases, which are environmental concerns, specifically gas stations. These have been on hold because of EPA regulations that need cleanup. And a lot of these cleanups are just minimal. And a lot of it is now just in the process of naturally dissipating, which means that it's going to take a few years, from 7 to 10 years for some of these sites to be available for redevelopment. So the financial side of the cleanup is very, very much a concern to me as to how we can start addressing these. One of the ideas has been to go back to BIA and to work with the Congress to start lobbying, I guess, lack of a better phrase, to get some of these environmental cleanup monies to expedite the availability of available sites. So that is what has been a priority for me. In addition to, as I said earlier, is the technological advances and upgrades that real estate has begun to implement. With 365 and then a geospatial software, we're working in partnership with the company to bring in the ESRI software that can track, that can evaluate, and that can demonstrate the availability and the feasibility of certain sites. The 750 right of way has been a tremendous tool. And I have recommended to Mr. Swalamas, but he opened up the question, is that in certain instances, that 750 should be amended to accommodate industrial development. where industrial development can have a little bit more space and leeway along those transportation corridors, which would allow for immediate development and recruitment of businesses. With the compliance officer, I have been working with our staff to re-advertise and to re-advertise for the environmental specialist position also with the current role that I am in. So a lot of these concerns that I have been tracking, I have been working to start initiating contractual services with the assistance of my specialized staff or the team, which would help to alleviate some of these stuff. But the contractual services, as mentioned before, I would like to redirect that towards bringing in all these other softwares that can allow my team to have additional capacity and training where they don't have to be tied to the office. They can work out in the field, update the data in real time, and that's where we are looking into Starlink Mobile to have the communication advantage in outbuilding this whole capacity, which would address concerns of compliance, which address concerns of termination. And a lot of these issues have dealt with concerns that lessees are not well informed about their leases. So we've begun an active role to help our lessees to understand their leases, their contracts, and their payment schedules, their rental schedules, and what does that mean in the long term in terms of maintaining their leases. In addition to that is the management of our asset. The buildings that they occupy and the properties that they are occupied are assets of the Navajo Nation. So that is another item that is on my radar to start really beginning to look after. And I've begun discussions with our facility maintenance supervisor to start accompanying us on these inspections, site visits. And he can inspect these buildings, these assets, and give us his recommendation as to how we maintain to minimize demolition, to minimize expensive repair costs. So we can address them now instead of when a lessee leaves or abandons the site. And EPA, I've been working close hand to identify sources and ways to start opening up these areas that have been on hold for sometimes decades now. And with my experience with real estate departments since 2009, I am well aware of some of these concerns that have lasted this long. And those have been my hope thus far in addressing what needs to be done to really bring to light what is affecting the revenue stream from the Division of Economic Development, especially the long-term leases, the 25-year leases.
Thank you for your response. Tony Jetson.
In terms of, in addition to, what Mr. Chief pointed out in terms of contractual services. Your question was broadly, right, across the division. The biggest areas I see contractual, services is in architectural, engineering, feasibility studies. I know there's a lot of feasibility studies that are occurring across Navajo. There's also assessment of these forward business sites. So it's a crucial need. These dollars are critical, and it's never enough. We always wish that we could have more. We obviously we put a lot to economic research too. I know under admin, the dollars go mostly to like the strategic economic development strategy, the plan that we put together. And we're already getting ready to put that together this coming year. And so those kinds of things is where most of the dollars go shown up. We have specialized projects. Sometimes we want to look at like let's say there's a project we want to look at using the new market tax credits. I know that's one that we're going is we're looking at how do we utilize that, because NTUA actually utilized new market tax credits for one of their buildings. So, and then we also apply for different types of grants. We're using some of the dollars to apply for like industrial grants, like from New Mexico, so an example. So that's where most of the dollars go in terms of contractual services, Shenandoah.
Thank you, Tony. Colleagues, we'll probably gonna hold.
Okay, so this is gonna be moving on to the tourism department. And so as I stated, I think this would be a good department to have their fund management plan. This would be based on some of the activity that happens at the parks. However, I do see a very large budget as far as travel. And the travel is $148,194. And so I think, although I am in support of marketing, but at what point do we actually put those funds to use here on Navajo Nation? I think that those are some of the questions that have been posed to me as a delegate. And also, I just want to make sure that as a division that we're not creating little jars of pocket change for the OPVP. And one of the questions was going back to a space exploration event that took place, SpaceX. And the funds came from DED. So my question is, when that particular trip was taken, which department paid for the expense as far as travel? And I'm looking, my compass is going towards tourism, since that has the largest amount of travel. And so if you could clarify that for me, because that has been a concern. A lot of our constituents, they see the photo opportunities that are happening. And, you know, I don't know what the rationale was, if you could just explain that, of how Navajo Nation was to benefit from the SpaceX event. Because nothing came to fruition from that. Now, if we had used those funds towards, I don't know, an economic summit that happened in Delcon or Tisco, instead of using that on a trip, I think that would have been beneficial. And in addition to that, we have a lot of our chapters that are requesting for assistance. I know, you know, for Kangandashe, we don't even have a welcome sign coming into our town. Maybe I need to go out there and get a 2x4 and do it myself, but these are some of the things that our communities are asking. We don't have any type of displays for our communities, but if you go to Page, they have this nice little sign. It's lit up either by solar power or it's on the grid, but those are the things that we should be seeing across the Navajo Nation. And so I just want to hear the rationale with the budget for travel. And then also questioning what the intent is for the division as far as marketing our communities. I think the last time our chapters were marketed was by Cindy Yurt. She used to live in Chinle, but she did chapter images. It was a book. And this, you know, book highlighted each community, the Navajo name, how many stores are there, the facilities, all of that. But from our department for tourism, that's what people are looking for. They wanna know, hey, what's in this town, what's in Tuba City, what's in Crown Point. But we don't have any of that. We don't even have visitor centers. So I wanna hear how we're gonna change that. And if that's even possible, or is that where your consultants are supposed to come in? So that would be my question, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Incredible thought. Turn the floor back over to the agents.
Thank you, Lieutenant Chair and Delegate Law, and then our tourism manager is here also with us, so I'm gonna turn the questions over to you.
Hey, honorable RDC committee. I'm gonna start first with the SpaceX question, and I'm laughing because, number one, that any funding that went towards that trip did not come from tourism. I want to make that very clear and clarify. I'm not sure where it came from. If it came out of economic development, but it was not from tourism. Second, travel budget, 48,000. We're taking into consideration that this is new administration. And all these issues that are coming up regarding tariffs, regarding travel, international communities, regarding even from national areas. It's already affected travel tourism industry in the United States by up to 16%. If you look at that on a national level, we're already talking millions and millions of dollars. And when that trickles down to the Navajo Nation, who gets a small, minute piece of that, it's even smaller. So in order for us to bring more tourists to our nation, we're gonna have to get out to do our marketing. Now, I understand, you're wanting to know how that's going to boost visitations to the Navajo Nation. But I want to use a couple of examples. In July of last year, I took a personal trip to Paris, France. On that trip, I took marketing material from Antelope Point Marina and from 5 other companies based out of chapter tour companies. Within the first 2 days of me being out there, and again, it's on my own time, but I was still, incorporating my work into it, so that's kind of person I am. Antelope Point Marina and some of the tour operators started calling me instantly. Say, wow, what are you doing? It's working. People are calling us already from Europe or from France, and they're making bookings with us. When I got back, when I met with Antelope Point Marina, and they said that their numbers had dramatically increased for bookings from that area. So we know specifically when working with these companies that our marketing is working, marketing and promoting. In addition to that, we've also been doing a lot more advertising in Canada and also in overseas markets, as far as magazines go. That's also drawing a lot of attention to our tourism industry around the Navajo Nation. We are also ramping up our trade shows that we attend. And these are national, New York, San Francisco, Denver, Washington, Seattle's going to be included this year and a couple of other places. And again, these are direct connections made to travel agents, tour operators, even just general public of people who are wanting to travel but don't know where. We're out there letting them know Navajo Nation is a prime destination for you all to come visit. We have reports that we can show numbers, how many people attend these shows and how many that we've actually directly contacted and who are coming out and making these bookings to come out to the Navajo Nation as well. So it does take money to attend these shows. It takes money to get promotional equipment. It takes money to literally to transport what we have to offer to show visitors out to these travel destinations. So that's pretty much the reason for our travel budget increase. And I can guarantee that we are gonna be pushing really hard to get more visitors out to the Navajo Nation with this expense. Coming back to signage. it- I came into this position about a year and a half ago. And I was very disappointed to see the lack of signage, the lack of development within the tourism industry. I was with Navajo Tourism 27 years ago. And before I left, we had just implemented new signage that was saying, welcome to the Navajo Nation. Since then, nothing has been done on those. And as I drive around the nation today, only 2 or 3 of those signs still are standing. The rest of them either have been torn down, damaged, or are just gone, completely gone. So for the past year and a half, I've been working with my staff, with BIA, and with smaller communities, Chile, Fort Defiance, to try to get some of these reestablished. Part of the problem that we've been having is getting the funding for that. We thought we had a pretty good amount of BIA to get some of this stuff done, but as it turns out, a lot of this money that they had specifically for signage is for BIA routes only. And a lot of areas, for example, Four Corners 1 did not qualify out in that area, so could not do that. But we're looking at other alternatives. Chinle and Fort Defiance, and I believe 2 is our first 3 that are included in this budget, but we want to get this done. And we're talking about it. Just, unfortunately, I think there are 47 different Welcome to Navajo Nation signs that are missing. And so that's gonna be a big project for us to try to get those all replaced. We are working on it. We're also working with the BIA to do the wayfinding signage, because a lot of the problems, concerns that are coming to us as a department are, once the tourists get here, where do they go? Look for a sign to Chinle, you don't see it anywhere, they're old. These are state road signs or BIA signs. We're trying to work with the correct departments to get those upgraded. We are also working with billboards across the Navajo Nation to try to identify certain locations. I think currently the Navajo Tourism has approximately 8 different billboards that we are utilizing. We're also advertising on billboards digitally in bigger cities, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're also doing that at airports. Again, so the main objective is to bring more visitors to the Navajo Nation. I do want to clarify the book chapter images. That technically was a book that was created by DDD 27 years ago by a gentleman named Trib Chowdhury. And he was a really great statistician. Put that together, it's in the earth, just kind of revived it and kind of gave it a different name and started putting it in Navajo Times newspaper. But that is definitely a great book, and we are working with our with Alicia Murphy within our department to try to pull more tourism data together. We're also working with the states to get that done, also the National Park Services. We are having difficulty working with local departments in the Navajo Nation to get a lot of this data. The faster they can get us data, the faster we can put more of this data into our visitor guides. I don't know if you'll have a chance to look at the ones that we gave you at the last leadership meeting, but it has a lot of information in there trying to draw people to those areas. We would like to do a lot more. Visitor centers. It's another thing that I'm really disappointed coming back as a department manager. 20-something years ago, we designed and built the Kianta Visitor Center. Beautiful building, really nice, and we had it operating under tourism at that point. We had all kinds of events there, demos during the summer. We had arts and crafts vendors. We had a coffee shop in there. And first thing I did when I came back and I traveled out to Canada, I went to go visit that place. And to my surprise, it was gone. The entire building was demoed. I still don't have an explanation for it. The other visitor center that was under Navajo Tourism was the Sheep Springs Visitor Center. And again, when I got back, I was disappointed to find out that it was no longer under tourism. It was given away to a gas station owner in the same area. So for the past year, I've been really fighting tooth and nail to get that building back because we want to establish it and run it as a correct visitors center. We had 2 more visitor centers in ARPA funding. One was going to be in Shiprock, and it was a shovel-ready project, ready to go. Designs are done. Every study, feasibility, marketing was completed, but our funding was pulled, so that didn't happen. We also want to put a visitor center in Window Rock. I do know that we have the museum, also in the same area. But to me, it's not run as a visitor center. It's run more as an office space. And if you go there, yes, we have the museum, yes, we have offices now over there in the library, but it's not really a visitor center. It's not operated in like one. So that's why we're looking at another one in Window Rock. Eventually, we are looking at one in Chinle, another one in Crown Point and Tennessee. If things work out, hopefully another one in Kansas to replace the one that was there. So my answers for the questions that were about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. I took a trip to Alaska last week. I didn't look at anything that you just mentioned, no signs, no visit, nothing like that. I just downloaded an app, Alaska app. Packages, hotels, cars, fishing, hunting, resorts, everything. And you can book the vacations through your app. So looking at the advanced travel app, it ranges from $100,000 to $300,000. So I would encourage you to, leave those signs alone and just get a few triboard and, some stencils. But I think that's something that, we need to invest in is the future and the applications, apps and stuff like that. And I do agree that, traveling out, I know there's some tourism trade shows in Asia that really welcome Navajo businesses out there. And, just imagine, what you did on your own for a small sector in, the Page area. How much more business you brought to the city of Page. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I spoke to, regarding the, NACE in Cameron, the CEO, JT Wood. Grand Canyon gets 4.7 million visitors, 2022, 2023, 12,000 people a day. That's the type of, traffic, I'm pretty sure it's going through the Navajo Nation. We just got to capture that, traffic. But we have to build a nice infrastructure that's welcoming that type of tourism, that attraction, real nice facility that, they can pull over and, recharge their vehicles or, tour guides or something like that. But I just wanted to share that with you regarding your response. Overclock?
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that question regarding the travel. And then in tourism, there's also charitable contributions in the amount of $146,234. So if you could just explain that portion again, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to economic research analyst departments. And so that wasn't included in our budget, it was actually an insert in the pocket here. So Mr. Raines, you almost escaped my questioning here. But I do have questions regarding this particular program. It's listed as a new business unit. And so, you know, I think Chair Nez or Chair Jesus will have to defend this unmet need. And so we want to make sure that we're not duplicating services. And so in this particular unmet need, there's an amount of $339,596 that is requested as an unmet need. And so the positions that are here listed is statistician, and then also statistical research analysts, program and project specialists, research analysts, and research analysts. And these are all new positions. And so the total budget for that is $170,851. With the fringe is an additional $62,890.25. And then we have travel expense here. And then also supplies. So again, if I could get clarification on what the intent of this portion is, because where I'm thinking is this its own, or would this be a direct fit under the tourism department, or maybe even our BDO? And I think we really do need to hone in on the intent of this, because again, our chairs will have to defend this unmet need. And then also, there's economic research in the amount of $50,000. So what is the economic research going to entail? So I just gave an example is, you know, that chapter images, but what kind of economic research are we talking about? And I would like those questions to be answered before I consider this as an unmet need, because again, this is a creation of $339,000. And if we don't even have a plan in place of what they're actually going to do, then that makes it very difficult. So in here, all I see as far as the performance criteria is establish division-wide goals that align with and effectively support goals and initiatives outlined in the plan of operation. So to me, that's the division director's job. Review and analyze project proposals to recommend onto division-wide programs, ensuring alignment with strategic objectives. That sounds like Elaine's job. Establish and promote support for entrepreneurship to stimulate development and advancement. That sounds like tourism's job. Provide public information of division status, economic reviews, and economy-based analysts to key community stakeholders. That sounds like Mr. Perry's job. Promote community resource and engagement partnerships. That sounds like our BDO's job. So explain and differentiate what this unmet need proposal is. That's before RDC. And then also explain what 50,000 would cover as far as economic research. Thank you.
All the six, did you have your hand up? Still gonna work on that Crown Point, gas station and hotel. I'll take it over back over to, winners.
Yeah, thank you. The charitable contributions, in addition to the smaller fairs, rodeos around the Navajo Nation to help try to promote. There's also some larger events that we attend that have the national and international tourists that we're looking to attract. A couple of examples, the Arizona Indian Tourism Association has their annual Indian Festival in the city of Scottsdale. There alone, you're talking about 3 days of very rich traveling public who come to explore the Indian festivities at this event. But we're there to promote the nation. So as a sponsor, we get a sponsorship package. We get set up in certain places. We've been actually reconstructing our Navajo hogan. We have demonstrations there, weavers, silversmiths, quite a few others. And we're really promoting to a larger target market, a richer target market, to come out and enjoy the Navajo Nation. There's also let's see, bigger events that we're wanting to get into this year. And being in marketing, it's a really complex thought process. And I'm going to use this as an example as well. My idea is to be a big sponsor with the professional bull riding circuit this year, especially going around some of our top Navajo athletes. And the reason being is some of these events have million viewers, whether it's on TV or in person. And them highlighting our Navajo athletes in Albuquerque at the Time Orientational, and some of the other PBR events in Phoenix, literally around the world. Our brand of Discover Navajo, our invitation to travelers going to Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, it's hitting all these big major places where people have these funding to travel. We just recently had a forum in Monument Valley, and we're talking about some of these countries who literally got paid to go on travel. It's our job to go out and get them and tell them, this is what we have on the Navajo Nation. Come out. We're not gonna be able to do it just sitting here in Windrock saying, come on out, visit us. We need to get out there and physically be there to show this is who we are, this is what we have to offer. And some of these other target markets that we're going after, motorcycle tours. You have a lot of companies who are coming out here and doing tours across the Navajo Nation who are from Switzerland, from Germany, from Asian countries, literally from around the world. And that's a target we have not even tapped into yet. Just recently, I have a group that did a 4-day tour around the Navajo Nation, and we utilized Navajo businesses, gas stations, hotels, stores, restaurants, and totaling up what we did in those amounts. It's about 18,000 a day. And we pumped in 4 days about $80,000 back into the Navajo Nation. That's just our own local group. So if you imagine that on a much larger scale, going after new target markets, utilizing sponsorships, that's going to really boost more business across the entire Navajo Nation. That's my answer for that.
Go here and we'll get them all on Alicia Murphy or the Carnes. This is something that has been with ongoing considerations, and we want to, as Bill Bobby pointed out, we used to publish all those research. And again, I was a division head before too. I was Bobby's boss years ago. And I actually oversaw trips with it. But this is something that we really economically chapters are asking for, or Navajo Nation is asking for. You saw a little snippet of what's possible. You know, again, we just really have just our economists, you know, And we saw a snippet of what's going on with tourists and tourism, manufacturers, we want to see the numbers. We just have to, this is specialized research, specialized economic information that we have to create. If we just share, like, let's say, we can share like Winterlock, here's what our shopping behavior is from Winterlock, just by that internet research, it's gonna look really bad. So we have to look at like the Navajo, how Navajos live, and so we have to Navajonize the data. And we actually have a lot of discretionary income. We actually have the lower levels of things like mortgages, things like that. So those kinds of things can be a lot more convincing, and our shopping areas are actually larger. So and so you can actually build these economic models, but we need a team to do that. So I'm gonna turn it over to Alicia, and she can explain. I had her really work on this budget, so.
Good afternoon, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Alicia Murphy, Shay. Kiani Nishnahagaki, Mrs. Chinto, Dashi Chase, I Skinny National. From our last report to the Resources and Development Committee, we shared the comprehensive economic development strategy. This was a reoccurring report provided to Division of Economic Development done every 4 to 5 years. It's a required report to the Economic Development Administration of the federal government. From that study, that was my very first project when I came on board with the Division of Economic Development as the economist. And from that study, we began to notice gaps of information that could be filled in if we had primary data or access to data that's within the tribal government. For example, what real estate was talking about earlier, utilizing that software is not cheap. Utilizing and building capacity within that office is not a cheap ask, but the return on that investment is massive. We get our own internal information provided to us, provided to these specialties and professionals, expertise with the statistician, expertise in what I can contribute, expertise in research, and that allocation with the intent to provide reports that influence policy, that influence legislation change, that influence how we look at the budgets could be so much different if we think about our internal information, if we had access to it. So this department, again, was an idea I had a couple of years ago. It was only a dream that we could acquire something like this within the Navajo government. It's really intended to do exactly that, is to be a centralized location where we can access tribal government information data. Our partners, counties, states, even our educational institutions that provide a lot of information to us as departments, as public figures, public servants to our community members and constituents. All of that research is very, very expensive, both in monetary sense and in time consuming, and how many people are allocated to do those specific jobs. So this department within the Division of Economic Development could start doing that as a foundational piece of doing a much larger, of creating a much larger impact to finding out what economic trends would benefit the Navajo Nation at a more rapid pace versus this something over here on this side. We always ask the question, and I listen to our committee meetings all the time, and data is reported, but when we have our own data and it's secured with our own Navajo Nation laws, when it's protected and who has access to it, is what this department could start to develop as well. When we have all this information given, provided and analyzed by us, it's a stronger stand to justify decisions we make as leaders, as employees within the division. And it also provides us leverage for our state and federal partners to gain access to even more funding in the future to provide an more accurate report on what investments are being used from the federal or state side and how Navajo Nation's producing XYZ outcome. When we do impact studies, feasibility studies, or types of surveys with other projects, that information is coming from our contracted entities, but there's still information coming from the outside and outside area, outside region, outside sources. So this department and learning from what the comprehensive economic development strategy provided us is filling in those major gaps that we have in access to information. I'm not only talking about survey information, GIS, financials, but also in more detailed and types of software where you have to buy a membership, where you have a reoccurring accessibility to documents or to studies or to other types of analyses. These things cost money, so with this department, that's what we could focus on in terms of accessing funds, but also getting the tools that we need. It also, this is we're in a very developmental stage with this department, and I appreciate the comment made earlier that we don't want to duplicate services. And so listening to other community meetings, other departments are also asking the same question of how can we access this data, how can we centralize it? But also more importantly, how can we protect this information from outside entities wanting to take advantage of that information? So I think this is just an idea that I hope gets some support, because every division within the nomination government has asked about this. In my 2-3 years of listening to community meetings, this is important. Data is extremely powerful. And in talking to other tribal nations around the country, they're asking the same things regarding their own communities as well. How do they protect their information? And how can they utilize what information comes from their communities to arm and provide tools to their own communities for improvement, for changes, for lobbying at the federal side. So that is the intent of this department. And again, it's still in the foundational development stage. And I welcome and invite members of the committee to provide their input, especially in regards to making sure that this is not duplicating services, but it is making sure that we emphasize the importance of data sovereignty, emphasize the importance of accessing our own primary information to give us the information we need for our decisions going forward. And the positions that are described in this department for now have been thought of, because there are areas that I personally can't do myself or alone. We shouldn't have a team of just one economist in the nomination. It should be a team of people with these specializations and expertise. So when you are able to take this type of expertise and describe it and explain it in ways to our community and provide this information from a media campaign to educate our communities, our chapters, our schools, and our divisions and departments on how to utilize this information, is a skill that's needed across the board to help disseminate this information. So I think I answered some questions. If you have more. Oh, to respond to the comment about $50,000 for research. This, just FYI for the comprehensive economic development strategy that was conducted in 2023, completed in 2024, is a 12-month project. From the division, we did have participation from the DD staff, but we also had the majority of the work done by a consultant, and that the expense to produce that report, which is public information and is available on our website, cost double that amount to do that and conduct that research. Again, that even I have some questions, but that report highlighted gaps that we could fill if we had access to more information, more funding, more time, more people to assist with this research. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for your response. I have a question. Give me an example of your analysis of Navajo economic data. And what current project are you currently working on? Right now within your division?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Current projects working on right now have been focusing on this department, identifying from other tribal communities what they have in place, best practices for conducting surveys and analyses like this. So like when I say analysis, I mean like demographic information trends. How do we know where our population is moving to? Are we creating more jobs? Let's say in Window Rock. Are more people moving to Window Rock? We don't know that because we're not tracking information internally. We do know information from like the Census Bureau or the Bureau of Labor Statistics, or even the IRS. We know where taxes are going, we know where jobs are providing those taxes. But when we look at housing internally for Navajo Nation, we have different types of housing, website lease housing, NHA housing, even tribal employee housing, other types of housing could also account for population trends and really seeing where our population goes. We talked about a project having an impact on a certain community. If a C-store, what kind of economic impact does that have on creating the economy activity in that community? That's one way that traditionally we could look at impacts, but what I also want to focus on is making sure that we get the voices of the community and measuring impact. We can measure money, we can measure taxation, we can measure job creation, but we could also measure the goods and services that are not tangible as a success measure. For instance, grandma didn't have access to a laundromat, but suddenly the C-store has a laundromat. That impact, that filling of services, to me, is a measurement of success. That's not traditional, and what a lot of counties or other areas look at, like for Navajo, we can look at impact differently too. So I was put that into perspective of what I'm gonna do, but the department's one project where we just completed a consolidation of different tourism projects or tourism reports for Bobby and his department. There's been, I don't know, 5 or 6 impact reports that have been shared with Navajo Nation on tourism. Again, these are reports from entities coming from outside Navajo, and each one of them probably had recommendations, if not quantitative, based off of quantitative research or qualitative research. So what we did was we consolidated and tried to give the department a rundown of what all of these reports are saying to help them in their strategic planning. That wasn't done by just myself. I had 2 research assistants that luckily are still with us. But that was hours and hours of work and reading through reports that are probably over close to 200 pages each. So that takes a lot of time to do a consolidation of reports and impacts, feasibility studies like that. But those are 2 things I'm working on right now, and yeah, any questions.
Well, thank you for your response. I'm looking at this supplemental funding, Mr. Perry's project. Round Rock Convenience Store, Shiprock Convenience Store to Thibodeau Convenience Store. You mentioned earlier regarding the feasibility analysis. That's what you do on these projects. Are these economically feasible in these communities? I think that's a project that, we'll call upon you to come before RDC, so you don't have to answer that. Thank you.
So I do want to thank you for, again, just explaining the unmet need, and I think for myself, I'm not fully convinced that this is an area that we can entertain at this point as far as an RDC committee. And the reason is that, you know, we don't have, you're right, we don't have any data to show that we are actually booming economically. So it's still very slow as far as development. And I don't want to put the cart before the horse here and create a department that will really, honestly, you know, I don't know what they would be doing as far as the statistics part. And then as far as the economy, there's a difference between macro and micro. And I think, I don't know where your report is, but if you could forward that to RDC so that I could see. And my background is in business. So I would like to see, you know, what formulas, what financial formulas you guys are using. So that I can take a look at that, because I too, like vice chair, am interested in my own community of what is feasible. And for myself right now, just looking at the outlook of our Navajo Nation, you know, I don't see us replenishing our revenue at a really fast rate. And so again, our chairs would have to defend this. And if there is no results that we're gonna produce, Vice Chair asked a question about which project. So project specific, you know, I think, we really need to put pen to paper and do those types of presentations. I know most times, a lot of the sessions that I see that are being completed are virtually. They're being done for other tribes, not specific to Navajo. And that's some of the complaints that I've heard from small businesses here on the Navajo Nation, is that those workshops are geared towards off reservation. And I know that within this department, I believe they do travel out and do those types of, you know, different seminars or sessions. And one of the things that I would also like a reevaluation of is our res conference. I know that the division does travel out to Las Vegas, and I don't know how much money is used on that. And I've expressed that to some of the enterprises, because we as an oversight, I don't know, but for myself, I've never been to res. And I really don't see why we're putting so much money off the reservation. We're putting money into those casinos and so on and so forth. I know we have our economic summit here on the Navajo Nation, but we should plan for more of that to happen here on our nation versus outside of that. So another part that, you know, I think we should also look at here is in regards to our contractual services. And I did look at all of the art videos one more time, and I don't know why Chin Lee. I'm thinking about Chin Lee here again, but we have our other agencies that submitted for some of the feasibility studies, environmental assessment and surveys, inspection, appraisal fees. So Mr. Scrolanis, I did put in a legislative concern before you move on to budget and finance. If you could also include a form 4 for Chinle Regional Business Development. And I have been working with our chapter. We're trying to do cleanup, and we have business sites that are expired. And so I do not know how you communicate your budget to those individuals that are out at, you know, the agency level. But again, I'm always saying consistency. So in there, I did put some amounts of what I would recommend for feasibility study. 5,000 environmental assessment survey, 10,000 and inspection appraisal fees at 8,500.
which would total 23,500. I have one business site that I'm ready to move on, but it does need environmental cleanup, and so that's where this fund will come in. Now, when you do your overall budget, that's where we did make some changes here. And I think that that would come before you and your directors to figure out where you're gonna pull those from. Again, there's a lot of amount out there for contracting, and that should be done in-house. So that's your first step, is to look at that and pull those towards a central agency. And again, that's just not Chin Lee. I sit with constituents, Honorable Simonson and Honorable Carl Slater, and we all have to share these fees for feasibility, environmental assessment, and inspection. So that would be my request, and that's one of the legislative concerns that I have dropped as well. So with that, Vice Chair, I don't think I have anything else except small business development. So with RDC, we've been traveling, we've been going to such areas as the Chi and Page, talking about Antelope Point Marina. And we have in here our business development. It seems like we do these trips, but then there's never a follow through on what the next steps are. I know that, you know, the operating part of it, we were in discussion over that. And so these are, you know, performance measurements that I think need to be updated. In here, I do see that we have small business development, completing business site leases and withdrawals per quarter. So I just need to know how many business sites are we withdrawing per quarter? I know for Central, I don't think there was even one new business site that has been done. I can't speak for the other agencies, but if we're putting this as our performance measurements, I think that we have to be realistic. And then also evaluating project contracts for compliance with section 164 review process. And so again, there's different leases, there's BIA, there's Navajo Nation. And so I think what I would like to see is that I'm gonna put in a condition of appropriation that you prioritize those leases under the small business development department. And so before we start traveling all across the reservation through our travel budget, then I think we need to prioritize which ones will be moving forward as far as the leasing. And what we see oftentimes is that our staff are spread pretty thin as far as their work. So you're dealing with Goulding, you're dealing with Antelope Marina, and then, you know, there's really no movement on the leases, or it's based on, you know, our executive branch. And so these are some of the things that I see, but that's just what I wanted to add in. So if I can go ahead and have our department manager answer these questions as far as the business leases, how many new ones all across the Navajo Nation, how many have we implemented? So if we're talking about growth economically, every year you should have at least 10. And when you come to us at budget, you would say, oh, we have 2 new leases for Chin Lee or Central Agency. We have 2 new leases for Eastern, Western, but those are not the reports that we receive. And so for me, I think that's gonna be what I'm gonna recommend, because you know, 3 years have gone by. You mentioned a 5-year plan. It's almost 5 years and we still don't have a plan. And so that's, you know, I don't know if it takes 5 years to get a plan approved, but even in that 5-year plan, where would the revenue come from? So we're talking about the leasing, and that's why as RDC, we stand with renegotiation of leases, and that those dollar amounts change. So we're not grandfathering in these old business sites at those low fees that they once had, and
to tell the truth, you know, some of these businesses, they get really upset. Because they don't wanna pay, they don't wanna increase what they're paying the Navajo Nation. And so that's where I wanted to ask these questions, so if I could get that answered. And I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clark. Before we go over to the manager, we'll go ahead and have Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the city, some staff with them to going back on the for not consider this. And I still be representing her. Why? This department legal. No, sir, you just got your PhD, right? So congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I can't, why don't you come up here? We ask some questions. You know, you talk about our young people coming back. You know, yeah, you tell them to go to college. Get their bachelor, get their master, and she did. And she came back to Navigation. And having her PhD, she thought it was somewhere in something. She came back to Navigation to help the Navajo people, to help how we can improve our Navigation economy. And these are things that she's coming up with to start a department. She can't do this whole thing by herself. She has to have staff to help her do what she needs to do. And it goes back to, you know, understanding what economics does, jobs, and going off the internet there. You know, forecasts are economic development, the economy, in the future. What would be the best route to what type of, make our economy strong? And that's when you realize that the state, county, we had their own economists on that. You worked out these, what type of models they were put in place. So that's what they want to follow. You know, okay, so what's the best thing about, if we knew what would be best, what would be best out to take. If we had her in place, this apartment in place, you know, the closure of EGS. Also, people. They would have put something in place for us to take, what route can we use for this land, what route can we use for, what would we put in place, continue generating revenues for another nation. And these are things that we don't have in place today. We wait till the last minute, and you have things too late to try to push things. If I just, my little sister stated here, we want an economic boom within that nation. What route will we take? How we go about it? These are forecasts. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. You know, they forecast this for us, okay, this is what route we take for hopefully have an economic boom. So to me, seeing this, I used to put something. Because we need these type of information data release mentioned. We can't just plan for tomorrow. We have to plan for our grandkids, our great grandkids. That's what we haven't talked about me. I have to keep my age and plan for our kids, our grandkids, our great grandkids. And there's one thing I always talk about, you know, how are we going to, you know, I talked to my son a couple of weeks ago. And we talk about the church. We feature that how, I mean, we're already planning 18, 20 years, how some are non-Indians are very expert. So I'm using an analogy here. Scholarship probably be available. These type of problems probably be available for my grandson, now, that's 5 years old. You got to be planning, like how do we plan? How, if you plan, to be sure that you have college fund for your kids. So we came with the idea. He said, Dad, can you, here's your $75, or here's your 75, and his grandma, here's your 75. It's $225 per month, so we calculated. If everything goes right, he's gonna, have probably about 8,000. His scholarship account. So that's what I'm talking about. You gotta forecast it, we gotta start planning for the future, what we need. You don't want to start, and I noticed with your department, your proposed department, your criminal to get unmet, to, unmet needs, to fund it. I don't support that. We gotta do things differently. And almost, for as we say, economic development. And to me, I look at it as what's feasible. But what we have maybe data for the next 5, 10, 15 years, start working on it now. These are the changes that's gonna happen. Just like, we went to a meeting. And, and these were big, it's a big company. This is a big company. We went to a meeting in Denver. And things that have changed within 5 years. In 2020, in 2025, 40 years, there's AI. And this company's a big company, the 4-5 company, you're not ready for it. You said, they basically said, I wish we could have been ready. 2020, that this is from about AI. We heard about it. But there's really no type of a study driven data, how this, now you see everywhere, data centers. You see data centers everywhere. Where's our data centers? And that's economic development right there. Those opportunities, we should have data as 5, 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And so I was trying to do simpler, you do have some support. Or, I would be very vocal on this, on council. That I support the unmet needs. I mean, your unmet need is part to be established. So I think, we came back as a young person to nomination, thank you so much. And like I said, you can probably go somewhere else, New York or somewhere, you can probably triple the number you're making right now. But thank you so much, that means a lot to me, you come back and getting a PhD on this stuff. And I can't question you. What you'll be doing, your Congress and in the staff you'll be having, unmet needs. I'm not an expert, you're an expert. It's the for nomination. So again, yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, I just really think it's the department building's been established. You can see that. You're not gonna get a lot of information for probably a year, 2 years, because you still collect data. It takes a lot of this. Some of these studies have about 5, 10 years. But maybe hope in 5 years, you have some strong data that you collect for your research department. So I appreciate it. Yeah, and with that, I share just one thing, before we move forward here, Mr. Salonis, on your budget here. On your budget, your division, and as was read by Mrs. Tom, the vacant position supposed to utilize 1,044, 1,044. How can you say that? 1,044 hours. So you're supposed to utilize that. So you got this territory department, vacant office space position, but you calculated utilizing the 2,088. But according to the budget, construction manual, we gotta comply with that. You gotta comply with that, so, because budget compliance can catch that. Then you have Western Army Bill, vacant position, senior economic development specialist. And use 2,080 hours. Then on the support service department, you got 2 vacant positions, correctional officer and network specialist. Those positions you probably realize the 2,088 hours. So again, Mrs. Khan with budget construction only. those vacant positions at the calculate by the 1,044 hours. So those are the persons we made. I don't know if we had to do directive like we did for Mrs. Tom. I'm not sure if we do directive or directive suddenly did for division of community development. So Mrs. Tom will drop up that directive, so that's done. Thank you again. Congratulations, and we can coming back to that issue another week, another issue, another kid.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Yes, and congratulations to your monumental achievements. This time, we're going to take it back over to the agent to respond to Honorable Claus questions and comments. Go to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton here and Delegate Paul and Delegate Simpson and Sir Nez. Thank you. Elaine, our small director, has been helping me answer some of those questions, very specific to our videos and performance and while the leases are getting done. So I'll turn this over to Elaine.
Thank you for your question, and in response to the question that we have received, thank you. Vice Chair, and then also RDC, the committee, in response to the question here on the budget. In regards to the lease activities of new leases, questions. A lot of these new leases, that the staff, what we record is basically, some of them are not newly withdrawn on new withdrawn land. Some of it might be just, leases that have expired. And that we have worked with them on and drafting out a new lease. So, what happens is that we do respond to, we do communicate with the leaseholder, the lessees, before the lease had expired to work and negotiate on their lease that expiring. It so happens that sometimes their lease does expire on their own term, and if that happens, we start working with them on a new lease. So some of these lessees are that their lease have been expired, we're still working on with them. And if a lessee has some other compliances that need to address before we can do a new lease, that's where the leases do expire on them. If it's an EPA issue, other issues besides the with another division. And then also with OOC handle all of the payments, the collection on these rental leases, we have to take care of that. So we have to work that out with the Office of the Controller. So based on that, with other divisions, where we get into these compliance issues at the end. And we're not able to continue to renew their leases. So if we're not, and then if they're in default or non-compliance, then those as soon as we get these leases done for them, we do record it as a new lease. So and we're trying to get as many novated to as well from BIA to the Nation. So yes. I do agree, we are not withdrawing as much land as we could. But when we do get land, we do try and parcel it out and get as many lessees on those sites. Chinle, that community, as well as some of the other communities throughout the Navajo Nation, it's been hard for us to acquire new land or even have land, to get land withdrawn for development. But as far as certain areas such as Western, we have quite a bit of land that is available for development, but unfortunately, when it comes to these prime location, we don't have that many. These are out in the very rural areas that we have and that have infrastructure issue, and it's hard to get those land withdrawn at a certain amount of time. Most of the investors, most of the lessees do not want to pay substantial amount of money to getting these infrastructures out to those locations. So we work hard with other entities, meaning grants and even the state to get those to make those infrastructure available to those sites, and those tend to take years. But in those prime located areas, in those prime growth area, yes, we do have difficulty in getting those land withdrawn for certain development. And moving forward to some of the other question, let's see. The 164 process, a lot of the 164 process contracts that go through or appraisal, surveys, resurveys, EAs, and feasibility, and then bringing in inspectors for these sites where we need for redevelopment, and making sure that these buildings are safe for bringing in another lessee. So that's the majority of our contracts, and then also some for projects, repairs and addition to some of these sites. Our performance measure, I did mention some of the performance measure. A lot of the lease transaction were drawn land and making land available. We work with what we have and try to parcel out the land that we do have, and we continue to market those areas. And performance measure is that ties in all of the how many we're able to do and how many we're able to lease activity that we have going. This is basically with Navajo Nation leases as well as BIA leases, and then leases that are on private, some of them are on private property, allotted lands and so forth. In regards to one of the question, also the Antelope Point Marina, that pretty much is almost like a standstill. We did bring in an owner operator to oversight to Antelope Point, the marina, the existing operator. Unfortunately, with the new administration, they've cut a lot of their budget. This area consists of two ongoing contracts for that property. The lower marina portion is with the federal government with National Park Service, and then the upper part is basically under our control on trust land, which is on with the business side lease contract. But unfortunately, lately, we haven't really gone forward with the lease and allowing us to work on a sole source on continuing the concession contract with the National Park Service. Those two contracts goes hand in hand, and for us to move on the business side lease to work on a new lease, we need to work concurrent with the National Park Service in crafting out a concession contract. So right now, it's at a standstill. The sole source that we were asking for, it hasn't happened. there's no response back from the National Park Service. And at this time, I believe their budget has been cut and they are operating. Our understanding that the last communication is that they're operating on a shoestring over there. With the National Park Service there at Lake Powell. Thank you.
Thank you for your your response. Mariana, we ready? Sent it?
She's been pretty.
Okay. As we're waiting for that to be sent over, another question, how many business site leases per agency has been achieved in the last 3 years?
In the last 3 years, the business side leases that has been obtained or the transaction that the staff has done. I would have to say probably about around maybe 20 in average per year. But we've done not as much as we did before, coming out of COVID. And we have a lot of businesses unfortunately have defaulted on their lease coming out of COVID. So we are addressing a lot of them. And we are working with every quarter. We got that going again, which is working with OOC. And then also our real estate department to address some of these concerns. And I know for a while that these the president had issued a such like a blanket forgiveness. And I believe that wasn't really, we weren't able to move forward on that because of the contracts were individually and some of them needed different type of attention, and DOJ did mention that we can address them individually. It's in essence is a contract. On all of these leases. So we are coming back up to par. It has taken more than 2 years than we anticipated. So with that, we hope to be moving on these leases as we did before COVID. So before COVID, I believe it was a little bit more. I can provide more detailed information on what we've done before COVID and then after COVID.
Thank you. Before I go over here, I want to know about the Crown Point Seashore and the hotel. Where is that at?
The Crown Point Hotel, as Mr. Sirlanis, Mr. Perry mentioned, we are working on it as a team. And when we get into a lot of these projects, it all depends on who we're working with. If we're if we're working with an entity, if we're working with an individual, that investors have a lot of the resources behind them, have a lot of the resource, it tends to be a lot less easier for us to move forward, and then it is faster. And if the resource is not really there, and if the individuals, the potential lessee doesn't have a lot of the resources and need a little bit more of the resources for us to make that happen, or it tends to slow down. And unfortunately, this got to be the case, and we had to terminate the lease. They've expired their development period. And within our lease, there is a development period, a certain amount of time and 9 years that we give them, about 4 years. And this includes the financial, and that didn't happen. So we had to terminate the lease and then work on a new lease with them. And if they have like some sort of deficient, they're not in good standing with the nation, they have to take care of that first before we can move on a new lease. So in this case, this has happened, and we are back on board with the potential lessee to work with them. So oil on, it is an area where we really need to I don't want to say that we really need to bring in investors that have all the resources, but unfortunately, sometimes we are sympathetic, I guess, to the individuals that we're working with. So that's how you see a lot of these enterprise that we start to work with. And the ones that do have all the resources and that can get a loan out there and make things happen. And that's one area that we did entertain, is that we just go ahead and start working with hospitality. And that we do have been communicating with hospitality to see if we can go ahead and that could be part of the plans on how we can bring the individual in and maybe bring them in on a winter type of winter provision type of a plan that we can work out. All those things have been we've been visiting that as well. So but we are moving forward, and unfortunately this has been as our delegate Simpson did mention, that it has taken a while, but we are working on it. We're gonna make sure that this hotel does get built, and then also the C-store there in Conklin.
Well, thank you. Wayne, if there's challenges, like you said, there is some challenges in some cases where with the land withdrawal, different, are specific to some locations, if there's something that, RDC, can assist with, bring that to our attention so we can have that discussion. If there's something within the regulations or, the laws or codes that needs to be amended, we're looking forward to making this more of an efficient process than a stagnant process. So thank you. Mariana?
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development, I had a particular, one of the business units that I had sent with that amendment. It should be taken out, so I'm gonna take out that particular one business unit, and I will resend again with the word updated to amendment. Thank you. Just a minute.
Thank you, Mariana. Dinner's getting cold.
The director should be ready for, while she's working on that, we can do a motion for the director. If the director is okay, right?
Yeah,
Motion for the directive.
We're not.
Okay, we got a motion for the directive, and we got a second by Honorable Simpson. So Peggy, if we could read that into the record.
Okay. All right. Directive to the Division of Economic Development regarding legislation 0139-251. The Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the Division Director to rework its fiscal year 2026 budget allocations to fund all filled/occupied positions at the 2,088 hours and the vacant positions at 1,044 hours as specified in the fiscal year 2026 budget instructions manual at page 16. This may necessitate zeroing out the operating budget. The amount to fully fund the operating budget should be listed in Exhibit E, and that means this directive should be completed before legislation 013925 is brought before the Budget and Finance Committee. To the Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the Division Director to add to the Appendix J supplemental funding proposal summary any and all supplemental funding requests that come from Directive number 1 stated above. 3, the Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the Division Director to remove all budget forms for Northern RBDO General Funds Business Unit 110007 Budget Form 1, $8,566 and remove $350,000 for Budget Form 1. Unmet needs, Business Unit 110007. $350,000 from the Division of Economic Development's budget finder for the Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the Division Director to add funding to Business Unit number 110005, Generally Regional Business Development Office under Operating Code 6500 Contractual Services Budget Form 4. Other technical services, feasibility studies, $5,000, environmental assessment survey, $10,000, inspection appraisal fees, $8,500, total $23,500. This directive should be completed before legislation 0139-25 to be brought before the Budget and Finance Committee. So that's the directive.
Thank you, Peggy. We have a motion and a second. Any questions regarding this amendment? There is none. Roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on the directive. Honorable Shana Fa, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Shana Fa votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Martinez, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Martinez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative. We're opposing, 2 members experienced and abstain. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ramona. Going on to the amendment number 1 for legislation 0139-25.
It's one motion.
Got a motion by Honorable Cloud. We got a second. Second by Honorable Simpson. Are there any questions regarding this? Thank you.
Okay, so you want me to read which one? Which one?
The amendment number 1.
Amendment. Okay, amendment 1. Amendment Exhibit E, condition of appropriation, business unit numbers 110001, 110005, 110006, 110009, 110010, 110011, and 110015. Business unit numbers 110001, 110005, 110006, 110009, 110010, 110011, 110015, and 110013. Program title, Division of Economic Development Administration, Chinle, RBDO, Eastern, RBDO, Chautauqua, RBDO, Western, RBDO, Philippines, RBDO, Real Estate Department and Small Business Development Department. Brief narrative of recommended condition of appropriation. The Division of Economic Development Administration, Chinle, RBDO, West Eastern, RBDO, Shiprock, RBDO, Western, RBDO, Philippines, RBDO, the Real Estate Department and the Small Business Development Department. One shall provide the resources and development, with the listing of all business IACs. Parentheses, valid, terminated, expired, etc., and parentheses in each agency. 2, during this fiscal year 2, business site leases, lease withdrawals for per agency. 3, shall present a land withdrawal and or business site lease priority list to the Resources and Development Committee by the end of the first quarter. Written and oral report shall be given to the Resources and Development Committee regarding this task by the end of the first quarter. So that's the reading of that amendment 1.
Thank you for reading that amendment into the record. At this time, colleagues, as there's no questions, we can go to a roll call vote. More?
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Shannon Paul, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Shannon Paul votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Pinez, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Pinez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstain. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. The motion carries for amendment number 1. Now going back up to the main motion, colleagues, are there any other questions regarding legislation 0139-35? Honorable Paul? No questions? Chairman? Roll call votes.
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Shannon Paul, how do you vote? I vote green. Thank you. Honorable Shannon Paul votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Jimenez, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Jimenez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, 2 members excused, and 1 abstaining. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona, for taking that vote for you. Motion carries, legislation 0139-25 passes. So moving on to number 5, close the meeting. Announcements, adjournments. Are there any announcements?
No announcements, just want to thank everybody. Motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Got a motion to adjourn by number 4, on number 52nd. At 7:29.
Who seconded?
And Honorable Simpson. So at this time,
Yes, Vice Chair roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Shannon Paul, how do you vote? I vote green. Thank you. Honorable Shannon Paul votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Jimenez, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Jimenez votes green. Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members excused, and 1 abstained. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ramona. We adjourned at 7:29.